Good morning, everyone. And a special welcome to you today, 5th of June 2025, being our World Environment Day. And so it's a pleasure to have you all here today as part of the National Environmental Awareness Week Symposium. At this time, I'm going to invite you all to stand as we hear the national anthem. It is always important to ensure that we invite the presence of our Divine Master in whatever we do on a daily basis. And today we have with us Pastor Kiwain Ferron from the Everton Park District of Seventh-day Adventist Churches. But I just want to share with you that he's the author of the book I have here in my hand, The Stewardship Controversy. He has some copies here today, so you can acquire a copy at a cost if you so desire. So I'll invite Pastor Ferron to join me here at the podium to do our prayer.
Amen. Let us get into attitude of prayer at this time as we petition the throne of grace. Lord, there is no God like you who declares the end from the beginning. The earth is yours and the fullness thereof, the land, the sea, and the atmosphere, and all their inhabitants. And therefore, God, as we gather together at this time, Lord God, you would have recorded in your words that you will destroy those who destroy the earth. And Lord God, as you would have gathered different agencies and organizations to be here today united together as they recognize the importance of taking care of the environment. And Lord God, we thank you for NEPA and the other organizations that are partnering with them, as you would have called them to be stewards, Father, and good stewards to preserve, to protect, and to take care of the land. And Lord God, I pray that your guiding hands may continue to be with them, that you may impart knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, that whenever the challenges, Father, and the difficulties arise, you will imbue the different pathways, the plans and procedures to deal with them. Therefore, God, I pray that you may hold them together as one, that you will bless them, grant them your peace. Let your glory radiate upon them, your face shine upon them. Be with them, God. Cover them entirely and take full control. As this I pray, as I humbly present each and every one in your hands, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Ferron. So before we proceed, some quick housekeeping for those who may not be aware. The restrooms are outside to the right. Once you get out there, someone can point you to the restroom. And there is a BMW, I'm not sure who is the owner whose light is on. A black BMW ending with FE, 6 something FE, 6108 FE. So you may want to check on that. Today, World Environment Day, as I mentioned, it's really a pleasure to have our colleagues here that we partner with basically every day. So we have several of our key partners here with us, and we also have several of our sponsoring entities. We have our private sector here with us. And so it's a pleasure to have you here to share in this, our symposium. World Environment Day, the focus this year is on plastic, combating plastic pollution. However, for the National Environment and Planning Agency, we are looking at the state of the environment in Jamaica. We're looking at challenges, opportunities, and pathways for sustainability. And we will, of course, be discussing issues in relation to combating plastic pollution. I'll invite at this time our CEO, Mr. Leonard Francis, Chief Executive Officer and also Government Town Planner of the National Environment and Planning Agency, to bring his remarks. But I'll just let you know, for those who may not know, I'm Dion Chambers, and I'll be moderating for you today. Okay, so over to you, Mr. Francis.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I get that. Oh. Yeah, being a little not too tall as his challenge is. Now, I would like to say all protocols observed, because every time I try and call out names, I get myself in problems. And that's not very good. But Madam Chairperson and all other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and I must mention the media, because a lot of times they decide what happens to you. Good morning. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to welcome you to this National Symposium hosted by the National Environment and Planning Agency and other great stakeholders in observance of World Environment Day 2025. Today we gather to ponder a most timely and urgent theme: state of the environment in Jamaica, challenges, opportunities, and pathways for sustainability. As we reflect on the global call for action, anybody know what it is? Turning the tide, combating plastic pollution for oceans resilience. Let me begin by thanking all our stakeholders, government agencies, academia, civil society, youth groups, and private sector partners for being here today. Your presence is a testament to a shared commitment to protecting and preserving Jamaica's precious natural environment and resources. Our small and beautiful island is blessed with extraordinary biodiversity and natural resources. From the Blue Mountains to the Pedro Keys, our environment is integral to our culture, our economy, and our identity as a people. Yet, we face complex challenges. Climate change, deforestation, I'm seeing forestry here and all of those. I'm seeing the familiar faces who love our forests. And we are always seeing planting trees, mangroves, and trying our best to protect our natural environment and our built environment. Thank you very much. Coastal erosion is a very serious issue. Pollution, including pollution from plastic waste, single-use plastic in particular, it has become a menace. Choking our waterways, endangering marine life, impacting human health and our livelihoods. And most of you would have been looking on the research to see how plastic in itself and microplastic is impacting the human health in terms of how it impacts our organs. You should definitely read that. I think that's very important. Today's symposium provides us with a vital space to take stock, to confront the challenges, explore new opportunities for innovation and partnership, and chart sustainable pathways forward. The government has taken bold steps to safeguard our environment, particularly the designation of new protected areas, further expand our network of ecological sanctuaries, and safeguarding critical habitats, and the institution of a policy to prohibit the direct discharge of effluent into our water bodies, with targeted efforts to rehabilitate vital rivers such as the Rio Cobre. Most of our waterways have long suffered from industrial, urban, domestic, and other forms of pollution. And I'm saying to you that going forward, NEPA and the NRCA and the government by extension, we are putting it out there that we will be taking the necessary steps to eliminate totally discharge to our water bodies, both where we have given approval and in cases where it is being done illegally. It's a daunting task, but we are asking you as partners to help us to achieve this goal. These are not just policy actions. They are expressions of our national will to reverse environmental degradation, protect public health, and build a resilient and sustainable Jamaica. However, these cannot be accomplished by mere talk. There's no magic wand that can instantly bring about the changes we want. We have to resolve to lift policy from paper and to breathe life into our visions and aspirations through a deliberate plan of action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what this symposium is all about. And I'm telling you, when I saw the topics and I saw those persons, those great persons, I'm calling them great, who are lined up to speak and to do their presentations, although it seems a bit long and intimidating, I'm saying to you, spend the entire day and participate, because this is very crucial. The panelists that I've seen are the presenters. They are at the cutting edge knowledge, research, and technology, and there's a lot for us to learn. As we engage today in dialogue, research sharing, collaboration, let us be guided by both urgency and by hope. Let us recommit to a vision where sustainability is not an aspiration, but a daily practice, rooted in science, equity, and the participation of all sectors of society, along with transparency, truth, and a moral obligation to our country and to every generation, though past, present, and future. I put it to you that this path is not easy, but within these challenges lie significant opportunities. The global focus on environmental sustainability has opened doors for innovation, green investments, and community-led initiatives. We have already made progress with bans on single-use plastics and increased public awareness. But more needs to be done to enforce regulations, build capacity, and shift behavior. I just want to pause just to let you know that the agency, which I'm proud to lead, we are saying to you, listen, if you have information, please just give us a call. Because what we have done is that we have partnered with various other stakeholders, and we are moving with urgency, to implement, investigate any cause that we get, any challenges that arise, and we are working 24/7 around the clock to ensure that is done. Now, looking ahead, NEPA is committed to forging and solidifying partnerships that support sustainable development goals and strengthen environmental governance. By doing so, we can, one, enhance environmental education awareness, especially amongst our youth. And we're also trying to target the churches and the various clubs and societies and groupings, because we do realize that they are very important. If we can get our partners here to go to the various clubs, societies, and churches and just infuse, try and encourage the pastors, the leaders, just to put this, even 2 sentences within their sermons, within their talks, within their speeches on sustainability, on climate change, that can go a long way. Invest in sustainable waste management systems, including recycling and circular economy models. When I started to actually separate in Jamaica, I'd actually done that abroad, to separate in Jamaica, it can be a bit messy. Because organic waste that is in your kitchen, we understand, one, if it's too much, it gets a bit heavy, it can get a bit smelly, but it's something we have to do. We have to separate, we have to recycle, we have to do the necessaries, because it's urgent. I'm telling you, it's very urgent that we practice sustainability principles. The government is also looking at strengthening legislation and enforcement to deter pollution and encourage compliance. For this year, moving into next year, we'll be partnering with various entities to address the issues of dumping in gullies, rivers, and otherwise, so as to ensure that we can have a cleaner, a better, and a more sustainable future. Support community-based environmental stewardship that puts people at the heart of the conservation. We're also advancing the blue economy, recognizing that the health of our marine ecosystems is directly linked to national prosperity. We must therefore turn the tide on plastic pollution with decisive action, smart policy, and inclusive dialogue. This is what this symposium is designed to foster and to bring out. As we celebrate World Environment Day, let us remember that the choices we make today determine the environment we pass on to future generations, including my 9-year-old son, who is my greatest critic. Every time something happens, he said to me, "Daddy, you are the head of NEPA. Go and do something about it." I'm saying to you, let us be bold. Let us be collaborative. Let us be unwavering in our pursuit of a cleaner, healthier, and more resilient Jamaica. I wish us all a productive and inspiring symposium. May God continue to bless you. God continue to bless your organization and bless Jamaica land we love. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Francis. And after that charge, how can we not ensure that we put our actions where our thoughts and discussions are? Thanks, Mr. Francis, and of course, our children always keep us grounded. They always do that. Our next person to bring us remarks is Senator Fraser Binns. She's an attorney, but what we can also say is that she has been a person that has been very vocal about the environment. She's the opposition speaker on land, environment, and climate change. Please help me welcome Senator Fraser Binns to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I think the CEO, all protocols observed. I'm so comfortable here. But I think the CEO actually stole a part of my presentation. In fact, he stole all my presentations. I don't really have anything to say more than Happy World Environment Day and have a good day. Let us work together to protect the environment. Thank you. If only. But he did steal a part of my presentation. Because yesterday, my boys went swimming, and usually after swimming, we would lamb a little bit, talk with other guys. But I say to them, Mommy has to go home early today. They said, what happened? I said, I have to write a speech. They said, what about? I said, on the environment. And I said, so Nathan and Jonathan, what should I say? Tell them to stop littering. I said, okay. He said, anything? Yes, we need more laws. I would need to tell the garbage people to come more often to pick up the garbage. And I listened to them. And they went on and they talk about the rain and how the time is hot. And even the Sahara Desert, the Sahara dust they spoke about. And I'm like, okay, there's my speech. But what it did for me, it confirms in my mind that I really don't need to talk about effects of the environment or climate change, because if my 6-year-old child knows it, then we all know it. What perhaps we do not know is what we're going to do about it. And as I thought about the conversation with the boys, I said, I'm going to take a completely different approach in my remarks. I'm not going to talk about what we all know to be the effects of climate change. And so, CEO, I want to thank you for extending the invitation to the opposition to add its voice and its support to the quest to protect the environment. The theme is the state of the environment in Jamaica, challenges, opportunities, and the pathway for sustainability. And this is both timely and urgent. The fact is that too often when we speak about the environment, we focus on the charts, which are important. We focus on the projections and the rise in temperature and all the data, which is important. But sometimes we forget that behind every statistics, behind every data, is a life, is a family, is a struggle, and it is a real story. So imagine with me, if you can, in somewhere rural Jamaica, perhaps Brownstown, where I'm from, after several days of rainfall, the roads are impassable, the water supply is down, which happens, and in one household, this mother, having prepared for the floods, would have caught her water, and she has been stretching it, and then her teenage daughter decided at that moment, in a space where there's only one bucket of water left, that her monthly cycle will commence. Suddenly, the issue of the environment is no longer about a policy. It's no longer about the government, but it becomes personal. The reality becomes personal because it now becomes an issue about dignity, about health, and about survival. It is about one family's decision to use this last bit of water to cook for her family or to give it to her daughter so she can do her necessaries. But this is not unique to this one family, because there are so many families who from time to time have to face that decision. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in fact the quiet, or perhaps not so quiet, but it is in fact the impact of the changing environment that we experience. One that disproportionately affects women and girls, especially those who have very limited resources. Yet, in the midst of these challenges, we must recognize the opportunities. Opportunities to shift the tide, not just environmentally, but socially and economically for all of us. when nearly 50% of the households in Jamaica are led by women, we have to ask ourselves, how do we reimagine? How do we reverse, draw breaks, come back, and put our women at the center of the sustainability agenda? In fact, one of the things that this change environment has done is that it has presented the opportunity for us to deepen women's engagement in agriculture, not only to tackle the food insecurity that is becoming more and more frequent in our country, but to build economic independence and generational resilience. There is indeed an opportunity for us to involve more women in the environmental decision-making process on issues ranging from mining to infrastructure development. Because make no joke, the perspective of women, no offense to my male in here, but the perspective of women is always so balanced and inclusive, and they have a role to play. Indeed, the changed environment brought about by climate change is an opportunity for us to empower families to take part in the environmentally sustainable practices, because real transformation begins at home. And ladies and gentlemen, there is the opportunity to ensure that more women are not just participating in a process, but that they are leading the change process. A truly sustainable Jamaica must be one where our women, our girls, and our families are not left behind, but they are brought forward, up front and center. Because strong women build strong families, and strong families build strong communities, and strong communities build strong nations. And so, today, as we mark World Environment Day, and as we deliberate at this conference and contemplate the theme that looks at the challenges of this changed multi-hazard environment of climate change, warmer temperature, eroding coastline, destructions of infrastructure, more intense and frequent hurricanes, let us not be daunted, but let us look at the opportunities that awaits us. Let us look at how we can put people at the center of the sustainable development agenda, working with communities, with families, with the state, with the private sector, with the churches, all of us working together to build the sustainable Jamaica, which we know we can. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you and I wish you well for this day.
Thank you so much, Senator Fraser Binns. And as she mentioned, we need to remember the role of women in the work of sustainability. No biases, it's just a reality that we have to remember the role our women play. I just want to share with you that on the path of sustainability, we need to remember that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We're here, we're borrowing it from our children. And so the whole tenet of sustainability is to ensure that we leave that platform for our future generation. And also to bear in mind, and adopted from George Bernard Shaw, progress is impossible without change. And those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything, especially when it comes to saving the planet. So we have a responsibility, and that is why we're here today, to have the discussions and just to remind ourselves of our core responsibility in protecting the earth. As I move on, I'll now invite Ms. Taylor Clayton, Regional Project Manager of the United Nations Environment Program, and also very instrumental in the GEF Latin America and the Caribbean CITES agenda. Welcome, Ms. Taylor Clayton, to bring your remarks. Yes. And of course, we're always happy to have our multinational partners with us. They play a critical role in helping us in achieving our agenda. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning. It's an honor to be here today at this important symposium. My name is Taylor Clayton. As mentioned, I'm the Regional Project Manager for the United Nations Environment Program's Cartagena Convention Secretariat. Our offices are just next door. I want to begin by recognizing the tremendous work of all the partners here today, including from the government agencies, community leaders, private sector actors, NGOs, academics, and other multilateral institutions. Your presence reflects a shared commitment to one of the most urgent environmental challenges of our time, and that is plastic pollution, a challenge that we're all very familiar with and the reason we're here today. I also want to thank Mr. Francis and the NEPA team for the opportunity to speak here today and for the excellent organization of this event. Plastic pollution is not a distant matter. It's a reality, daily reality for our communities, our coastlines and our oceans. And here, particularly in Jamaica and throughout the wider Caribbean, we're witnessing firsthand the growing impact that plastics are having, choking our coasts, harming marine life, threatening livelihoods of thousands who depend on healthy oceans. And plastic pollution is not just an ecological challenge or an environmental one. It also has social impacts, as our colleague recently just mentioned. There's also economic challenges, and there's a moral imperative, one that affects public health, food security, tourism, climate change, and is really cross-cutting across a variety of the challenges we're facing. And the good news is that we're not starting from zero. Through the United Nations Environment Program, Cartagena Convention Secretariat, and with the support of the Global Environment Facility under the Latin American and Caribbean Cities Project, we're working in 6 cities across Latin America and the Caribbean. In Kingston and Montego Bay specifically, the project is focused on identifying innovative multi-stakeholder solutions at city level to reduce plastic leakage, strengthen recycling systems, look at upstream interventions, and inspire lasting change. It's an honor to be with CTD Gillian Guthrie from MEGJC today, who is our project counterpart for the work here in Jamaica and who has long been championing the agenda on plastic pollution. And all of this work is supported by the United Nations Environment Program's Cartagena Convention Secretariat Protocol on Land-Based Sources of Marine Pollution, which is a binding commitment that Jamaica and 15 other contracting parties have made to prevent pollution from reaching the Caribbean Sea. And of course, plastic pollution is one large pillar of that work and a very important central part of that mission. And for a few years now, Jamaica has been taking bold steps to ban single-use plastic bags and styrofoam containers. Last year, in July 2024, a new regulation came into effect banning single-use plastic food containers made from polyethylene, polypropylene, other materials. And looking ahead towards later this year, the ban is intended to expand to include personal care products containing microplastics. And this is leadership in action, and it's reinforced by our partnerships with Recycling Partners of Jamaica, who you'll hear from shortly, among others, many of you seated in the room here today, all of whom are helping to build a more sustainable Jamaica and build our plastic collection systems, our recycling infrastructure, and all of that is an essential piece for the circular economy, and that's one we need to build together. And in August of this year, the world is coming together to finalize a globally binding legal treaty on plastic pollution, and the final round of negotiations is taking place in just a few months. Political momentum has never been higher on this issue, yet the road ahead requires us to scale our efforts and work together. We need to pilot new business models, we need to invest in waste collection and processing, and most importantly, it will require sustained public engagement, education, and collective efforts. And I think that we're here all today to work on that exactly. And as we mark this important National Environmental Awareness Week, a week that includes World Environment Day, tomorrow World Oceans Day on the 8th of June, on Sunday, we have a powerful opportunity to raise our collective voice. So this is our moment to act. We need to move from commitments to action. We need to work across sectors and borders for a future where plastic no longer pollutes our seas. And this is a transboundary issue, so we know that we cannot just tackle this alone. Turning the tide on plastic pollution and transitioning to a more circular economy is not just about the environment, it's about our economy. It's about equity, it's about protecting the health of our people and the resilience of our planet. So let's choose wisely, and let's choose action, and let's do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clayton, for those reminders. And thanks for reminding us that our actions are cross-cutting, and we're to ensure that we mainstream our critical actions in our operations on a daily basis. Thank you. Next, we're going to be having the head of operations of Recycling Partners of Jamaica, a registered charity and non-profit organization that has been operating here in Jamaica for just about 11 years. And it's really heartening to see persons who have a passion to ensure that there are various streams of activities that support sustainability. So at this time, I'm going to invite Mr. Leon Dixon to bring his remarks. Welcome him, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the head table. It's an honor for us at Recycling Partners of Jamaica to participate in this year's Environmental Awareness Week Symposium, which is hosted by NEPA. We're especially proud to share this space with others who are committed to changing the way our nation relates to the environment, particularly in the area of plastic pollution. This year's theme, Turning the Tide, Combating Plastic Pollution for Ocean Resilience, is more than timely. It is urgent. Every bottle that we collect, every behavior we shift, and every receptacle that we install brings us one step closer to protecting Jamaica's marine ecosystems and coastal communities. And at RPJ, we have made it our mission to tackle this challenge head on. Since our inception in 2014, we've actually collected over a billion plastic bottles from households, schools, churches, and businesses. We actually reached that 1 billion milestone just about in 2 months ago or so. Thank you. And through our deposit return scheme, we're giving Jamaicans an even greater incentive to recycle, not just out of duty, but for a financial benefit. Our programs have been growing steadily. We operate from 7 depots and 2 redemption centers island-wide, and we have over 550 receptacles or cages island-wide for collections. We partner with schools, we support community cleanups, and we lead nationwide public education campaigns on recycling. We remain committed to working collaboratively with government agencies, private sector agencies, to strengthen the national response to plastic pollution. And we believe in building a Jamaica where recycling is second nature. So we thank NEPA for this invitation to share with you and to exhibit our work. And we invite all stakeholders here today to partner with us as we continue to turn the tide, not just for ocean resilience, but for Jamaica's future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dixon. And I will just put a plug in to say that you can reach out to Recycling Partners of Jamaica. They're at 25 Retirement Road. They can be called at 948-7381. Join them in their actions. Reach out to them. They will welcome your presence as they work to build and create our sustainability. Jamaica is a home of a diversity of plants and animals and ecosystems, and these support our species. And who better can we have today than an expert on matters of biodiversity? We have with us today Dr. Sean Townsend, and he brings greetings today on behalf of as the president rather, of the Jamaica Institute of Environmental Professionals. Please welcome Dr. Townsend.
Thank you. All right. Sorry. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Happy World Environment, or Happy National Environment Day. And for those of you who are strangers, welcome to the downtown area. All right. I do not have the privilege of our previous speakers. So, Madam Moderator, Senator Fraser-Brinz, esteemed representatives from organizations, agencies, ministries, distinguished guests, colleagues, and most importantly, environmental stewards. It is indeed an honor to share with you today. Let me first express my appreciation to NEPA for organizing this very timely symposium. It is a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Jamaica Institute of Environmental Professionals, JIEP, along so many partners united by a common cause, protecting Jamaica's natural heritage. The theme of this year's symposium, Turning the Tide, Combating Plastic Pollution for Ocean Resilience, resonates with me as a marine scientist. It is more than just a topic of discussion. And as said before, it's an urgent call to action. We have seen it. Plastics waste scattered across our beaches, floating in our harbors, and entangling our marine life. The effects ripple far beyond the shoreline. Coral reefs are suffocating, fish populations are declining, and coastal livelihood, especially fishing and tourism, are under threat. Plastic pollution is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic, public health, and social issue. And the time to act is now. As environmental professionals, we are not only first responders to these challenges, we are also problem solvers, educators, and advocates. We understand the scientific evidence must inform strategies we adopt, and the policies, practices, and people must align if we are to succeed. That is where the JIP plays a crucial role. Since 1990, JIP has brought together a diverse network of professionals, scientists, engineers, planners, legal experts, educators, and many more, working collaboratively to raise the standard of environmental practices in Jamaica. Our members have supported national consultations on waste management policies, conducted assessments on plastic pollution's impact, and joined in the public outreach to reduce single-use plastic in homes, schools, and our communities. We understand that there is real opportunity ahead. Momentum is building around modernizing solid waste infrastructure, strengthening extended producer responsibility schemes, and promoting the circular economy models. JIP stands ready to support government agencies, private sector partners, and civil society in crafting practical, inclusive, and scientifically sound solutions to the plastic crisis. As we recognize that this is not a sprint, it's a relay. And on that note, I see you all on Sunday. That is why the commitment invested in the next generation of environmental professionals. If Jamaica is to build long-term ocean resilience, we must equip young people with the knowledge, skill, and mentorship needed to lead this transformation. As we gather here today, let us recommit ourselves to a shared vision, one where Jamaica's oceans are clean, resilient, and thriving, where waste is no longer seen as an inevitability, but as a resource to be recovered, reused, and reimagined, where action is driven not only by regulations, but by responsibility. Let us turn the tides against plastic pollution, against apathy and delay. With courage, collaboration, and the conviction that science and stewardship must go hand in hand, we protect our coasts, preserve our biodiversity, and secure a bluer, greener future for all Jamaicans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Townsend, for that. At this time, we're going to be having our keynote address. Unfortunately, our minister, the Honorable Matthew Samuda, is not here with us today. He's unavoidably absent. However, we have Ms. Gillian Guthrie, Chief Technical Director of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, who will ably deliver on behalf of our minister. Could you welcome her, please?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. No, I'm not the stand-in for Minister. Minister Matthew Samuda is vibrant. He's a steward of the environment, a champion for the environment, so I'm going to do my very best. Good morning, everyone. Happy World Environment Day. This is a good day to be in Jamaica, and I'm happy that we are here at this symposium. So these are my minister's message to you all. I need to acknowledge Senator Fraser Binns. Thank you, Senator, for coming. CEO Francis. I also see all our partners, UNEP, RPJL. Thank you all for coming, and also our environmental professionals. Minister says, last year we saw the devastating impact of Hurricane Beryl on the southern belt of the island. As we are currently in the Atlantic season, hurricane season, we can expect more frequent hurricanes and rising sea levels. The fight for Jamaica's environment is not about policies or programs. It is about understanding, about stewardship, about legacy. It's about preserving a way of life and a foundation of life, not just for us, but for generations to come. This is what brings us here today. We gather at this symposium not just to assess where we are, but to imagine where we must go. The theme, Challenges, Opportunities, and Pathways for Sustainability, invites us to be honest, bold, and visionary. Let us begin with honesty. Jamaica, like many small island developing states, is at a crossroads. We face rising seas and hotter days. Our forests are receding, our coral reefs are bleaching, our coastlines are under siege. Waste management remains a national concern. Plastic pollution, illegal dumping, and inadequate infrastructure have placed tremendous strain on our environment and our communities. The impact of these challenges isn't theoretical, it's tangible. It's rural farmers watching rainfall patterns change without warning. It's fishers returning to shore with empty nets. It's entire communities grappling with the cost of drought and flooding within the same season. And yet, even as we acknowledge these daunting realities, we must also recognize that this is not the whole story, because another story is unfolding, one of resilience, innovation, and action. Jamaica has made bold commitments. Our government has set a target to regenerate 50% of our electricity from renewable sources by 2030. Projects like the solar farm in Trelawney and the floating solar plant on the Mona Reservoir represent more than infrastructure. They represent a shift in our mindset from extraction to regeneration. We are also transforming our public transportation system. 100 electric buses are slated to join the fleet, reducing emissions and setting a precedent for clean mobility in the region. But sustainability is not only about energy, it's about ecosystems, about protecting the lungs and limbs of this island. Our mangrove restoration efforts are expanding, intending to restore over 4,000 hectares of mangrove forests. These natural defenses protect against coastal erosion, support biodiversity, and absorb carbon far more efficiently than upland forests. Our long-term emission reduction strategy is in development and aims to see 100% renewable energy generation and 67 electric vehicle use by 2050. And because ambition must be matched by financing, the Jamaica Stock Exchange is creating a green bond framework to unlock investments in sustainable development, while the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service is embedding climate risk into fiscal planning. But no policy, no framework, no strategy can succeed without the people. And that's why we are supporting community-based climate adaptation. From farmers shifting
to drought resilient crops, to youth led cleanup projects, to ecotourism initiatives in inland parishes. Every act counts, every partnership counts. Because the truth is this: environmental protection is not the responsibility of any single ministry, agency, or organization. It is a collective national mission. And so we ask, what does it mean to be a steward of the environment in 2025? It means recycling, not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. It means conserving water not only when the pipes run dry, but as a daily habit. It means teaching our children not just to admire nature, but to defend it. This is why this symposium is so important. It is a space for shared learning and shared leadership. Here, we will explore the tough questions. How do we improve intersectoral coordination? How can we better integrate environmental considerations into infrastructure planning? How do we foster innovation and investment while safeguarding the very ecosystems on which our economy depends? We will also highlight success stories, because yes, there are many. Jamaica has been recognized globally for its leadership in climate policy. Our participation in international agreements like the Paris Agreement is not symbolic, it is strategic. But we cannot rest. The world is moving fast, and the environment is changing faster. And so I leave you with this challenge. What will your footprint be? We are not here to admire or complain about the problem. We are here to accelerate the solution. The time for small steps has passed. Now is the moment for bold strides. If we act together across ministries, across communities, across generations, we can create a Jamaica that not only survives the environmental challenges of the 21st century, but thrives beyond them. A Jamaica where clean energy powers our towns, where plastic waste is a thing of the past, where our rivers run clear, and our children grow up not asking what we lost, but celebrating what we saved. This is the Jamaica I believe in. Let us rise to this moment with urgency, with courage, and with hope. Thank you, and may today's symposium mark the beginning of a new chapter in our journey towards environmental sustainability. The words of Honorable Matthew Samuda. Thank you. Madam Moderator, before you go, I just wanted to say too, because in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, as the CEO knows, I have responsibility for the environment portfolio. So I work very closely with NEPA, forestry, and others. And just to say and to commend NEPA for this bold step. This is necessary step, and it's something that we should do on an annual basis, to get together as stakeholders to have a real discussion on what it is that we want for Jamaica and how are we going to get there. As Minister said, it's not just one hand clap. We need two hands and many hands, and we need an applause, right? So we need for all of us to put hands and heart together to make Jamaica the place we want to live, work, raise families, and do business. And I want to close with just this. Sir Patrick Allen said, and I'm going to repeat, and it was repeated several times, but I think it still warrants repeating. There's nothing wrong with Jamaica that cannot be fixed with what is right with Jamaica. And this symposium is one such thing about what is right with Jamaica. Thank you, CEO, for inviting the ministry to be a part of this.
Thank you so much, CTD Gillian Guthrie. And I will say, you provided some energy in your delivery today. And just to remind us that we have to take the bold steps. We have gone way beyond the baby steps. And also, ask yourselves every day, what is my footprint? And you can check it on a daily basis. The actions, whatever I do, what impact is it having in a negative way on our environment? Thanks again. At this time, we're going to be having our presenter, Professor Michael Taylor, who will be presenting to us on the scientific basis. A renowned expert in climate science, someone who has been influencing policy in Jamaica. And, because of, you can get anything on YouTube, anything on your phone these days. And so I just checked and I realized that, is it Apoliticals? Apoliticals, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, has named Professor Michael Taylor as being in the group of 100 most influential academics in government. And it is reflected in his work. And so Professor Michael Taylor, Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Mona, West Indies, on climate change and the environment. He's here to present on Jamaica's reality.
Thank you very much. I was actually trying to get up here quickly so that there would be no more in the introduction. But let me observe all protocols. I hope you will allow me to do that. And let me begin. I've been asked really to do a very quick presentation to get the ball rolling. So I consider it a context-setting presentation if you look on the screen. But I have to say that as I sat there, I became very, very intimidated for 3 reasons. 1, everything I'm going to say has been said already. 2, everything I want to say when I look on the firepower of environmental professionals in the room, you know it already. And 3, everything I think I need to say, well, that would take a whole semester's course at the university. And if you look on your program, I've only been given 25 minutes to make this context presentation. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go a very simple presentation, really just designed to show you that science supports everything that you have heard already. Let me begin. Where's my starting point? My starting point then is this. I'm not going to try to convince you that climate change is happening. I'm taking it, you know it already. So you know we are globally as a world, we have passed 1.1 degrees warming. So based on reference point being pre-industrial times, we have sailed past that as a world, 1.1 degree already. And the science tells us that we're going to head for more than 2 degrees by the end of this century. Not going to try to convince you of that. I'm taking it as a given. I'm taking it as a given that you know that the science says that Jamaica is very climate sensitive, or extremely climate sensitive society. The science makes it very clear. We're small, isolated, and exposed. We're in a hurricane belt and we're an island. An entire hurricane will engulf us, and we have nowhere to run. We are flat, low-lying, and mountainous, and starting from the bottom, coming up. So we either live on narrow coastal plains or we live on hilly interiors. And if we live on the narrow coastal plains, well, that's a storm surge. And if we live on the hilly interior, well, that's the landslide. It limits where life can occur only in climate-sensitive areas. We're natural resource dependent, intimate relationship with the oceans, fisheries, tourism, shipping, intimate climate-sensitive economic sectors, agriculture, tourism, and then our quality of life sectors, water, energy, health, intimately related to climate. And then the last thing is, of course, outdoor living is what we do. And that speaks to how, even how we build, and we put up different buildings and you're expected to move between them. Daily life is structured to take advantage of ambient conditions. I'm taking it as a given that you appreciate we are extremely climate sensitive due to these things. And then lastly, I'm taking it as a given that you know that climate is interconnected with the environment. Well, as I say, everything I was going to say has been said. So you know that climate is interconnected. It's climate, it's human systems, and it's the environment, and they all interact. So if I take that these are given, and that's the starting point, and what am I going to do in this talk? I'm going to do this. When you think about science, science says that when you think about climate change and the environment, the Jamaican reality is that 3 perspectives hold sway. Or what I call, there are 3 sides of the coin. And all I want to do in the 25 minutes I have left is tell you that what these 3 sides of the coin are. So, quickly, what is science telling us that the 3 sides of the coin are? First of all, it's saying that I'm sorry, the last thing I was going to say before I tell you is that I'm going to pull from, Miss Guthrie's here, and I'm so grateful. through Magic, we have, the government has produced, using science, 5 vulnerability and risk assessment reports for 5 priority sectors. And I'm going to pull heavily on the one for the coastal sector just to make some of my quick points. But they also exist for tourism, housing, water, and health, and you can get them from Magic. All right, what are these 3 sides of the coin that I'm talking about? Well, side number 1 is the side of challenge. You have heard it. Science tells us that climate change is a challenge for Jamaica, including the environment. How am I getting this? Well, science is what we know that tells us that we're in an era of multi-hazard unpredictability. It's hot. You agree? Yes. And what you see there is what we call a heat map. In the vertical, it runs from January to December. But in the horizontal, it runs from 1961 to present. And if you look in the vertical, what you expect is that you expect the hottest temperatures in the middle of the year. But when you go from the left to the right, that hottest temperature is spreading out in the vertical, which means that hot temperatures are occurring earlier in the year and simply lasting longer. We are in a period where heat is the new hazard for Jamaica. But it's also that we are in a period of more extremes. I don't have to argue that for you. The science tells us, if you look on the top, severe drought. In the last 15 years, we have had 2 major wide, multi-year, multi-island droughts affecting the Caribbean. And at the bottom, we have a greater share of major Atlantic hurricanes now. The most intense hurricanes are increasing. We know our rain is way more variable. That's rainfall, and all you have to do is look at 1 year it is up and the next year it is down, and that's the pattern that keeps repeating itself. And then our sea levels are higher. That's the diagram I like to use. If you can see the dotted green line, that's where the base of the Negril Beach was in 1971. It's now in the sea, right? And where it has shifted. The science is making a clear case. We are currently in a multi-hazard unpredictability era. We're not seeing one or the other. We're seeing sometimes multiple ones at the same time, and sometimes we are being caught by surprise when we see them. But the science goes on to make a second case. It's not only that we are in the multi-hazard unpredictability era, we are going to transition where that multi-hazard unpredictability era has become entrenched, but at unprecedented levels. What am I saying? The science my group does tells me even hotter times are ahead. So if you think you're hot now, so by the end of the century, and that's a map for Jamaica, you can see that the temperatures are going up. It spreads out because we have to guess at the scenarios that will play out. But we'll be 2 degrees or hotter by the end of the century. What that means, that potentially up to 98% of days in a year will be hot, where we extremely hot, where we define extremely hot by today's standards. But it also tells us that even drier conditions are ahead. That diagram is the rainfall map, equivalent to the heat map, going from present to the end of the century. If you look on the far left, you see the little brown in the middle, in the vertical. Yeah, we know we have a dry period in the middle of the year. Look on how it spreads as we go to the end of the century. So we're going to have drier conditions. We're never going to lose the variability, but we're going to have drier conditions going to the end of the century. We're going to have more intense extremes. The 2 little diagrams going up are meant to show hurricane intensity and number. A new science study coming out that's saying, listen, we're going to have an increase in the number and intensity of tropical cyclones in the next decade. This is not outside our lifetimes. So the more stronger storms will increase. And then the table is trying to show, just look at the bottom, the percentage of time that we're either in moderate, extreme, or severe drought. By the 2030s, 17%. By the 2060, 26%. By 2090s, 34%. And then lastly, of course, we have even higher sea levels. We are talking sea level rise of about 3.5 millimeters per year. Now we're heading to 1 meter. You get the picture. The science is saying, listen, if we're in an era of multi-hazard unpredictability now, well, we're heading to an era where that's going to continue, but at unprecedented levels. What does unprecedented mean? The change is more than we have lived through already. All right. But the science is going on. It says, when all of that happens, you know what's going to happen? Impacts are going to be everywhere, including in the environment. But I was pulling for scientific studies to show you this, and then I said, you know what, the best way to show you that the impacts are going to be everywhere? Just take some newspaper headlines of the past few years. Top one, Jamaica sets new demand record for electricity amidst heat. Why? Climate change is going to change the electricity sector. Top right, costly waste, heavy rains leave recently fixed roads in deplorable conditions. Middle, deadly heat stress, farmers are urged to implement measures. And then you add to the one of drought hurting agriculture. Can you begin to see that the impacts are not just restricted to one area? I love Jamaican higglers feeling the heat. That's talking about Jamaican higglers who either sell on the market side or in a market that's not designed for climate change. Or the bottom right, some of these classrooms are furnaces. Or if you just want to sum it up, just use the bottom left, rain mash up everything. Impacts are going to be everywhere. That's what climate change is doing. It's going to be also for the environment. Here are the newspaper headlines. I'm just pulling them to illustrate. Climate change puts pressure on failing Caribbean water supplies. We depend on rain and underground water, and we're going, once you begin to go into the drought, you have to figure out new ways to extract. You're putting pressure on the environment. A beloved Jamaican beach is succumbing to climate change. All right, well, you get the idea there. Sargassum piles on problems for fishers in Jamaica. You get the idea. Dire warning for coral reefs. Or the last one, in Jamaica, native trees are being driven further up mountains, and this was a study done on Blue Mountain, towards extinction. You get the idea that science is saying impacts are everywhere, and the environment is not excluded. Lastly, these impacts are going to continue to happen, because as we move into the era of the unprecedented, they are going to become dire. That report that I was telling you sums it up for the coastal environment. If you look at the sea level rise, it talks about inundation of our coastal areas. And it highlights two particular areas, St. Elizabeth and Portland Bight, which you know are environmentally sensitive areas. But then it goes on to talk about mangroves and the impacts of a 100-year return period, wave heights, fish landing sites and storm surge, fish landing sites and hurricane waves, coral reefs and hurricanes, seagrass beds. You'll get the point. And you see all of those blue areas and where it's impacting and where the worst parts are. In fact, it has some very telling statements. The southwest coast of Jamaica, everything, hurricane wave heights, sea surface temperatures, north, fisheries, south, storm surge. And then actually ends with a statement of the 14 parishes, Westmoreland deserves keen attention. Anybody from Westmoreland? Due to its exposure to all of the hazards in its coastal areas. Dire. Don't want you to get the impression it's only coastal areas. This is a science study that looks on where becomes suitable for planting. If I just deal with climate conditions, brown is less suitable for the crops that we normally plant, green more suitable. You notice that the coast becomes less suitable, the plain areas. Where becomes more suitable? The protected inland areas. So even if it doesn't change directly the environment in the ecosystem in the inland areas, it put pressures on it by the indirect result on suitability. So you get the idea. If you follow the science, science is telling us climate change is a challenge for Jamaica, including the environment. That's the first face of the coin. Quickly, but there's a second face, and you heard it already. I'm only going to use science to make the case, and that is chance. Science is telling us that how we respond, if we respond to climate change, it offers us a chance for a viable future, including the environment. There are a few ways that we know we must respond. Way number one, I don't need to tell you, it's mitigation. Mitigation is what you're going to do to reduce the greenhouse gases that go into the atmosphere. Boy, for countries like us, there are limited ways. We must mitigate, but there are limited ways. There are energy. Energy is a key way to mitigate. Waste, how we handle it, how we deal with our oceans and forests, and transportation. All of them, once we begin to do them, have a direct impact on the environment. Cleaner air, protected, vibrant oceans and forests that pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, you get the idea, less pollution going into the ocean. So pursuing a strong mitigation agenda is critical, but can give us the kind of environment we want. Good news, Jamaica is finalizing its third, and again, I pay tribute to the government. It's the third national determined contributions. What are these? It just outlines how we are going to reduce our greenhouse gases. And they have done all the consultations, and it is premised on 3 of these areas. So we know that even if we don't have to do something directly for the coast, by just pursuing mitigations, we are benefiting the environment. Quickly, we know adaptation is the other thing we need to do. The climate is going to warm. It's no matter what we do, and we're going into this unprecedented. So we have to learn to adapt. Not spending long on this. The adaptation lists are long, and you heard some of them. Prioritize was policy and enforcement. I think I heard that coming out very, very strongly. That's an adaptation option. And the truth is, do you remember those 5 reports I said I was drawing on from Ms. Guthrie's? They also come with adaptation plans. So we actually have adaptation agendas, at least starting points. The plans are not perfect, and they have to evolve, but adaptation will also benefit the environment. But the science also tells us that there are a couple of other interventions that are needed. One, education. I remember that NEPA actually produced an education plan from the 2000s. So we have education plans, and the climate policy framework has an education component. Education is critical because in the end, what you want is behavioral change. And the only way you're going to get behavioral change is with education. My pet peeve, research is critical. I'm going to come back to that, so I'll leave it for now. Governance, and governance that promotes collaboration. Collaboration at the national, international level, but with academia, government, private sector, etc. And certainly finance. With a number of climate change finance options on the table now at the global level, and certainly a number of options that are coming on stream. Just think loss and damage. We have some options in front of us that we need to be able to tap into. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say this. The science tells us that it can't be one or the other of all these options. It has to be integrating all of them if we're going to achieve sustainable development. Because when you put collaboration, mitigation, adaptation, research, education, finance together, that's how you get climate resilient development. And the IPCC says it well. Climate resilient development is what advances sustainable development. And sustainable development is the greatest protection you can have for the environment. So, my argument, science tells us there's a second face of the coin right now facing Jamaica. How we respond to climate offers us a chance for a viable future for our country, and that includes the environment. Lastly, I have 15 minutes left. No, I'm just joking. Don't worry, I wouldn't do that to you. There's one more face of the coin. So one face is the challenge face. That's what science is telling us is facing us now, clear from the science. The second face is the chance phase, how we respond, clear from the science. You know what the third face of the coin is? You're going to wonder where that face is. It's that edge on which we are balancing. Science tells us we are hanging in the balance now. And whether the challenge overwhelms us or the chance of a better environment is realized is clearly dependent on the choices we make today. It's easy to say, to demonstrate. The first thing is time is running out. Warming is going way faster than we ever thought. Some of you will know that the Caribbean and small islands put 1.5 to stay alive on the table. You remember that? And it said, we should not warm by more than 1.5 degrees over pre-industrial times by the end of this century. That was the push. That's what made it into the Paris Agreement. That is our position. Well, last year we passed 1.5 as a globe for the first time ever. In truth, the year before we were at 1.48, but they don't want to round up. So 2024 is the 1.5 year. We're not supposed to get there before the end of the century by our argument. And even our science said, at the pace we're going, we shouldn't reach this till 2035. We have for the first time passed that last year. You know what's frightening? If you're following the news, a week ago, the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, produced a report, and it said we're likely to exceed 1.5 limit in the next 5 years. What does that mean? We won't just have 1 year going 1.5. We'll have passed the departure threshold. 80% chance that global temperatures will break that record in the next 5 years, raising the risk of extreme droughts, floods, and forest fires. That's the new WMO report released a week ago. Google it and download it. I began reading that report and I put it down because there's a little other fact in that report that didn't get reported, and is that there is also a small chance, granted it's very small, that before 2030 we could experience a year that is 2 degrees. No, we are banking on 1.5 at the end of the century, but there's a slim chance that we could have a year of 2 degrees before 2030. I am frightened. Anyway, science is telling us time is running out, and that's why we have to act. It's saying that we must choose now our approach to climate. And I love this quote. It's by our by Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados. She says, we have seen some changes, we have seen some initiatives taken, but the problem is that the temperatures are moving faster than we are making changes. If that is the case, we have a bigger problem than we anticipated. We have to make some choices now. What's the last two things science is saying? It's saying this: some choices may be sufficient for the now, but lean us towards the challenge side. So, some choices are good, but they may be only sufficient for the now. Here are some of the choices, and I want to come to data and research soon, where you treat climate action as project-driven. So it's when you get a project and you do it as a project. It's good, especially for who is the target of the project, but it may not be sufficient for the pace of change. When you treat climate action sector by sector, so you deal with water, and then you deal with health, and then you deal with agriculture, and you forget sports, and you don't deal with, you get finance, etc. It may be sufficient for now. When you are reactive, we're dealing with small pockets of the problem, and we deal with them after we see the big. So after Beryl came, unprecedented, category 5 in June, yes, you know, then you suddenly have to react. Maybe sufficient for now, but may lean us to the challenge. When we think we can do this alone, and I'm talking both at the national level, but also when we think the private sector can manage it for the private sector, and academia, they have their thing, then maybe sufficient for now. And my big thing, when we are waiting, so we're waiting on somebody else to give us new technology, and we're waiting on somebody else to make us innovate, when we know we need contextual innovation. All of those may be sufficient for now, but in my mind, they are leaning us towards the challenge side of the coin. The other thing is that some choices may help us keep pace with climate and lean us the other way, to the chance side. We heard some of it, and I'm so happy to hear. when we mainstream it into daily action. So when we put it into our plans, that climate is not something that we talk about separately, or the environment. When it's mainstreamed, that can help us keep pace. When we take a comprehensive approach to this, when we are proactive, when we are collaborative, and when we decide we're going to lead. And this is where I want to just say 2 words about data and research. I'm guaranteeing you that when you listen to the presentations today, you will find that data is a limitation, no matter what sector that you take. We have a data-ish problem, and we need to have a national conversation on data. Because if we're talking about science driving action, then science has to be premised on data. We have not had a conversation about what data needs to be collected to track the climate impact on society. What and at what time frames. So in the health sector, how you're tracking climate's impact? Have we decided that the data has to be not aggregated at the parish level or at the doctor level, but it has to be really at a community level, and that's how it is stored? Have we had a conversation about who must be collecting this and who must be collecting that, and then how we bring them together? We have to have a data conversation. And then the last word I'm going to say, we have to have a conversation about research and innovation. For a big thing, we have a, we do research. The universities do research, But to a large part, and though we have a policy or we have a draft paper that says what research needs to be done, research is not funded. Research is left up to either the entities, the government entities, or the university. And there's no talking about that. There's nothing to say, these are the critical areas, and here is the resources to do the research. And I'm not just talking because I'm from the university. Worse, let's talk innovation. We generally are waiting on other people's innovation to apply. And the truth is we need transformative contextual solutions because the climate is changing too fast. We need to leapfrog ahead to keep. So we need to deal with an environment that generates ideas, and not ideas that are far down the line and then you fund them through an accelerator. What about the generation of ideas? And those ideas respond to contextual issues across all sectors, because that's what climate is impacting. Anyway, you've heard my hobby horse. But some choices are needed, and they will lean us towards the chance. So what's the science saying? We're hanging in the balance. And whether the challenge overwhelms us or the chance of a better environment is realized is dependent on the choices we are making today. So let me end. You asked me to set a context about science and the Jamaican reality. The Jamaican reality is that there are 3 sides of the coin. Right now we're facing that. There's a challenge side, there is the chance side, and we are on the choice side, the thin edge of the coin. And if you forget all of that, remember this last slide. You know what the science is telling us? It's telling us what we have to do about climate change. We have to acknowledge it as a growing challenge. We have to contemplate it as a potential chance. And we have to tackle it as an urgent choice. We have to act. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very profound. And I have been in other presentations with Professor Taylor, but today he was very calm. And I can say the common term, the calm before the storm. We need to take the urgent action. It needs to be transformative, as he mentions, but the science is what will guide our actions. And He mentioned something that I think we talk about every day in our organizations, the issue of data. I just want to impress upon all here today, yes, I understand that the data that we have may be part of our income generation. But we kind of need to move beyond that and remember that the data that each and every one of us collect in our organizations, it's critical to informing some of our daily actions and activities. And so we need to let go of it a little bit sometimes, share it, we can benefit from it, because it's the collaboration, the joint up governance, and the sharing of critical scientific data that is going to help us to move ahead. So that is my appeal today for those who are holding on to that data and saying we have to buy it. We need to share a little bit more because it's for all of us. Remember that we're here. We have borrowed this earth from our children. And so we need to ensure that we do what we have to, the urgent action to ensure that we have the change. Thank you so much again, Professor Taylor. We're going to go into break, but before we go into break, I just want to share a few things with you, and we want to hand out some tokens of gratitude. For the break, we're going to be going to the garden, and it's outside to the left up the stairs, and you will find the garden. We also will be proceeding after the break into the presentations, and that will be done on the 4 thematic areas. So you will see that on your program, which reminds me to tell person that if you have not scanned the barcode and register, we're asking you to do so. It's important. It will form part of our data and also keep us in touch with you as well. So at this time, I'm going to be inviting Kevin Willocks and Shanae Fuller to join me here as we give the tokens to our speakers from this morning. So, Mr. Willocks, the first person we're going to be presenting our token of gratitude to is Senator Fraser Binns. Yes. So we just want to say thank you so much for your time and sharing with us today. And next we will have Miss Clayton. Could you join me here? And Mr. Willock, he will give you, Mr. Willocks, sorry. He will hand our token of gratitude to you from the National Environment and Planning Agency. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. You're most welcome. Then we have Mr. Dixon from Recycling Partners of Jamaica. Yes, so Shanae Fuller is presenting to Mr. Dixon, and thank you so much. Next we'll have Dr. Townsend. Thank you so much, Dr. Townsend, for being here today. And we'll have Miss Guthrie on behalf of the minister and yourself. You'll collect for doing such a wonderful job on his behalf.
I'll give it to the minister.
Oh, it's for you, really. Thank you so much. We have to recognize persons for their time, and we'll all recognize you here today as well. And next we will have Professor Taylor. Shanae. Thank you so much for your time and your presentation. So that covers it for the first segment of our symposium. And just to remember that our theme for the National Environmental Awareness Week, Turning the Tide, Combating Plastic Pollution for Ocean Resilience. Whatever you do on land, impact what's happening out there in our oceans. Thank you so much. You have 15 minutes for the break, am I correct? The break is for 15 minutes. So do enjoy the break, and we resume right here. Thank you. Okay, so we will now resume. I hope you're all refreshed. Just to say, I had mentioned before, but you would have discovered that we have some display booths outside. And the displays, the persons, we have the Forestry Department, National Fisheries Authority, Institute of Jamaica, University of the West Indies. We have Juicy Patty, we have Grace Kennedy. We have the National Conservation Trust Fund of Jamaica. We have two representatives from the Fish Sanctuary. We have CCAM and the Aracabessa Marine Trust. We have Recycling Partners of Jamaica, and we have Water Resources Authority. So we want to thank them for, and we also have NEPA, of course. Want to thank them for just not just being here alone, but also setting up booths with information that you can gather, and also you can network. As we resume, we will have a presentation, and then we will proceed into we'll have some remarks, and then we will proceed into the presentation segment. To bring us remarks now, I'm being reminded to advise persons, when you go on to the QR code, there's a question that you need to answer. So if you didn't answer that question, I think it is down to the bottom of your page. We're asking you to answer it because it will form part of our discussions later on. Okay. So at this time, we're going to welcome Dr. Kwame Manuel, and he's Director of Environment and Risk Handwriting. Okay, let me start again. We have Kwame Emmanuel. Oh, it's on the screen. Yes. It's on the screen. And he's the director at the Environment and Risk Management Branch at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And he'll be presenting on behalf of CTD Guthrie, who had presented earlier on behalf of the minister. So please welcome Dr. Emmanuel as he delivers his remarks.
Okay, thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone. And I would like to take this opportunity to commend once again NEPA for organizing this event. This morning, my task is to provide some remarks on emerging trends and government's policy priorities over the next 3 to 4 years. Sorry. Okay, so my objective this morning as well is to provide some context for the deliberations moving forward today. And in setting that contextual frame, I would like to highlight what we're currently experiencing globally, but also as SIDS, what the UN calls this triple planetary crisis. And this describes the interconnected issues of global warming and climate change, nature and biodiversity loss, and pollution and waste. And this threatens planet's ecosystems, societies, and economies. And it will require a coordinated approach to mitigate these challenges, a coordinated approach globally, nationally, and locally as it relates to community involvement. in terms of some of the emerging trends as it relates to solutions, obviously this list is not exhaustive, but I decided to highlight a few. There are a number of advancements in a number of areas, including renewable energy technology, and advancements are in the areas of grid infrastructure and energy storage. There's also circular economy and waste reduction, and Prof. Taylor, I think, went into this a little earlier. I just want to highlight as well that we at the ministry, we will be working soon, or we're in the process of working with UNEP and the municipal cooperation for St. James and Kingston in a circular economy and waste reduction project, which will focus on plastic waste reduction in the marine environment. There's also biodiversity and nature-based solutions, and this obviously is relevant to climate mitigation and adaptation, technology and AI for sustainability, AI being a very topical and controversial issue nowadays, but there are advantages, especially in the areas of pollution monitoring and optimizing resource management. And then, of course, climate action and resilience with advancements in carbon markets and carbon trading and climate finance. So I sit at the Environment Risk and Management branch, and I am a director there, as the MC chair would have stated. And we at the branch, we focus on policy development. We're the main environmental policy arm of the ministry, and I would say the government. And we also focus on legislation development and programs related to environmental conservation and protection. We also work very closely with the agencies such as Forestry Department and NEPA, and they aid with the implementation of the policies. So not only policy development and legislation and regulatory instrument development, we obviously deal with policy guidance, dissemination of environmental data and information, as well as public education and awareness raising. We provide technical support to the minister as it relates to appeals. These appeals are related to a number of acts, the NRCA Act, Beach Control, Wildlife Protection, as well as supporting the NRCA Appeals Tribunal. We are also focal points for a number of multilateral environmental agreements, and we also contribute to the implementation of the Global Sustainable Development Framework, for example, the SDGs. So I mentioned there are a number of multilateral environmental agreements that we are a focal point for. These related specifically to biological diversity and pollution control. There's the convention on CBD convention, as I noted, and the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. And there's also the Cartagena Convention, which looks at protection of the marine environment. And these also have protocols related to LBS, land-based solutions, land-based sources, as well as oil spills. And there are a number of conventions specifically to do with hazardous waste and chemicals. These are Montreal Protocol, which looks at ozone depletion, the Stockholm Convention on POPs, persistent organic pollutants, and then there's the Basel Convention related to hazardous waste. And we also do work as it relates to the Minamata Convention on mercury. So quite a few multilateral environmental agreements that we form the focal point for. So moving on to some of the policy directives, a number of policies, legislation, and plans have been completed over the last 4 to 5 years. And this is a list of the major ones, and it will speak to the priorities for the ministry. So watersheds, biosafety, emissions policy framework, climate change policy framework, as Prof. Taylor spoke to earlier. And there's also the national policy for the environmentally sound management of hazardous waste. So those are some of the policies that we were able to complete over the last 4 to 5 years. In terms of plans, we focused on national swamp forest and mangroves, and also plans specific to the persistent organic pollutants and implementation plan. As it relates to legislation, we all are aware of the plastic ban, and we recently implemented or started to implement, I think, the 4th phase, and there is a trade order and legislation related to that, sorry, as well as amendments to the Wildlife Protection Act and fines related to that act, and also fines related to the NRCA Act. In terms of work in progress, sorry, we are, as it relates to policies, we're currently working on the overarching protected areas policy. There's also a keys management policy that we're looking into as well. Beach access. I know the public is probably long awaiting that one. Can be quite controversial at times. And also the National Swamp and Freshwater Policy. We also have plans as it relates to forest management units and forest management areas. And as you can see, there's a slew of legislation we're currently working on. And I must admit, it's quite commendable because the unit is very small. Not many officers in the unit, but we have a lot on our plates. So there is a repeal and replacement of the Forest Act. Still some work to be done as it relates to the Wildlife Protection Act, climate change legislation, biosafety legislation, regulations as it relates to the management of wastewater and sludge and air quality, trade orders related to the Montreal Protocol, and also regulations related to transboundary movement of hazardous waste and the long-awaited EIA regulations. So currently working on all of those at the moment. So there is a strategic business plan which speaks to actions over the medium to long term. And this also gives an idea of the environmental policy priorities. And just naming a few, it's obviously a long list, but just to highlight, the priorities are mainly related to biodiversity. So we're looking at the Watershed Protection Act, the amendment of the NRC Act, which will look to update the Act to reflect current and emerging issues. We'll also be looking at declaration of additional protected areas and the updating of the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. So this in a nutshell speaks to some of the areas we're looking to move forward over the next few years. If you were able to listen to the minister's sectoral presentation, I think it was last week, he also presented a list of priorities, a 20-point roadmap towards a cleaner, greener, and more resilient environment. And it's really a comprehensive list of his expectations. So air quality, water quality, land use, pollution, expansion of restoration and relocation of existing sewage plants, looking at climate change adaptation, increased river and watershed protection, public education, all the way down to beach access. So it's as I said, a pretty comprehensive plan in terms of a short to medium term action by the government. Just to highlight a few, improved air quality, and we're looking at cleaner air through reduced emissions from continued energy transition to renewable sources, implementation of tailpipe testing for all vehicles at point of licensing, and continued greening and electrification of the national fleet of vehicles and other modes of transport. As it relates to reduction of pollution and improved waste management, the primary focus would be on plastics. We were looking to expand the government's ban on single-use plastics, as well as increase recycling efforts and supporting efforts done by the private sector as well. And finally, obviously, climate action is something that is extremely necessary at this time. And Prof. Taylor did speak to some of the actions we're looking into, especially as it relates to the national determined contributions. We're also working on a long-term strategy for emissions reduction. The National Adaptation Plan, we're looking to finalize that with implementation to follow, and obviously the climate change legislation. So this in a nutshell speaks to some of the areas that the ministry is looking into, and I hope it forms necessary context for the deliberations going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Emmanuel. And there you have it. Some of the policy priorities of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and by extension, Government of Jamaica. So we're going to be moving now into the presentation segment. And in this section, we have some thematic areas that we're going to be focusing on. The first of which will be biodiversity conservation. And then our next section will be on pollution and waste management. We will also, after lunch, we go into discussion on collaboration and partnership. And after that, we look at water resources and watershed management. So at this time, to address the matter of biodiversity conservation, we have 4 presenters, one of which just mentioned to me that it's a male-female bias, but anyway, it was persons who were willing and available. So we have from the Forestry Department, we have Miss Donna Lowe, and she is the Principal Director, Forest Sciences and Technological Services. Could you just indicate, right? Then we have Dr. Azra Blight Mallet from the Senior Director for Research and Development, Capture Fisheries Division of the National Fisheries Authority. Next, we have from the University of the West Indies, Ms. Chantel Parkins, Scientific Officer, Port Royal Marine Laboratory. And we have Ms. Tracy Comack, Director, Natural History Museum of Jamaica, and that's the Institute of Jamaica. So we have 4 experts in the area of biodiversity conservation, and they will be making some short presentations, very concise presentations, following which we will have discussions and questions and answers. And we also have a member of the NEPA team, 1 member, 2 members, 1 member, 2 persons from the NEPA team, who will also manage a very short segment. They'll ask the questions to our participants. So it should be exciting. And at this time, I'll invite Ms. Lowe to come and do the first presentation. Welcome her, please.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair Lady. The emphasis is on short. When you bring the persons out who know a whole lot of information on the subject, it kind of crashes and put us on a lot of pressure to cramp the information in a nut size for you, but I will try my best. So when we talk about biodiversity conservation, this is one of the intangible resources of the forest sector. We have the tangible and the intangible. So biodiversity conservation, we're looking at our efforts that sustains biodiversity. I'm not talking about the variety of the species and so forth, but the energy and efforts that goes towards the conservation, all right? The conservation, the number of species and the variation and so forth, that is a tangible resource, but the conservation effort is non-tangible. So we're looking at 85% or more of our terrestrial biodiversity linked to forests. So as I said to my noble colleagues up here, that it is good that NEPA realized that we are foundational to every matter when it comes to biodiversity conservation. So I will keep it short. So when we look, our mandate comes from the government. We are legislated under the Forest Act and regulations, and we have a national policy that is dated 2017. We are undergoing a modernization of our Forest Act, and also we're looking at revising our regulations sometime in the future. And this presentation will also look at our trends, challenges, and opportunities. If you look at our portfolio management, we're looking at 11.1% of Jamaica entire landscape, confined to the mainland, of course, not taking in our keys or so forth, the Jamaica mainland, 11.1%, which is equivalent to approximately 122,000 hectares that we manage under the Forest Act and all the regulations that we have. So we have about 248 estates that are distributed island-wide. So this is a quick preview of where our forest reserves are, or forest management areas are, or other areas that are under our management portfolio. So when I speak of our biodiversity, my eyes are linked to those green areas, but it's not confined, since forest covers 40, before I get into the presentation, this is the distribution of forest across the island, and only those in the black confines are within my management portfolio. So I have the responsibility to directly manage those, but also encourage management and conservation of the remainder, right? So when we speak of biodiversity, we're talking about forest being the foundation. So within every forest lies a library of biodiversity, each species a volume in the story of life. So we start the book on conservation of biodiversity. So when you look at what forestry plays in this, forest is the foundation of the habitat, the home, as I mentioned before, of all our biodiversity species, up to 85%. It is also home to over 1,500 vascular plants, and Jamaica, our name embodies forest. We also house over 400 species of endemics. You can find them in a reserve somewhere in Jamaica. Also, as I mentioned, it's a habitat for all our wonderful species that you like to talk about. But without the forests being taken care of, all our biodiversity is threatened. Additionally, in the face of climate change, forest reserves, or forest and vegetation cover, is the second largest sequester of carbon dioxide. So in the face of climate change, we are also talking about forest cover. Additionally, we talk about our ecosystems function, our water, our recreation, our cultural values, our history is all linked to forest, and I can go on and on. Our last land use change assessment is a very expensive process because, data is always an issue. So we have the latest land use data for the entire island. So if you're interested, it's at the Forestry Department. We're looking at 47.9% of our entire country covered with forest. This is impressive because when you look at global averages, it is 31.1%. And in the last 2013 assessment we did, it was 40%. It's not time to celebrate, however, because we find that the forest that we are seeing is highly threatened. We are gaining quality, we are gaining quantity, but we're losing quality. So under the statistics, we're looking at trends. We're used to talking about deforestation in Jamaica, but since 2013, we now have to talk about net gain in forest cover and forest degradation. And it's important for us to understand that degradation is taking place. We are losing the quality and the flagship species within our forests, and we're getting what is called a pop-down environmental system coming back at us. All right? So that in itself will lead to a high risk of reversal because we do not value this kind of pop-down vegetation that you see that we call bush, all right? So this is what we're looking at. On the bottom of the graph, our plantations that we put out for charcoal, wood, timber, it's pretty much average over the last 20 years or so. Pretty much very low quantities because we don't have that much land for plantation and we don't really have a forest industry per se. But what we have also seen is an exponential increase in forest cover since 1998 to 2023. And you would have seen that this was a part of our second NDC report under the Paris Agreement. But what is it saying to us? Not time to celebrate quite as yet. So we are observing an annual increase in growth, but the quality is not there. We're getting back secondary forests. When you cut down a whole forest and plant back trees and not getting forest, only when the canopy closes, then will I get forest and the associated ecosystem functions. We also find that the lands that we manage at the forestry department, the 120,000 hectares, the issue does not lie there, but it lies outside. 76% of all that green space that you saw on the map is in private hands. Your grandparents, you and others hold that forest land. And we have to encourage some conservation of such. As agriculture continues to decline, we have a resurgence of vegetation on that land, and that is what we are seeing as the regrowth or the expansion in the forest cover that we are seeing. If agriculture should change their mandate tomorrow, that forest cover is under high risk of reversal. What we find also, 7.9% increase, but our primary forests, which we call our broadleaf forest, it's as close to primary as we can get. We have the closed and the disturbed broadleaf. This is where we host the height of biodiversity in Jamaica. It has gained a marginal amount of 5.4%. However, secondary forest, as I mentioned, is on the increase. Threatened, highly threatened forest cover is linked to our dry limestone forests along the south coast of our country. You will see them in St. Thomas, Clarendon, and St. Elizabeth, and also our mangroves across the entire country because of infrastructure development. So, as I mentioned before, we see the conversion of our primary or quality forests going into the pop-down version or the secondary forest where biodiversity is lowest. We also find that our secondary forest, the one that is at high risk of reversal, is actually being transformed or permanently transferred into buildings and infrastructure. Just look around you and you can see that. Additionally, we find that almost 4,000 hectares of our secondary forest was also converted into small-scale agriculture. That's the story. When I unpack it at the granular level, we have some parish winners because I want to see where the forest is, where the biodiversity is. So we find that the better quality forest, you will find it in, no surprise, Trelawney, that's associated with the Cockpit Country, and Portland, which is associated with the Blue and Drunker Mountain. And of course, we will find some in St. Anne and all the way in Hanover that is linked to the Dolphin Head Mountains. Additionally, when we look at our mangroves, the bulk of our mangroves are confined to St. Thomas, not St. Thomas, but St. Catherine, Clarendon, and Westmoreland. If you remember what Prof said earlier, the South Coast is what? Highly threatened. And this is where our mangroves are that protect us from intertidal waves. Our secondary forest is growing exponentially in the parishes of St. Anne, St. Mary, and St. Catherine. And if you look at it, you can see where the housing development is taking place. This is associated with the removal of forests. And also our dry limestone forest, you will be able to see that. So, not all parishes have a net gain in forest cover. We are experiencing some level of deforestation in parishes of St. Anne, Kingston and St. Andrew, and of course, St. Catherine. But when I do the average, there is a net gain in forest island-wide. So what are the challenges or the factors affecting forest cover decline? Over every decade, the emphasis changes. In 1989 to 1998, it was agriculture and mining. In 1998 to 2013, we see that there is a gradual shift to infrastructure development and housing. Housing is the same as infrastructure development, sorry. But we realize that this was not a direct impact of our conservation efforts, but a shift in the economic tide of the country. Bauxite mining was no longer pride of place. So those areas now have the forest cover on it, and we have sustained that in time. How did we get back our forest cover? We have active participation from all the community projects that you have been involving. Certainly, you must have planted one seedling in the 3-in-3 that we had for the last 5 years. So we have active reforestation programs. We try as best as possible to encourage and roll out sustainable forest management practices, and of course, sustainable forest management, and of course, natural regeneration. Natural regen, leave the land alone and the trees will grow. So the challenges to our management will continue in the face of climate change. The drier the country gets, the trees also suffer. The less water there is to sustain the demands of a forest and the trees that you will plant. So climate change is an existential crisis for all the sectors represented here. Of course, we have resource constraints, but the good thing is that with technology changes, we can advance the practices that we use. But then these equipment that we use to gather information is very costly. There is the drivers of deforestation that is linked to our development. So we need a collaborative platform for planning and integration of national agendas. And lastly, we want to say the illegal activities continually affect our management of forests. There is the tragedy of the commons that affect our efforts in sustainable forest management. Lastly, I mentioned this slide before, but lastly, you will see there's an exponential increase in invasives across the country. Certainly in our forest reserves, you will find, not only in our forest reserve, but across the forested landscape of Jamaica, bamboo has taken over. We have seen an almost 500% increase in bamboo. We don't use bamboo as an economic crop, and it is flourishing. So parishes like Hanover has surpassed St. Andrew and St. Mary in the amount of forest, mangroves, and also Westmoreland has a significant amount of bamboo. Ironically, forestry and forestry technocrats do not consider bamboo as a forest cover in the tropics. China does, we don't. We look at bamboo as a grass, it's classified as a grass, does not contribute to our biodiversity, and it is very invasive. So, as I mentioned before, what we are seeing is an increase in forest cover, but the quality is distressing, it is decreasing. Our infrastructure is the primary source of deforestation. Our private forested areas are up for sale to the highest bidder. Just check online to see who is selling what, and you will see that the more precious lands that are forested are up for the highest prices. There is an increase in invasives, most noticeably bamboo. We have sustained afforestation initiatives with the involvement in the private sector. We see more public-private partnership, and that is good. And of course, there is a national sensitization for public reforestation and greening of public areas. So that is good. And we are working in that direction. And there's so many other challenges, but I only want to highlight one and a few of the challenges that we experience for sustainable management. To the left of the picture, you will notice that that is a cycad. We have a national outbreak of a scale insect that are affecting our cycads right now. And if without some aggressive intervention, we will lose this kind of species. And this is what we say in the face of climate change. We're expecting an expansion of fires, insects, pathogens, and diseases. And we have come face to face to this. And this cycad is very important because it's limited to a particular family within the vegetation classes. We have also the challenges that we contend with is fragmented planning. Same set of people, same stakeholders, different resources, but they are intricately linked. So there must be some collaborative planning and integration for the outcome for you, the stakeholders. That is where we need to go to address the persistent challenge of climate change. And I'm just adding my voice to Prof, who had said this in more than once, the three sides of the coin. Of course, we need more community involvement. It's not a government business to conserve and protect forests and biodiversity. It is a national issue. It's a national treasure, and we need all hands on board. And also, when we tell our story, we must talk about the value. What value is trees and forests to us? If we don't know the value, then we run the risk of removing them. And then 10 years later, we wonder the Sahara dust, why the place is so hot and the place is so dry and all of that, because we undermine the foundation of our environment that sustain our climatic conditions and give support to our biodiversity. Just an image of the challenges that we contend with over the last 5 years, and especially during the period of COVID. We'd have realized that there was a higher dependency on forests. And if you are in my reserve without a permit, it's an illegal activity. So we find that there was an increase in illegal logging. We find that persons were extracting more things from the forest, tangibles and non-timber forest products. We found that they were clearing the land for agriculture and the animals were left to roam. So any plantations that they established was at risk to the roaming animals. So we have this challenge every day that these issues that we contend with could be better managed with support from the communities and education and sensitization. In the midst of this, though, there are lots of opportunities for the sector. And of course, we need a policy and a legislative shift. We also need to talk about the values that we get beyond conservation. We do this, but what is the value to us? So there's the ecotourism sector, there's the blue and green economy, and of course, there is livelihoods. I am conserving biodiversity, I'm conserving forest cover because I'm talking about the livelihoods of Jamaicans. So in the midst of this, there is so many other things that can be done in terms of opportunities, and they're all listed here. But fundamentally, we want an integrated planning and data sharing, supporting the chair suggestions earlier. And of course, we want to be able to make more science-based decisions with the data that we have. And we want a more responsive educational institutions. So when you come out of our educational institution, you are more robust and you are ready for the challenge ahead. So it is keeping with our strategic direction for the agency, we will be revising our 10-year plan very shortly. I would like to hear from you with regards to that. We do have a national RED Plus strategy that pulls all the moving pieces together. All our stakeholders' interest is reflected in our national strategy. We want to move that ahead. And of course, we want to enhance our research and move the agenda forward with sharing our data. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Lowe. Can you give her another round of applause? Not because she kept the time, but because she shared with us a chock full of information, very critical information, important information to give us an insight in, what is happening in the forestry sector. We will now have Dr. Blythe Mallet from National Fisheries Authority to do her presentation. Welcome her, please. And as she comes, I just want to also say a special welcome to Mr. Sweeney, head of the Caribbean Sub-Regional Office of the United Environment Program. Welcome, sir.
Morning, everyone. It's afternoon. As Madam Moderator said, I'm Azra Blythe Mallet from the National Fisheries Authority, and today I'll be sharing our mission of sustainable development within the Jamaican fisheries sector. So first, we will look at fisheries management, what it is and why it is important to us. Then we will look at what is happening locally and see how that compares to what is happening on the global scale. Of course, there are challenges, so we will name a few, not dwell on them, as we try to turn these challenges into opportunities. We cannot speak about fisheries management without mentioning one of the first global instruments by FAO, which is the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fishing. Now, that actually sets the standards and principles for responsible fishing practices. But now FAO summarizes fisheries management as an integrated process of information gathering, analysis, planning, consultation, decision-making, allocation of resources, and formulation, implementation, and enforcement of fisheries regulation. So all of these complex elements are needed for good fisheries management. Now, with that definition in mind, the National Fisheries Authority, like its counterpart in the region and elsewhere in the world, has adopted a holistic approach to fisheries management with a focus on four main principles: good governance, and this establishes the foundation for fisheries management as it defines a legal framework which guides the activities needed for practical implementation. And it takes into consideration adaptive management, because we know ecosystems are dynamic and management strategies need to be flexible. Then we can move on to environmental health and sustainability. And here we speak to habitats and ecosystem integrity and increased biodiversity. And this is where our management, our marine protected areas, otherwise, well, we call them our fish sanctuaries, are highlighted as a proven management tool. Now, another key principle is the stakeholder involvement or stakeholder engagement, and this encourages participation of various stakeholders in the management process, because fisheries management is not just technical, but it considers the social, economic well-being, and other things that affect all our fishers. So partnerships are formed and a bottom-up approach is taken when we are looking at fisheries management. Now, the fourth principle, food security, and I mentioned it last, but it's of course by no means least. Did you know that fish is one of the most traded commodity globally? Well, it therefore has a lot to do with our food security and certainly high on the list for nutrition, availability, and affordability for our local consumers. Now, by now, all of us have heard about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations and its members countries. Now, these goals aim to eradicate poverty, protect the planet, ensure prosperity by 2030, which of course we're behind, but they clearly align to fisheries management, and that's why I'm mentioning it. So now, if you project fisheries management into these sustainable development goals, we can see that it contributes to a number of them, right? And not just SDG 14, Life Below Water, which has targets directly related to fisheries. It also speaks to life above water, as we also manage the users of the resources. So, for instance, number one, no poverty. Are we talking about alternative livelihoods? Number two, zero hunger. It provides an economical source of protein, or economics calls protein source, which speaks to nutrition, which of course is SDG number 3, good health and well-being. And I could touch on a few others. I mean, we speak about quality education, which we provide lifelong learning opportunities for fishers. Number 5, we empower women and girls within the sector. So you see, the Sustainable Development Goals, like the ecosystem-based approach, looks at the holistic picture. Now that we have established what fisheries management is, we know it is not just managing fish or the resources, because we're long past that. But the resources play a big part. So the National Fisheries Authority manages different types of fisheries. So we have our capture fisheries, which constitutes our industrial, artisanal, and our sports fishing. And we also have our culture fisheries, which is aquaculture, where we mainly do tilapia. But when you speak about culture fisheries, we also talk about mariculture if it is done in the sea. And we have the different gears associated with it. And we know diving, whether it's free long or assisted diving. And you're speaking about your compressor or your scuba diving, and a myriad of other gear type that is used throughout the fishery. But I want to just mention the lobster industrial fishery, which utilizes the Florida traps or the wooden slat traps for capture. So the wild-caught resources, before I move on, the wild-caught, this table really depicts the wild-caught resources from the marine environment. However, we cannot leave out our riverine species and our inland species, because we do manage those. As a matter of fact, currently we're looking at exploratory fishing for glass eels. Globally, an estimated 61.8 million persons are employed in the fisheries primary production sector. And these are mostly small-scale fishers, right, and operators. Now, Jamaica is also primarily a small-scale fishing nation, with 90% of our fishing fleet being artisanal, or what we consider to be subsistence fishing. So we have a small number of industrial and other carriers, like the packer boats, which are usually used to transport the catch. To date, the NFA has registered over 40,000 fishers Not all active, of course. And in 2023, the NFA executed a national vessel census, which accounted for 4,892 vessels, 60% of which are registered. Now, the artisanal sector is dominated by boats made of wood or a mixture of wood and fiberglass with an average dimension of 8.4 meters, which is approximately 28 feet. And they are whether mechanized or non-mechanized, but if mechanized, they are propelled by outboard engines, 25 to 75 horsepower. And our industrial vessels, they are really the deck vessels made of steel hull, 25 to 30-meter length overall, which is approximately 82 to 100 or 98.4 feet in length. A closer look at our licensing system for 2024 indicates that almost 30% of the fishers licensed were new. And we're talking about the red line and the upper, this one. The red line, and we're talking about the upper graph. The bars are for renewals. And approximately 20% of vessels licensed, which is the second graph, were new. So our licensing and registration unit has seen gradual increases with renewal of licensing for both vessels and fishers over the last 7 years. And we're talking about 2018 to 2024. And that increase has been like 19% in 2028 to 59% in 2024, which gives us an average annual increase of 30% for renewals. Let us now look at let us now look at the viability of the sector and how much it produces. We can see that capture fisheries, which is the blue line, being the main contributor, it actually mirrors the total production, which is the red line. And for 2024, we had a total production of 14,950 metric tons. But as you can see in the last 2 years, it seems to be leveling off. But look at our aquaculture, the green line at the bottom. It seems almost to be flatlining and not recording much growth. And this is concerning to us, right? And so because there is a need for economic alternatives. So the NFA has lots to do, and we have started. So a closer look at aquaculture, because we know something must be happening. It couldn't be just be flatlining like that. So we see now a closer look shows the fluctuations with a general upward trend in the sector, which we can attribute to the increased acreage of ponds across the island. Now, all these graphs, before I move on, I must tell you that all these graphs and lovely statistics and more can be found on the National Fisheries Authority's website at fisheries.gov.jm in the Jamaica Fisheries Quarterly Statistical Reports compiled by the Statistics and Data Management Unit of the NFA. And I have my colleagues here with me from that very unit. So, looking at the broader picture, so we're talking about the global context now, and this is from the FAO publication on the state of world fisheries and aquaculture, which is compiled and published every 2 years. And from this 2024 publication, we see that capture fisheries seem to have reached its maximum potential, with some fisheries being unsustainably harvested. But I want to highlight that in 2022, the global production of aquaculture reached a new world high, and aquaculture farming produced an estimated 94 million tons, and that represented 51% of the total production, and for the first time, it has surpassed capture fisheries in the history of the data collection by FAO. We already know that this was bound to happen, as aquaculture offers a viable solution to improve food security. Now the big one, challenges, and there are quite a few. From illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, otherwise known as poaching, to non-compliance in licensing and registration, habitat destruction, data collection requirements, market accessibility, climate change, larceny. Now, yes, I mentioned larceny because we are still in agriculture. And for us, whether it is that a man goes and clean out somebody's pond, or he goes and empties somebody's pot or their gear that is set at sea, it is larceny. And we have a host of other challenges that occur with enforcement and management of multi-species fisheries or even single-species fisheries. The good thing is, from these challenges, we have opportunities and room to improve. So some of these opportunities I have listed right here. So we're talking about capacity building for fishers because the NFA has instituted programs such as this one mentioned here, Safety at Sea, where the fishers learn to navigate, to use navigational instruments such as VHF radios with GPS capabilities. And we all know that they need to be communicating better with other seafarers and even provide their positions for at sea for tracking purposes because many of them just get lost. Now, this program also aims to improve swimming and diving skills of fishers because, yes, a lot of our fishers can't swim. Another initiative is the training in aquaculture food fish production, which is done in collaboration with the Heart NSTA Trust. And here they are gaining valuable skills. So we are always in tune with capacity building. Not moving back. I wanted to show you something, but all right. No. All right, so we move on. IRFINs or online licensing and registration system. And this is a quick and easy application process from anywhere in the world. As you and using simple thing like a smartphone, as long as you have data or Wi-Fi. So it is convenient to the fishers. Processing time is vastly reduced, and payments can be made online, and you can track the process, right? And even download a digital license at the end. So no more walking around with receipts. Now, a big opportunity for us came with the strengthening of our legislative framework, as it allowed for better policies and measures to be instituted, but also for enforcement of these policies. Now, our compliance unit is committed. How committed, you may ask? Looking at the last quarter for the past 2 years, there was a 79% increase in visits from our compliance team. So we are stepping up. And by the way, how many of you knew that Jamaica is a host for the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub? So in a nutshell, this hub promotes interagency cooperation to combat fisheries-related crimes across the Caribbean. And this highlights our commitment to good governance and regional cooperation in the marine conservation. And that is what NFA is all about. We can all agree, that climate change is real and it has affected our fish stocks and our way of life, hence introduction of new technologies to improve the lives of fisherfolk. Over the last year, 193 fishers from 9 different communities were trained in fish aggregating devices or pelagic fishery, and 160 fishers trained in longline fishing techniques. So we are moving away from the traditional trolling closer to shore to drop lines further from our coastal areas. And the new curriculum developed by the Hart NSTA Trust has also introduced climate resilience technique with the fisheries sector through enhanced tilapia farming. Now let us look at the opportunity to improve data collection by the NFA. And this was seen with the revision of our national sampling plan, because it has allowed us to increase the accuracy and reliability of the information we put out. And this is reflected in our statistical reports found on the National Fisheries Authority website. Development of new underutilized fisheries. We make mention of oyster culture and sea moss culture. And for oysters, we had introduced oyster culture to 2 communities in the western region of the island. And sea moss, dubbed our new superfoods. We are really improving in that area. Guidelines for the fishery are in place and permits are being issued. So you can contact the NFA for further information or just ask at the booth. They will have everything in place. Our RAS system, which is our recirculating aquaculture system, is a state-of-the-art biosecurity and improved capability, and has improved capability to produce 5 million fry. Now, with that intensive production, we can segue right into our plans for the aquaculture parks, which we plan to do in Amity Hall, St. Thomas, in the near future. So there are other projects underway to expand our aquaculture hatchery and diversify the species produced, such as bassa production, macrobracum, and other species. And for marketing and promotion of the fishery, special mention is made of aquaculture, because we have been promoting our tilapia for the past over the past year. We have had intensive promotion. We had a tilapia campaign, and it's still ongoing on social media. And we had it on the radio, television. You must have seen the ad somewhere or somehow. And at most events, including today, so you can just ask at the booth and they will tell you all about it. Now, the uptake has not been what we want it to be. The benefits are numerous. Just ask at the booth. They will tell you. And not to mention the different ways it can be prepared, because we know that we are a marine food, a seafood or a marine fish country. We have a culture of that, but tilapia is the way to go. We also must make mention of our Queen Kong fishery when we speak about marketing and promotion, because it is one of the best managed fishery worldwide, as we know, and that is reflected by Jamaica being the first conch fishery granted MSC certification worldwide. And this Marine Stewardship Council certification again highlights our commitment to sustainable fishing practices, and this seal of approval is recognized globally and has opened up the doors for the Jamaica Conch Cluster, which uses the label to access markets where sustainable fishing and processing is a priority. Now, this is just a visual take on some of the opportunities where we have our IRFINs or online registration or capacity building, CMOS, aquaculture expansion. Now, there are other opportunities such as cage culture and the use of sargassum. However, the work of the National Fisheries Authority continues as we aim to sustainably manage our fishing, our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's a mouthful. On fisheries sector. Okay, we're going to move right into the presentation by Ms. Comock, Director with the Institute of Jamaica. Could you welcome her, please?
Thank you, and good afternoon. I almost think I need to tell people or ask people if they need to stretch. You think you need to stretch, take a stretch. But I mean, seriously, stretch. Because we've been sitting for a long time. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank NEPA for inviting the Institute of Jamaica and for organizing this symposium. It really is an important event. So I'm with the Institute of Jamaica, and for persons who don't know, the Institute of Jamaica is an agency under the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. Our executive director is here today, Mrs. Creed Nelson. I'd just like to acknowledge Mrs. Creed Nelson. So there are many museums that fall under the Institute of Jamaica. The National Gallery is one of our museums, the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, National Museum, and I could go on. But today I'm going to focus on the Natural History Museum of Jamaica, where I'm from. And after this slide, I will call Natural History NHMJ and the Institute IOJ. Next. Oh, I'm responsible for my slides. Okay, so the Institute of Jamaica was founded when Jamaica was under colonial rule. And because of this, a lot of species and specimens that were collected were shipped out of the island to Britain. With the 1978 Act, we were empowered to legally collect specimens on behalf of the people of Jamaica, and so on building the capacity of our natives, our nations, to document, preserve, and interpret our natural heritage ourselves. Is there anybody in the room who didn't hear about the repatriation of the Jamaican galley wasp? So I'm assuming you all heard about it. Okay, and I'm hoping that you're all proud of this. Before the galley wasp was repatriated, all we had was that sketch of the galley wasp in our collection. So again, because we were a colony of Britain, a lot of species were shipped out of the country and we were left with just a sketch. So now that the specimen is back, we know, there are herpetologists in the room who want to find it, but we think it is extinct. Having the specimen back gives us the opportunity to study a specimen of a native and endemic species right here in our country. Recently, we had a panel discussion and the signing of an MOU between the Institute of Jamaica and the University of the West Indies for us to keep this specimen in our collection. All right, so the Natural History Museum of Jamaica, our mission is to research, document, preserve, protect, and disseminate information on Jamaica's natural scientific heritage, and to function as the repository for Jamaican flora and fauna. So we keep national collections. Our departments, mainly the biological collections, our science library, education unit, the Jamaica Clearinghouse mechanism, our field stations, and administration. So we have about 26 members of staff that include researchers, education officers, librarians, etc. So our botanical collections, we have over 130,000 plant specimens. And these are specimens not only from Jamaica, all over the world, and they're preserved on herbarium sheets in cabinets, as you see right there. The collection has international recognition, and it includes groups such as ferns, orchids, bromeliads, and even fungi that are no longer classified as plants. And this is just an example of some of the ways that we keep specimens in the collections. Zoological collections, again, the National Collections of Jamaica preserve specimens of over 100,000 specimens and include groups such as birds, insects, amphibians, and reptiles. And we continue to collect specimens made by our research staff. But I should add that anyone who is issued a research permit by NEPA and have to collect specimens are mandated to deposit specimens in the national collections. So that way we build and make sure that if they leave with something, you know, that we have duplicates here. And if it's something that is only found, if it's a specimen that's only found here, they can get it on loan, but it belongs to the nation. All right, so our botanical and zoological collections, they support biodiversity conservation in many ways. We digitize and store data, and Dr. Taylor spoke about, Prof. Taylor spoke about data, but our specimens have important data and information that we need to have for conservation of biodiversity. We do research and species identification, so staff research species out in the field and provide information to the collections. We also have a lot of collaborative projects with others. So we work with government agencies, other universities, other research institutions to ensure that we do research, that we have conservation initiatives that takes place as well. Policy and scientific support, we have expertise on staff. So we have members of staff who are ornithologists, entomologists or botanists, and some of them are actually in the room. And those persons sit on important committees in Jamaica and even international committees. So we inform policies, we inform other research. Our science library. So it's a special library. It's not a lending library, but our library has information connected to conservation of biodiversity. So it talks about species. We have not just books and publications, we have maps, we have illustrations, we have paintings, and we have photographs. And in our library, we also have staff who repair and restore some of our special collections. In terms of all the collections, sorry, let me just quickly move through another slide for library. So we have information and access and support. We have customized reference, and we have data management and curation support. And I'm indicated there how that is done. The library also helps with our education outreach and promoting digital repositories. So we use a management system called COHA for our library. And we also use a management system for specimens. We're using Specify at the moment. I need to note here that all our collections, both the scientific and the publications collections, that we use international standards, we use archival material, we keep controlled environments for these collections. So we monitor the temperature, we monitor the humidity, and all of those things take a lot of resources, time and energy, and specialized staff also to make sure that the collections are well cared. And we're not just caring for them for ourselves, we're making sure that the collections are around for, you know, future generations. The most recent department of the Institute of Jamaica, of the Natural History Museum, is the Jamaica Clearinghouse Mechanism. And the Jamaica Clearinghouse Mechanism is, as it says right there, a national biodiversity information network that supports the implementation of the CBD in Jamaica. So in terms of biodiversity conservation, we have knowledge management and information sharing. And several persons were, well, Donna spoke about the invasive bamboo. There is a invasive species database, and that is managed through the CHM. They support international environmental agreements, so they assist in fulfilling Jamaica's obligations under the CBD by contributing to national reports. Technical cooperation and networking, that is very, very important. So we continue to sit along with other researchers in the division on several national working groups. So there's an invasive alien species working group. There's a biodiversity committee. Some of us sit on the Scientific Authority for CITES, the Endangered Species Working Group, and I could go on and on. Public education and capacity building. also done through the CHM, but we also have an education department that does that. Next slide, I'm showing you just how the CHM contributes to articles of the convention. I don't think I need to go through all of them in the interest of time, but that is also there. Our education department, a very important part of biodiversity conservation is public awareness. People have to know that we have species of interest. People have to know not to harm the species that we have, protect them. Some of them aren't harmful, you know. So that's something that we really have to build in our people. And we start from very early ages. So we have projects and programs that target the very young babies, preschoolers, and then we go right up to people like me and beyond. So we use exhibitions, educational programs, outreach. We also have workshops. So we had a workshop recently where kids and adults were building bird feeders. We have a summer workshop. We have competitions. We used to have an Earth Day competition every year, and we have other competitions to kind of engage people to do things to protect the environment. And then we also have museum resource development. So in terms of media support, the education department ensures that we raise awareness, and not just through print, but also to use what is there in social media. And the Natural History Museum is present on all those platforms. And this slide just shows you how you find us and what we're doing, and on YouTube, on X, on AnyFlip, Facebook, Instagram, etc. Okay. This slide, it's still corrupted, but this slide is showing it had three, but two images from a former exhibition that we had in the Discovery Room. And I'm sorry that I can't show, but this one, huh? No, it's not showing. The one to the top right was showing some extinct species that we have in the collections. So we have records of specimens or species that once were found in Jamaica, no longer found, but we have them in our collections. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize or kind of give some promotion to an upcoming exhibition. This is an exhibition being done in collaboration with NEPA, Bat Conservation International, and the Natural History Museum. It's going to be an exhibition on Jamaican bats, and it's going to open in another couple of weeks. That is another way to inform people of our species and want them, get them to want to protect them. I spoke about the fact that we manage a protected area. The protected area is called the Mason River Protected Area. It is located on the borders of St. Anne and Clarendon. It is known for its wetland features and unique biodiversity. And as indicated there, it's a game sanctuary. It's a protected area. It's a protected national heritage, and it's a Ramsar site. And this site gives us, as researchers in the museum, an opportunity to practice in situ conservation. It allows us to collaborate with others, and other researchers on island and from overseas come and conduct research at the site. So these are some of the species that you'll find on the property. The lovely pink flower is called a Jamaican rose, and that is an endemic plant. And to your lower right, that is our native sundew. It's an insectivorous plant, so it digests small insects to keep itself alive. And then these are two birds that are found on the property. And several years ago, we actually had a member of staff, Dr. Davis is in the room, who conducted a survey, an avifauna survey, to document what birds are found on the property. We do projects. The two photos at the top show that we have an invasive fern on the property. And we have a project, projects targeting the removal of these invasive species. And NEPA has provided a lot of support. They've funded us for several years to have this fern. It has to be removed manually. And also the Jamaica Conservation Partners have worked with us to not only remove the fern, but they've gone a little further and produced this book called Fun with Nature. We've also received funding. Well, it didn't come directly to us, but we partner. We have to be very creative because some funders don't give directly to government agencies or a government agency. So we've partnered with the Clarendon Parish Benevolent Society. Their full name is there. They were able to get a GEF Small Grants Fund to do some work on the property, and it included producing brochures and signage for the property, and also working on the ramp. There's a project under the leadership of PIOG and NEPA, funded by the EU. Just move on to that. Jamaica Hills to Ocean project, and under this project, the field station was able to have a hydrology study conducted. We've got some fencing, and there should be some solid waste removal of what you're seeing in that other picture is when they dig up, because they have to manually dig up the invasive fern, and then it stays there to dry, but we need to then remove it from the property so that it doesn't continue to grow. Publications is a very crucial thing that we need to do. We need to inform people not only through exhibitions and outreach projects, but we need to document what we're doing. So the Institute of Jamaica has a academic journal, publishes an academic journal called the Jamaica Journal. And the NHMJ is responsible for the back page of this journal to, as you can see, put on anything related to biodiversity and our species. So we try and do that at every single time that the journal is published. The last journal that was published, or the most recent journal, the one to your left, that lady on the front, we had an article on the lignum vitae. Lignum vitae is our national flower. Our lignum vitae is under threat in some ways. It's a CITES species and Appendix 2. And so we're just building awareness about our lignum vitae. And I'm sure the forestry department also has programs where they're encouraging persons to plant more of our national flower. Other publications out of the division by members of our research staff include like these two book chapters and endemic trees. The author for that is also in the room, Karen Campbell, and Conserving Jamaica's Wild Cherry. That's another endemic species. We also publish in other peer-reviewed journals. Again, have something there by Dr. Dion Newell on biodiversity knowledge and conservation awareness. And I know somebody spoke about the communities. Was it you, Donna? That we need to work more with communities. That speaks to that. And two other articles in research journals. So I think I wrapped up in quick time, but I hope my presentation has given you a little more information on what we do in the museum and the activities that we do. We have a booth outside, and there are members of staff also in here that you can interact with and learn more about what we're doing, and we look forward to seeing you. So we're encouraging you to visit Institute of Jamaica. Oh, they took down my last slide that had on our email address, etc. But yeah, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kamok. Okay, we have our last presentation under this thematic area, biodiversity conservation. Ms. Chantel Parkins from the University of the West Indies. Welcome her, please. Thank you. And believe it or not, after she's through, we are probably going to only take just a few questions if you have them. And then we will move to just a little giveaway, and we have another one to do. And that one I'm going to ask the presenters to, we're going to have to cut it down a bit. I know you prepared, but we're going to have to cut down on some of the time because we're actually running behind. So over to you, Chantal.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and happy National Environment Day. It is a pleasure to be here and to always have the opportunity to be in gatherings like this, because I like to hear what is going on in our space, which I don't think we do a lot of generally. And also a lot of business gets done in the break time and the lunchtime, speaking with everyone. We may think about the work that we left at our desk, but it's fine, we got business done today. So I've been asked to represent the University of the West Indies, specifically the Department of Life Sciences, to speak about some of the work that we have been doing in our marine space, especially with our marine scientists and marine centers. So I will give a brief overview on the Department of Life Sciences, some of the research that we have going on, and how we utilize outreach and science communication as a main pillar for marine conservation. So the Department of Life Sciences is within the Faculty of Science and Technology, and for some of us, we were there before it was known as the Faculty of Science and Technology. I'm sure a lot of us here are UEPAS students. You may have attended when it was the Pure and Applied Faculty. And before that, any NatSci alumni, woot woot? Yes, love it. All right, so the Department of Life Sciences is what stems from the Department of Zoology. It changed name in 1995. So this version of the department is about 30 years old. We have a staff complement of academics of about 25 persons, but we do have a nice group of technical and administrative staff, as well as postgraduate students who are doing work on the natural environment. This is just a very short list of some of the work going on. We may look at pest management through Dr. Robinson, as it relates to the coffee bearer borer, which is an insect that is a cause for concern for our coffee beans. We may also look at merging and bridging the gap between traditional science through community involvement, as well as scientific knowledge through persons like Prof. Vanderbroek, how we look at ethnography. But what I've been asked to do is to look at marine research and conservation. So a bit of background, the UE was founded in 1948, and the University of the West Indies owns and operates the Center for Marine Sciences, which oversees and manages the Discovery Bay Marine Lab, which was founded in 1965. And prior to that, the Port Royal Marine Lab, where I am based, which was founded in November 1955. So you can see that within a decade of the university being founded, there was a thrust to look at what is in our marine space and to document these different plants and animals and the status of our ecosystem. Right now, what we like to consider our drivers of science, we would look at climate change, which is said to be the #1 threat to mankind. Pollution, of course, the most visible one is solid waste, but we have to think about the things that we cannot see in our water spaces, high nutrients and sewage getting into those areas, coastal development and activities, as well as fishing habits. So I will look at firstly our coral reef efforts. Usually you'll hear us speaking most about our mangrove health, but coral reefs are at the forefront of the agenda right now, as many different things are happening in that space. Within the past 6 years, even though it has been ongoing for decades prior, our reefs in Jamaica have, in essence, had a series of unfortunate events in very quick succession. We can look at the variety of diseases that have been introduced and defined in our reef space. The most recent ones that you would have heard a few years back is the stony coral tissue loss disease, which impacts a variety of coral species, and you'll see a rapid decline in reef or coral health immediately after. We can think about the 2022 region-wide die-off of the long-spined black urchin, which is in that middle picture there, which was region-wide and defined to be caused by a very small microorganism, which we believe had an impact on these same urchins as early as the 1980s. And even though we don't love to see it on our reefs or at the beach, they're one of our key herbivorous species. We call them a keystone species. Without a healthy population of these urchins, you start to see our reef health being compromised. Fast forward to 2023, we realized that our waters were getting severely warm. And early 2024, it was announced that we were having a global mass bleaching event. And all of that is to put into context that right now our national average for coral cover is about 13.5%, which is relatively low. It is not unique to Jamaica. We have many different countries that have a low coral cover. And so we had to look at the status of our reefs, especially in Port Royal. Reason being, the Port Royal Keys are close to our city center. A lot of different activities happen in these areas. However, we don't have a lot of information on the Port Royal Keys in the sense that it is a very under-researched area and it's very hard to find publications in that area. Stemming from the 2023 bleaching event, the Port Royal Marine Lab decided to do some bleaching studies. This graph at the bottom here is a temperature logger that is at one of our deeper sites that we're tracking temperature. It's about 35 feet deep on the Port Royal barrier, which is about a 30-minute drive from the town of Port Royal by boat. Now, that area, you don't expect it to get very, very warm at 35 feet, but the beginning of that graph is in May. And if you were to zoom in on that graph, as early as May, we were seeing temperatures of about 28, 29 degrees Celsius. Corals have an optimal range of about 23 to 29 degrees Celsius. And as early as May, we were on the upper threshold of that thermal range. Fast forward to the end of the graph, which is about September, just a month prior, it was a degree warmer. And what we also noted as a cause for concern is that those night temperatures weren't dropping enough to have some sort of reprieve for the corals. And so within quick succession, you would have what we call or bleaching of corals. Now, bleaching, just to note, it doesn't mean that the coral is dead, it's stressed. If you remove those stressors, eventually the coral can invite or re-invite its symbiotic algae that lives inside it and provides it with food. However, if the temperatures and the stressors persist, we have a problem. So in our survey of 5 sites within the protected area, we noticed a low coral cover and a low species diversity. So you may have a low cover or low number of different coral species, but most of our areas were being dominated by 1 and 2 types of corals, which means that if things were to happen like diseases and any stress, and it was targeting specific species, you can have rapid decline in reef health. All of the corals, or most of the corals that we noted in these surveys, 60 to 90% of those corals that we observed were bleached. So this would have been a picture that we took at one of our sites. So moving forward, we have to think of how our reefscape will look in the future. Some of our corals are what we call 3-dimensional and key framework building. The more 3D the reef is, it is assumed that it is healthier, and the more goods and services it can provide. Fish like those spaces in between the branching corals to occupy, as opposed to a reef that is more flat where you don't have a lot of spaces for those fish to occupy. So stemming from our surveys in the 2023 bleaching event, and the work that was going on by my fellow colleagues around the island outside of UWI, there was in essence a call to action from NEPA to engage in a coral tagging project. And the objectives of that project, which we are about to start, is to map and tag threatened coral species. In essence, after the bleaching event, what is the status of our reefs? Which coral species survive? Because that can now give us insight into the resilience of corals post-bleaching event. And this can help to inform target conservation efforts. Also tied to some of our rehabilitation work, and I should note, even though you see it say restoration, we need to move away from the term restoration. What we are using now is rehabilitation. Restoration assumes that the stressor will be removed in your efforts. It is almost guaranteed that we cannot 100% remove all of our stressors from any ecosystem that we have. Coral reefs, mangroves, seagrass beds, tropical forests, and so on. And so what we're looking at is rehabilitation. How can we manage some of these stressors and help to improve some of those ecosystem functions that we would have lost during these different events? So one of the activities that we are looking at right now is from a ship grounding event that happened in 2012. A ship, during bad weather, broke free of its tug in the Port Royal Keys and ran aground on the reef. That ship was there for about a month, physically damaging about 5,000 meters of reef area and compromising that space. After some lengthy deliberations with different agencies, including NEPA and the shipping company, it was decided to rehabilitate this area. And so through the University of the West Indies, we are engaging in coral gardening and outplanting. So coral gardening, in essence, is using your coral nursery. You're taking fragments from parent colonies and growing them on a nursery to a certain size, and then you carry them to your degraded area and outplant. We're also doing a bit of what we call substrate stabilization. In the picture at the top, you'd have seen loose pieces of corals and reef, where if you have high wave energy, those are things that can begin to roll on the seafloor and will basically negate some of the rehabilitation work that you're doing. So we also have to take that into consideration. A part of this project, which was alluded to, the need for community involvement, one of the main objectives of this activity is to involve the community. And through this project, we were able to certify as open water scuba divers members of the Port Royal community. And they are persons who we will ask to assist us in our rehabilitation efforts. We've also been approached last week by the fishing community of Port Royal, who members we have used in various projects prior, mostly mangrove work, but now they're interested in assisting either time, equipment such as boats to come out and assist in these rehabilitation efforts. So that's very good. As a university as well, this puts us in a wonderful position of conducting science with our rehabilitation. How can we look at the output or results of natural recovery versus active intervention, which is what we're doing on the site? And also it allows us to test novel techniques and test our rehabilitation efforts to other activities that are happening, not only in Jamaica, but in other countries as well in our reef systems. So that is our focus on reef work. Now this slide here, I've only put 3. As some of my coral colleagues will know, this could have been the 15-minute presentation. It is very hard for a reef scientist and a practitioner. The bleaching event, of course, significantly compromised the health of our reefs and also reduced the amount of material that you could potentially use in a rehabilitation effort. For us, especially, the weather is a very limiting factor. You can only operate efficiently, I would say, in certain months of the year. You don't want to do too much work in the summer months because in the summer it gets warmer. They're already trying to manage dealing with those warmer waters. you now coming to take material from them is doing or introducing some amount of stress. And then the third one that I have here is stressors. We need to go beyond, which I will say that a lot of the practitioners in Jamaica have gone beyond just coral gardening for coral gardening's sake. We have to think about how are we going to rehabilitate spaces while stressors are still persisting. So those are some of the challenges that we have. Another activity that we have, which is through our sister lab in Discovery Bay, is the Queen Conch Conservation or Head Start program. So the Queen Conch fishery, Queen Conch is ecologically important. It lives mostly in seagrass areas. They feed on detritus, which is dead and decaying material, which is very important for removing out of the ecosystem. And they also graze on seagrass and algae. So that can help to improve productivity. Imagine pruning your plants in your garden. These can't go around these seagrass beds and help to keep everything under control. We mentioned the commercial value earlier. Queen conch is one of our highly sought after species and one of our main exporters and money earner in the fisheries space. However, it is susceptible to high fishing pressure to the point where there was an extended closure of the conch fishing season a few years back. Fast forward, the Discovery Bay Marine Lab, in partnership with the Florida Atlantic University and the Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institute, looked at the possibilities of setting up a mobile hatchery in Jamaica just to rear queen conch. And that is this mobile conch unit that you're seeing in the picture here. The idea is that it is solar powered, and it has the capacity to either run its saltwater system either as a flow through, meaning water comes in, water goes out constantly, or a recirculation tank, kind of like a fish tank at home, where you would change the water ever so frequently. But the idea is that we are head starting for education, research, restoration, and a sustainable seafood fishery. So this project started in 2023 with a few objectives. The first one is to establish an ex situ conch spawning lab at the Discovery Bay Marine Lab, which started just about a year ago. We grow our conch from egg mass through to early juvenile. So egg mass, queen conch naturally produce an egg mass, which is a collection like an egg bundle of about 400,000 eggs in that one mass that can fit in the palm of your hand. For the purposes of this project, we take only about 1/8 of that egg mass to bring it back to the lab at Discovery Bay. And through incubation and rearing, we're able to hatch conch in that lab. So this conch that you're seeing is about 8 days old. So you would only be able to see this under the microscope. And as it gets bigger, you will see the eyes starting to get bigger, and it basically grows into its body. Another objective, ensuring technology transfer and training to Jamaicans, especially fishermen, on the importance of conch, facilitating teaching on the importance to students as well. Both labs are engaged heavily in outreach, and also facilitate discussions with our partnering special fishery conservation areas. So right now we are operating out of the Discovery Bay Marine Lab and that special protected area. But what if we could duplicate these efforts in our other special fishery conservation efforts to increase the scale? This is one of the objectives of that project. To date, which is about 9 months down the road, we have metamorphosed about 90 conch. So we have 90 conch in the lab right now. They're about smaller than the digit of one of your fingers, very tiny. We've also released about 40,000 larvae into the special fishery conservation area around Discovery Bay. So that is very good. We've had some challenges. Some of our challenges include the length of time it took to clear some of this equipment from customs, a lot of the things we had to bring into the country, including the unit itself. And Discovery Bay is not down the road, so we had to figure out the logistics of getting that unit to the lab. We had a delayed start because of some of these challenges with shipping and logistics. Discovery Bay, because we have a lot of what we call freshwater upwellings, we have a lot of water coming in from our more montane areas into the bay. We also have a very high silt intake. And the conch, especially at that veliger or larvae stage, they're very sensitive to high sedimentation, high temperature. So even though we filter our water at the lab, we had to buy additional mesh fittings to put over a lot of our fixtures to reduce some of that silt intake. And last year we had some unusual warm waters in our bay. The optimal range for the conch is about 27 to 29 degrees Celsius within the water. Within the unit of the lab and the water itself, we had a high of 32 degrees last year. And so it slowed down the amount of larvae that were being formed in the lab. Nonetheless, we were able to get some, we have about 90 conch right now that are about 8 months old in the lab. And they'll spend about another 4 months before we release them into the waters. Lastly, it will be remiss of the university to not mention science communication as a pillar for conservation. Both labs are heavily involved in outreach programs. The Port Royal Marine Lab receives approximately 4,500 visitors, mostly school groups, to the lab. Almost every day for the school year, there is a group at the lab. One of the conservation and communication efforts that we have is the Jamming program, which is Jamaican Awareness for Mangroves in Nature. And that started in 2014 as a partnership between the University of the West Indies and the Khalid bin Sultan organization. Through our efforts, we were able to expand to other marine labs in Jamaica and even outside of the country to Bahamas. And in essence, what we're doing is building greater environmental stewardship for our mangrove areas. So we do that in 3 phases. We will take on specific schools for the entire school year. And we start off by introducing them to what mangroves are, why they are important. They also get to grow mangroves in their lab for most of the school year. And then we finish up by going out into a naturally or a degraded area nearby the lab to do some outplanting and rehabilitation work. And they'll do monitoring from classroom all the way to a couple of weeks and months after we do the outplanting in our forested areas. At the Port Royal Marine Lab as well, we have a biodiversity center. Now for both labs, a lot of our syllabi in Jamaica especially focuses on the environment. If you look at the biology syllabus, it specifically asks them to study the marine environment. Now, you can disagree with me if you want. We live on an island, we're not very water friendly. We love to go to the beach, we're staying on the beach. We're not very adventurous when it comes to going in the water. And so these outreach activities provide the perfect opportunity for persons to learn more about the marine environment. For a lot of them, when they come to the lab, it's the first time they're going on a boat ever. When they come into the center and we have seahorses on display, that's real. That is one of the popular questions we get when they see a seahorse. They've only seen seahorses on TV or in a book. And we can't expect persons to want to protect something they don't know about. And that is why science communication needs to be a pillar of conservation and incorporated into a lot of our activities. We can do stuff, but how do we make science and our research and our data palatable for the general public? We need to involve them more. And so I think I will finish with that statement. And I'm sure, as Madam Chairperson said, we'll be open to questions in a little bit. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Parkins. Okay, so I've been checking because I know time has been going. Lunch is not quite ready. So with your permission, I will just move into the next set of presentations. we only have 2 of the 4 presenters here, so hopefully we can wrap up that section quickly. Do we have any questions? Any questions? Go ahead and keep.
Get some help.
Yeah. Do we have any roving mics?
Oh, yes. Hi,
Okay.
my name is Jonah Wright Smelly. I'm with the Jamaica Environment Trust.
Yes.
I have a question for NFA, National Fisheries. So, of course, under the theme combating plastic pollution, we have observed that a growing problem is ghost gear. So I saw in your presentation that you guys have a project that actually helps fishers to track their gear now. So seeing that year, if I'm mistaken, that's correct. Yeah. So do you guys have any systems in place that helps fishers to log the gear that they have lost, as well as to retrieve the lost ghost gear, as we know, it does contribute to the growing plastic problem? And my second question, sorry, as it pertains to the same growing plastic problem, we have observed, I'm sure, you know, the Marine Lab could probably back it up, the growing problem of bioaccumulation, meaning the plastics that are found in the stomach of fish that we consume. So I just wanted to know if you guys have any information on that. Have you guys been tracking it, etc.? Or are you trying to tackle that problem? Or do you have any programs in place that is currently trying to tackle that problem?
Hi. So no, I did not mention any program for the retrieval of lost gear. However, we do, I think there was a pilot project last year where Rescue Net was introduced in several communities across the island, where the gear, there was a particular device that could be attached to the gear and it can be timed, right? So that would have helped with retrieval of lost and abandoned gear. However, we are also looking at the marking of gear, because what we have realized is because most of these gear, especially after a hurricane or natural disaster, we realize that most of the fishers, because you can't track the gear, they don't even bother to look for it. So we are looking at a project, upcoming project, looking at marking the gear so that they can be traced, right? So looking at traceability so they can, the gear owners will then be more prone and putting in fines and so on if they are just discarded, where, you know, it is breaking down after X amount of years. So they just leave it to the will of the oceans. So we are looking at that currently. As for looking at the plastic, the second question, the plastic bags.
Bioaccumulation. So it's not just plastic bags, just anything that is considered microplastics. Yeah.
So no. What we have remember the Fisheries Authority, the National Fisheries Authority does not actually look at, so you'll need for bioaccumulation, whether it is by natural environmental contaminants. So we're talking about the different algae that produces things, even mercury content. We are more policy makers or regulatory, so we do not look at the food safety part of it. Food safety comes under the ambit of the Veterinary Services Division. And I know, for instance, that they actually look at shellfish poisonings. And they may, at some point, have been looking at mercury accumulation or accumulation of natural contaminants, environmental contaminants, such as the trace elements. But I am not sure about plastics. But as I said, they are the food safety part of the ministry.
Okay, that covers the response. I am going to, well, I mean, persons are aware that you're now familiar with our presenters, and you can also reach out to the different entities and, get additional information. So I saw a hand in the back. Okay. You can go ahead with your question.
Okay, my question is to the Natural History Museum. What's the process for a normal person want to deposit something at the museum? And second thing, in regard to what you mentioned about the giant gallows, if for example I see something that look like a giant
Gallows?
gallows, that we hope that is not extinct, and I should confess I'm one of the researchers on it, that we are trying to get as much people out there looking at it. What's the process of reporting it to the museum?
Contact, sorry, another mic is open. Getting a few.
It's all. Or is there a phone?
Hello. All right, so for the first one, Damien, and that's Damien Rooster for people who don't know. If you're collecting a specimen to deposit in the museum, it has to have certain information. So we need to know where you collected it, if you have GPS recordings for it, if it was preserved properly. So it depends on if it's a plant or an animal, how it is pressed or preserved. If it's some animals need to be put in alcohol, etc. We need to know the date it was collected. So there's a long list of things that we need to know if it is to be placed in the collections. Okay. In terms of what was the other, does that answer your question? And persons can just call us or come down with it, or before they go and collect it, get some kind of guidance from us as to what they should. Sometimes people come in with specimens that they want us to identify. If you come with a tree, a piece of leaf, and it doesn't have a flower, I mean, unless Karen is feeling like a magician on that day, he may not be able to identify. So there's certain things that we need to have to identify plants, and also the same for animals. Does that answer it, Damien? And then for the gallywasp that you want to find, you tell me. I mean, if somebody found a gallywasp, we keep saying that they don't bite, right? They don't bite and they're not poisonous. So don't kill them. So what would you want them to do? Take a picture, and send it to me, and then send it to you. So the herpetologists, we don't have any special herpetologists at the Institute of Jamaica. So collaboration is good. So there's Damien, there's Damani at NEPA, there's other persons who worked on lizards in the past, but the collaboration is good. So, and Damien, you know that if they did collect something, that we would possibly reach out to you. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, we have another.
All right, good afternoon. Taking a page out of fisheries, my recommendation is to Donna. Juxtaposed to aquaculture. We saw where Prof. Taylor spoke about the heat and us moving away from the coastlines. We speak about how the deterioration of the forests and there being more of our secondary forest than our primary forest. So, bias, I will admit. I think we need to put more effort into our urban ecology. You spoke about the forest and the closure of the leaves and stuff to create a forest and create a canopy. So us creating that urban ecology and creating those green corridors is a way for us to go to help in combating climate change. And so encouraging forestry department to encourage us to go into that direction in terms of management of our forests.
I appreciate the recommendation. Forestry Department right now is creating baselines of urban or forest cover for all peri-urban and urban areas. So we will be able to tell you whether you are increasing or decreasing these based on the changes and the activities that are going on to support development and ecological conservation. Additionally, we want to move beyond just telling you the volume, but the quantity. So we'll be looking at species distribution. So we have deployed technologies. We are going to be using our LiDAR cameras coming shortly, supported by a project coming out of UNDP. And we also have the Mangrove Plus project that has afforded us another camera. So we will be able to get more granular details on species distribution.
Okay. All right, we'll take one last question. You can go ahead, sir. Can you speak in the mic? Yeah.
Are there any plans or themes or directions or particularly incentives or support mechanisms for private properties like disused agricultural lands or even existing hotels to get into sort of native species rewilding within landscaping or just within just rather than the encroachment of invasives and sort of less interesting landscapes as they mature?
Okay, all right. So as I mentioned, the majority of forest cover is in private hands, 73%. So at any given point in time, our populace can shift the narrative. So we must come up with efforts and incentives to encourage protection of such a precious landscape. So in-house right now, we have a program that looks at annual tax remission for areas that are under established forest cover. So you go through a process of developing a management plan for the area, and then we discuss your intentions for that area with the minister, and then goes up to the highest level within government, and it can be declared as a private protected area. You still retain your rights, you still retain whatever you need to do because you'd have outlined that in the management plan. And subsequent to that, on an annual basis, we do a rapid assessment to see whether or not you are abiding by the terms and conditions within your management plan. And then you will get your annual tax remissions. That is what we have now. For persons with lands that are not quite forested, we have a private forest planting program where we provide you with the technical expertise. I have a representation from forestry, my silviculturists, who will ensure that the species match your area and your intent. So we are planting for success. Forestry is a long-term solution to climate change and food security and so forth. So we have to ensure from the outset that the selection matches the site in terms of soil specificity, rainfall patterns, slope, and so forth. So we have that program where we provide you with technical expertise and seedlings. That is it for now. We are exploring other incentives because we know that the tax incentive is not attractive enough because we have not been getting the numbers of persons joining this incentive program. To date, we have had 5 such, the latest being Gwango Lodge in St. Thomas that has over 300 hectares being declared as a private forest management area. So the message is still going out. Information is on our website, but a word of mouth and the experience that you have had and the benefits can be shared. That's what we do have for private persons.
Okay. I hope those questions were answered well, but for those who wish to have additional questions or wish to gather any other information, the persons are here. You can take their names and you can reach out to them. Okay, thank you, presenters, for this session. I am just gonna, in the interest of time, we're just gonna place the tokens of gratitude to you. Thank you all. Can you give them a round of applause? Being handed out by Kevin Willocks and Shania Stevens. Can I just have Can we just have one picture being taken and then we just sit? You can remain seated. Yes. Okay, so lunch. Oh, wow. So I've just been advised that lunch is going to be ready at 2. So we're just going to try and wrap up the next session. All right. At this time, I'm going to invite Janelle to come and do the 2 questions. We have 2 giveaways. One of the questions is for a student and another is for our adult participants. So can you do that quickly for me? And in the meantime as well, can the presenters for the next session head up here? We're going to be having that. It's going to be on pollution and waste management. Mr. Edson Carr, I understand, and we have a representative. I understand the representative from Juicy is here on behalf of our Custos. And we also have Jade Ashley Carberry, who will be representing Grace Kennedy. So you can just head to the front for me in the meantime. And over to you, Janelle.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just testing our engagement, just testing our active listening today. So I have 2 questions, one for any adult and then one for any of the students from the schools that are with us today. So for the adults, your question is, what was the loss of forest cover previously driven by before its present influence, by infrastructural development? Basically, let me re-ask, sorry. Loss of forest cover was previously influenced by what, but is now driven by infrastructural development? Sorry, down the end, in the white. Mining and? Yes. So you can just come for your prize at any point during the day. And for the students, your question is, true or false? That's not a question. Fish is the most traded commodity globally. True? Yes, correct. Thank you, everyone. You can come and collect. Yes. Okay, so please, we'll be having 2 more questions, one for adults, one for students for each of the sections. So just keep listening so that you can win your swag bag. Thank you.
Yes, so the student who answered, you can collect your token. Okay, as we move into the next session, anyone wants to stand and just stretch a little bit? No? Okay, they seem to be fine. All right. So we now have our segment on pollution and waste management. Very interesting section. Mentions were made before about solid waste being our major pollution, but we do have the silent pollutants as well. You have it in the air and you have it all around us. We have presenting from the National Solid Waste Management Authority, Mr. Edson Carr, Manager Projects and Planning. Then we will have representing the Honorable Edith Chin, Custos Rotulorum. We have representing her, oh, I don't have any. I'm sorry. All right, let me understand this for me. We have representing the Grace Kennedy on behalf of Miss Carolyn Mafood, Miss Jade Ashley Carberry. So we'll take the presentations. In that order, we have representing Marielle Coley, who will be presenting on behalf of Juicy Patties. So I'm going to hand the podium now to Mr. Edson Carr, friend of mine, urban regional planner, and he will take you through his presentation. Could you welcome him, please?
Afternoon, everyone. I realized that nobody wanted to stretch, so I would suspect that everybody is hungry. And because of that, I will be as succinct as possible. All right? Let me just test to see if everything is working. Can everybody hear me? All right. All right, so I'm here representing the National Solid Waste Management Authority, and as everybody knows, we're the ones who is responsible for the collection of your garbage. We collect, transport, and dispose of your garbage in a myriad of locations across the island, and I'll go in a little bit more of that with my presentation. Pollution remains one of the major threats to public health and the environment, and also the economy. And at Solid Waste, we try to facilitate as best as possible because we have two functions, mainly an operational end where we do the collection and transportation, but also the regulatory end where we regulate the industry as it relates to the solid waste management. We play a leading role in managing and regulating Jamaica's waste, and there has consistently been a lot of work done over the last 7 years thereabout to improve the waste management sector. It is estimated that there is roughly about 1 million tons of garbage that has been collected across the island. Looking at data this morning, especially for the last financial year, we would have collected and disposed of roughly about 1.2 million tons of garbage across the island. All right. The major sources includes residential, commercial, some industrial waste thereabout, and actually put tourism here as well, because it's actually one of the sectors we actually want to put a lot more focus on to facilitate data collection and understanding what impacts the tourism economy has on municipal waste across the island. Based on our overall coverage thereof, we roughly collect about a little over 75% of the municipal waste across the island. That which is not collected is mainly due to terrain constraints and more or less distances in terms of going to the more rural areas. Work is being done to improve that, however. All right. So as it relates to the current solid waste management system or architecture that we have in Jamaica, we mainly do door-to-door collection. And we would have split the island into 4 regions to facilitate proper and more efficient operation and collection of the municipal waste. We have 8 disposal sites across the island. The one that most persons know is the Riverton Disposal Facility, and our second largest disposal facility is the one located in retirement in St. James. All right, so this is actually an aerial image of the Riverton Disposal Facility. I'll give you a little bit more details as it relates to Riverton because it's the disposal site that manages the waste for the region that we're currently in. As it relates to the Riverton Disposal site, we would have collected roughly about 720, 710 tons of municipal waste last financial year. And it is very interesting because Riverton of itself is the disposal site that collects and manages roughly about 47% of the population of Jamaica. All right, thereabout. When we look at the municipal waste across the island, we would realize that there are different characteristics of the waste. And one of the things that we would have also realized is that as it relates to organic waste is roughly about 37.2% of the waste that we dispose in general, right? What that actually means that there's actually a lot of work that we can do and facilitate in terms of reducing the amount of waste that is going towards our disposal sites. and also to ensure that we extend the life cycle of the disposal sites thereof. If a lot of work is going into working with the organic waste and turning that into compost, then we will then extend our lives of the disposal site and also have organic material to help within the agricultural sector. And that is something that we actually really and truly push it. But because of the nature of today's presentation, I would have decided to show you the different waste categories because we're actually looking at opportunities that we can have as it relates to waste management. And based on the composition here, we can therefore see what are the different sectors that we can look at within the waste management based on the different waste character to work a little bit more. One of the things that I would like to point out is there's a lot of work that is being done as it relates to plastics. And we have seen that there has been an ever increasing volume as it relates to electronic waste. So there's opportunities there for public entities to work a little bit more in these two areas. All right, some of the key challenges as it relates to waste management. There is problem with inadequate disposal infrastructure. And when I talk about disposal infrastructure, I'm not specifically talking about our disposal site because it also impacts and covers how we go about to collect the municipal waste from your households. All right. There's significant work that has been taking place by the government to improve the fleet capacity. And we still need to do a lot more work there. I had a conversation a little bit earlier today with CTD Guthrie, where she wanted to see how we can partner to look at ways in which we can do more collection as it relates to waste sorting and recycling. And that is one of the things that we're trying to focus on. I would like to impress that the authority has been doing work as it relates to collection of PET bottles door to door across the island. This is something that is not really widespread and known because of the limited infrastructure that we have and resources for collection of the municipal waste. We cannot collect everybody's plastic bottles. But within Kingston and St. Andrew thereof, we have roughly about 35 to 36 communities that we collect plastic bottles from on a regular basis, and we're seeking to expand that. One of the major problems, and it was also stated earlier by the senator, especially through her son, said that we need to talk to them about littering. And that is one of the major problems that we still have. There needs to be a behavioral change as it relates to the disposal of waste. And the numbers of illegal dumps across the islands continuously increase. And that is something that we need to work on. But separate and apart from that, there is work internally that is being done to improve the regulations that we have on books. There are currently 3 regulations that we're currently working on. And once those would have come to fore, it will give the authority greater teeth to enact what we need to do. All right, so as it relates to recent progress and trends, there has been implementation of public cleansing regulations, which I just spoke on, and we have increased our community engagement and cleanup campaigns. There is a campaign that is currently ongoing that is called the Pass the Broom campaign, and we're actually going out in different communities, different town centers to spread the message of proper waste management. What we're also going to do, and we have started to do, is more emphasis being placed on public education within schools, because we do believe that to get us to where we want to be in proper and efficient waste management, the change that is needed needs to be engendered in our younger generation. And based on the amount of trucks that we have gotten over the last 2 cycles, we have improved the efficiency of collection, but myself and my team would have also started to go out and improve what we are doing in terms of the data that is needed to drive what we need to do in-house. Some members of my team and myself would go out to do waste characterization studies, as well as doing time and motion surveys to see how we can improve the day-to-day collections within the space. Opportunities for improvement. As I would have stated earlier and given the overall breakdown as it relates to the waste characterization studies, the waste characterization, we would have seen that there is a lot of work within the sector as it relates to recycling. Recycling Partners of Jamaica is actually here today, and we actually applaud the work that they are doing, because we have also been in partner with them, because all of the plastic bottles that we would have collected from those 36 communities within Kingston and St. Andrew would have gone directly to Recycling Partners, right? But there's still some gaps there. There's been significant improvement in terms of the volume that they have collected across the island, but there's still more work to be done there. And we do welcome partnerships with different entities if you're wanting to work within that sector and expand the recycling architecture across the island. Expansion of recycling programs within school and businesses is also one of the primary things that we want to do. As I actually said to you before, speaking to CTD Guthrie, there is a push by GOJ to expand recycling within our government entities. And there's conversations to be had with us and MEGJC to see how we can go about to implement this. So it's something for all you guys to look forward to, and something for us to start to change the culture within the workspace to facilitate recycling. I know you would like that. All right. And as I said before, we have modernized our fleets tremendously. And we have also started to use technologies in terms of GPS tracking and mapping to ensure that we can optimize the routes for our collections and to track the trucks on a regular basis. So based on that, we would have looked at some strategic goals, all right? And one of the key things towards that is the promotion of environmental stewardship through education. And the authority likes to engage persons within settings like this, or even in community meetings, because it gives us the opportunity to spread and promote the message to ensure that we can get to everyone to improve garbage collection, as well as also to provide you with the knowledge of proper containerization of your waste. Because one of the major problems that we have on a day-to-day basis when we go to collect is that if your garbage is actually not containerized properly, it actually takes the persons an inordinately long time to put the garbage into the garbage trucks, right? As I had said, that will also lead towards improved operational efficiency and service delivery, right? As I said before, we are trying to see how we can reduce the amount of waste that is going towards our disposal site. So the diversion of the PET bottles from the diversion of PET bottles to Recycling Partners of Jamaica, and also the reduction of the organic waste via composting will also facilitate reduced landfill reliance. And also we're trying to build capacity and strengthen the enforcement mechanisms across the island through our regulations. But what we actually like to say at solid waste is that solid waste management in general is not only the responsibility of NSWMA. It is our collective duty across the island. So the citizens in general have a role to play in solid waste management. So we want you to properly store and sort your waste where practical and where possible. We want you to use the authorized bins that are in the different locations across the island, especially when you're walking through a town center and you're seeing bins within New Kingston, probably downtown, halfway tree. Please put your waste within those bins and not just throw it on the ground. We have an app that is available in the Google Play and actually the Apple Store as well, that you actually can download. And that app, through that app, you can report to us any illegal dumps that you might see. So you actually can take a photograph. It is actually tagged, sent in to us. You can add information based on what you're seeing, what it is. We internally get that information right away. And then based on the geotagging of that information, we can actually go to the location to look and see what happens. But also based on that app, you can get information as it relates to your collection schedule. There might be some days that we're a little bit off, but that is actually there. And if it's a situation in which that you would not have gotten collection in quite a while, you can use the same mechanism in which you report the illegal dumps by taking a photo of your uncollected garbage, sending that into us, and then we will action that right away. And then additionally, we want you to be stay informed and be an environmental ambassador in every sense of the way. If you actually see somebody walking and throwing a piece of garbage on the floor, you can actually speak to them. You can actually talk to your neighbors about garbage separation and also speak to them specifically about composting as well. Because a lot of residents have home gardens, and based on the composting, it actually will facilitate you not buying as much fertilizers. All right. In conclusion, pollution and poor waste management are a national concern, and NSWMA is committing to building a cleaner and healthier Jamaica. With the support from every citizen, we can transform our waste landscape. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carr. We'll now move quickly to our presenter from the Juicy Beef. Juicy Patties, sorry. Juicy Patties. I'm sorry. They started out as Juicy Beef, I guess is a common name. So we have Marielle Coley, and she's the Food Safety and Export Manager. Welcome her, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Marielle Coley. I am the Food Safety and Export Manager at Juicy. We're actually Juicy Beef Limited, but our brand name is Juicy Patties, but it doesn't matter. You know, juicy is juicy, right? So today I am here to tell you a little bit about what our approach to green business is at Juicy Beef Limited, what our opportunities are, and, you know, tell you a little bit about some of the challenges that we experience. So, what is a green business? A green business is a business, an enterprise that minimizes its negative environmental and social impact while still remaining profitable. It prioritizes sustainability in energy use, in waste management, in product design, in water reduction, sourcing, and transportation. At Juicy Patties, we're actually headquartered in Clarendon, and we operate a vertically integrated model. What this means is that we have the ability to source all our ingredients, all our materials locally, and we are able to directly impact the quality of the products that we're carrying into our process. And we're also able to minimize the environmental impact of the ingredients that we use in our production facilities. So some of the initiatives that we have integrated into our processes are drip hose irrigation. We use electronic notice boards. So as much as possible, we try not to print anything on paper for it to be posted around the facility. We have curbs, sidewalks, and planters, permeable parking lots. So that allows for the ease of the drainage of stormwater. We have an LNG power plant that's under construction. We also try to encourage the use of refillable water bottles. So at the facility, we don't encourage water bottles. We don't encourage persons to purchase water or even sodas on the road and consume them on the premises. We have water fountains that are strategically placed around the facility. Each employee is given refillable water bottles that they're supposed to use while they're on the compound. We also have an electronic car charging station that is to be installed in hopefully another few months. At Juicy Patties, we've always believed in doing business with purpose, and sustainability has become a natural extension of that. And as a result of that, we have developed an extensive and comprehensive environmental policy. And we also have a green business committee that comprises of persons from various departments. So we have a multiple disciplinary committee that comes together on a monthly basis to discuss the challenges that we're having at Juicy Beef and to discuss ways in which we can mitigate the issues that we are facing. We aim to safeguard natural resources and minimize our ecological footprint. We also tried as much as we possibly can, and I can say for maybe about 98% of our products, employ sustainable sourcing and packaging. So this means that all our beef is local, all our spices are local. So of course, this now allows us to support local farms, and all our packaging are biodegradable. So our boxes, our bags, or paper straws are all biodegradable. With our waste management and recycling, one of the biggest things that we boast about at Juicy Beef is our wastewater treatment plant. So we have what's called a sequential batch reactor that allows us to process wastewater on the property. And of course, we always strive for continuous improvement. And there's an emerging, or well, it has already emerged, a new technology called a moving bed biofilm reactor, or an MBBR, that we're actually in the process of implementing at the facility that will take over from our wastewater, from our current SBR wastewater treatment plant, which will allow us to, one, treat more wastewater. It will be more efficient and will have even better quality wastewater that is being produced or outputted at the facility. We also have color-coded bins, which allows for source sorting, and we do regular waste audits so that, again, we have continuous improvement throughout our facility. So here we have some of our color-coded bins. We have separation of, for example, engine oil, cooking oil, batteries. And we also have containers to facilitate waste management in different categories, because of course we're generating large volumes of waste. One thing that we can point out though, and that was alluded to before, we do have the issue where our fluorescent light bulbs cannot be easily recycled. And because of that, what we do, instead of still sending it to the landfill, we have taken the initiative to hold on to these fluorescent light bulbs so that once the infrastructure becomes available, we'll be able to pass it on to the relevant authorities. So I said before that we have our LNG plant that is to come on by year end, and this will be a game changer for us. So instead of relying on traditional fossil fuels, we'll have our LNG plant that will be taking over about 2/3 of the energy that we use at Juicy Beef Limited. We have also customized air conditioning panels that are installed strategically around the plant that helps with our energy efficiency. And we have also installed energy efficient lighting around the facility. We've insulated our piping, and we've gone through, again, with our waste audits and our energy audits, gone through to identify areas where air gaps, for example, need to be sealed. And one thing that is actually fun to see around the plant is our maintenance team driving around on bicycles. So instead of, I mean, it's a pretty large facility. We have 23 acres of property, and there's work that is done all over. So instead of jumping in a car, even on a motorbike or in a truck, our maintenance team have been equipped with bicycles to ride around the facility so that they can get from point A to point B. And they have trolleys that are installed on these bikes that they can carry their toolkits. For environmental risk management, we have a company-wide environmental policy. We also have secondary containment for oils. We have quick spill response, and we do regular leak checks or leak audits around the facility to ensure that there are no leaking pipes, there are no leaking faucets that's facilitating the waste of water. We have water saving installations, so we have foot operated bins, foot operated hand wash stations, sorry. We also have the quick lock off faucets that are installed, and even lint traps are installed in our laundry areas that now helps with minimizing the waste of water. We do employ sustainable work practices. So sustainability awards are given out on a quarterly basis to a person, an individual, or a team or department that has demonstrated great sustainability initiatives. We said before that we focus on digital communication, so we don't print paper and have it posted around. We do have certified e-waste recycling, and for our lunchrooms, instead of having the lunch issued in paper boxes, on plates or other single-use utensils, what we have done is give plates, regular plates, stainless steel forks and spoons and knives. So that now reduces our environmental or carbon footprint. So here, one of the things that we have done, even with our printers, is by default, all the papers are printed on double side. So again, that reduces the amount of paper that we use, and we do as much as possible try to go into the plant, talk to the administrative staff to try to encourage them to employ our sustainable workplace practices. Two record certifications that we boast about is firstly our FSSC 22000 certification, which is actually a food safety certificate. And you might ask, why are we talking about food safety with environmental sustainability? It's because it goes hand in hand. So with FSSC 22000 certification, one of the aspects that we need to look at within our processing plant is reduction of food loss, reduction of food waste, and even environmental sustainability. So our international partners want to know that at our manufacturing plant, we are being environmentally sustainable, or employing environmentally sustainable initiatives, and we're being environmentally responsible. We also boast our NEPA Green Business Award. So for sustainable supply chain, we have a vertically integrated advantage. And as I'd explained before, we try as much as possible to gain control over all the inputs that are coming into the plant, which means that we can ensure that whatever it is that's coming into the plant is safe, it's environmentally sustainable, and we can know from that point go into our suppliers, go to our farmers and say, these are the initiatives that we have undertaken here at the facility, and we're now charging you. And we've actually built assessments and audits around environmental sustainability to go to our suppliers and to our farmers to ensure that they are remaining environmentally sustainable. We also employ just-in-time purchasing, which now reduces the amount of waste that is generated, and we don't have to create a lot of space to store a lot of materials or ingredients. And of course, when you have bulk storage of materials, there's no the susceptibility for waste. So we're trying to minimize that as much as we possibly can. We do employ ethical cattle sourcing. There's also the National Animal Identification and Traceability System, which these are all compliance services that are offered by the Veterinary Services Division, which we are certified under. And this now ensures that we have ethical practices within our supply chain. We also have collaborations with cleanups. For example, a few years ago, a Portland cottage cleanup that was done for a coastal cleanup initiative. We do have waste to feed programs. So all the waste that is generated at the plant, we have converted that to some sort of feed programs, for example, with our cattle. So any waste dough that is generated in our processing facility is converted eventually in some way, shape, or form to feed for our cattle farms. We have a robotic shuttle in our freezer that instead of you having to go into the freezer where you're opening the freezer door, you're now introducing hot air to the freezer, which is going to drive our energy costs up. We have a shuttle that's in the freezer that moves the pallets or moves the products around for us, which makes us a lot more efficient. We have a fully solar-powered flagship store. We do harvest rainwater across the property, and we have reuse of materials. So there are tires, for example, and containers that we will use for aesthetic purposes around our facility. We do take corporate social responsibility very, 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 very highly in regard. We do have an elderly soup feeding program. So this is done every week. So we use our beef bone and even the meat from the processing to make soup. And we go around to the elderly, we go to infirmaries and hospitals, and we employ our soup feeding programs there. We recognize World Homeless Day. We have our literacy and numeracy program. We donate peace poles to schools. We have a youth leadership and volunteer program, and we have our annual children's Christmas treat. We believe that if we have a strong community, we will be better as a company. And so we do take community engagement very importantly. So we are patrons of the Denby Agricultural Exhibition, which is an annual exhibit or annual trade agricultural show that takes place in Denby every August, somewhere thereabout. We have a fence sharing program. Now, one of the things that we came to realize is that you have a lot of vendors or higglers that really and truly are just trying to make a meaningful life for themselves. And so they will try to go to places where they know that you will have a lot of traffic. But then you have a lot of places that don't want the vendors out on their property. So one of the things that we have initiated at Juicy Beef, and we've encouraged our neighbors to do, is what we call a fence sharing program. So we've actually set up designated spots along the perimeter of the property for vendors to come and post and actually sell their products. And one of the other things that we have tried to do as much as we possibly can is the sponsorship of developmental initiatives. So this is Cherry Tree Lane. This is us giving back to the community after a tragic incident that happened in 2024. All right. So we do, as a company, take environmental sustainability very very seriously. We do have some challenges that we face, and that's where our environmental committee or green business committee comes into play, where we come together, we discuss the challenges that we have, and as a company, we try to make ourselves better and in the same breath contributing to a better Jamaica. And with this, I say thank you.
Thank you, Miss Coley. And I see you have a cheerleader or team member. But I really have to say that just sitting there and listening, I had some moments of saying, wow, because we're learning, we're getting some insights into what is happening in your company. We realize that you take corporate social responsibility very seriously. And we can see why you would have been our first gold awardee of NEPA's Green Business Program. This is a program that we've had for approximately 7 years now, rather. And they were the first gold awardee, and I can see why. So just give them a round of applause. It's not just about the patties and the food. Thank you so much. At this time, I'm gonna have to save us. It's lunchtime because the food is ready and we don't want to have it out there standing too long. And we're gonna ask Grace Kennedy, which Miss Carberry has agreed, that we will proceed to lunch and then she will present immediately after lunch. So I hope that the line can move quickly. We have 50, what time do we have? We have 55 minutes. So it's the usual, it's two places. Yeah, man, we know they have two places. So have a good lunch. So good afternoon, and we're reconvening, and I hope all persons were fed or ate. Okay, so we can now proceed. As I'd mentioned before we break earlier, we have one presentation carrying over from the pollution and waste management segment, and that is Miss Jade Ashley Carberry, Project Officer of the Grace Kennedy Foundation. So kindly welcome her as she takes us through a presentation. And we're really gonna try to work with time because we need to get out of here in a timely way. So.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our CEO, Mrs. Caroline Mahfood, sends her apologies for her absence. And since I'm after lunch, we all have the tremendous task of keeping you awake. So I hope that you'll follow along with me. It really is a privilege to be here today as we celebrate World Environment Day and continue to reflect on the theme, Turning the Tide, Combating Plastic Pollution for Ocean Resilience. It's especially an honor to speak on something that is central to achieving this goal, which is partnerships. At Grace Kennedy Foundation, we've seen firsthand how partnerships are not just helpful, they are essential. Our work at Grace Kennedy Foundation spans 3 pillars: healthy lifestyles, education, and environment. While we manage several initiatives across these areas, one project where the value of partnerships is especially clear is that of the Kingston Harbor Cleanup Project, or the KHCP. The restoration of Kingston Harbor has long been a priority for Grace Kennedy Group through the foundation. In 2018, we initiated discussions with public and private stakeholders to develop a sustainable, long-term solution to reduce pollution in the harbor. This effort inspired our 2019 annual lecture called Clean Kingston Harbor, Pipe Dream or Pot of Gold. Is anyone familiar with it? Yes? I hope so. And this sparked local and international interest, enabling us to rally government agencies and develop a strategic regeneration plan for the harbor. Then in 2020, we became a key partner in the Kingston Harbor Ecosystems-Based Adaptation Model, or KEAM project, a 3-year project educating over 1,000 community members near Barnes Gully on waste management and mangrove conservation. That same year, the Ocean Cleanup, a Dutch NGO, received a $1 million grant from the Benioff Ocean Science Lab to develop waste trapping technology. And they began to initiate discussions with GK Foundation. In 2021, our partnership with the Ocean Cleanup and local company Clean Harbors Jamaica led to the establishment of what we call the Kingston Harbor Cleanup Project, with operations beginning fully by February 2022. Since 2022, the project has achieved significant milestones. We have prevented nearly 3 million kilograms of waste from reaching the harbor through a combination of waste trapping technology, beach cleanups, and legacy cleanups. We've installed this interceptor technology at 9 of the 11 most polluting gullies, including our newest deployments at Sandy Gully, which is the largest gully in Kingston, and also Balmaji Gully. We have engaged over 4,000 children and youth through school presentations and tours at our offloading site, which now serves as an interactive visitor center. We have mobilized over 3,800 volunteers across more than 25 beach cleanups, collecting over 72,000 kilograms of waste. And we have reached over 300 members of communities surrounding our gullies through our Environmental Wardens program. But beyond these numbers, perhaps the KHCP's greatest success are the partnerships that have made these milestones possible. Today, I want to share 3 key lessons that we've learned about partnerships in environmental management. Lesson number 1, collective action is fundamental. The KHCP was born out of a shared recognition that environmental challenges like Kingston Harbor's pollution are too vast for any single agency, sector, or community to tackle alone. That's why we named it the Kingston Harbor Cleanup Project and not the Grace Kennedy Foundation Cleanup Project, to position it as a national initiative demanding shared responsibility. From the outset, we envisioned this as a national effort of great importance, a space where public and private actors, academia, civil society, and international partners can come together to drive change. Our public sector partners, including NEPA, the Port Authority of Jamaica, the Urban Development Corporation, and the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, among many others, provide invaluable expertise, access, and regulatory guidance, ensuring that our initiative aligns with national sustainability goals. NEPA, in particular, has been an increasingly active collaborator, first in guiding us through the permitting process when the project just started, and later partnering with us for our Great Mangrove Cleanup initiative last year. Now we regularly work together to mobilize volunteers for efforts such as mangrove outplanting, beach cleanups, and this weekend's 3K. I hope to see you all on Sunday. More recently, our partnership with NEPA led to critical action addressing water quality concerns. After having countless discussions with local community members, we invited NEPA to conduct water quality testing at one of our gullies that has been the subject of pollution since probably about 2005. As a direct result, NEPA issued enforcement notices to companies responsible for the contamination, prompting applications for sewage system upgrades. This is a huge milestone that our project, through partnership, not only raised awareness, but helped to catalyze tangible regulatory change. The private sector has also played a crucial role in supporting our mission, whether through in-kind contributions such as Spectrum Systems' generous donation of a roof for our storage room, or financial backing like Digicel Foundation's grant, which helped us to transform our offloading site into an interactive visitor center. So this is a photo of our storage room. The roof, as I said, was from Spectrum, and on the outside, through the Digital Foundation grant funds, we are in the process of creating a bottle cap mural. A bottle cap mural. That's what you see on the outside. So it should be finished soon. When you drive past, you'll know that they are bottle caps. Academic institutions have also bolstered our work through data and research, while community leaders, including our dedicated environmental wardens, have driven grassroots change. Additionally, multilateral organizations such as UNICEF and UNEP have further strengthened our efforts. Lesson number 2, trust and transparency make partnerships work. Strong partnerships require more than collaboration. They require trust, openness, and accountability. At the KHCP, we ensure continuous stakeholder engagement through actions such as weekly meetings, monthly reporting with our co-partners, collaborative funding pitches that present a unified vision to donors and supporters, while being open and honest about our progress and also our challenges. Environmental sustainability must involve fostering relationships and ensuring that every partner sees their role in the bigger picture. Lesson number 3. Oh, these are some partnership photos. Lesson number 3, embrace learning and innovation for long-term success. Environmental management is a dynamic process, as I'm sure you'll all agree. No solution is perfect from day one, meaning that partnerships must embrace learning, adaptation, and continuous improvement. Of course, there can be moments when enthusiasm outpaces capacity, and sometimes maintaining partnerships can feel just as heavy as hauling trash from the sea. But because the KHCP started as a pilot project, we've embraced the process of trial and error and refinement. From data collection to field testing, we continue to evolve and improve, and that spirit of being open to change has been key to scaling our efforts. Still, the reality is we don't have it all figured out yet. The waste coming down the gullies is unpredictable and overwhelming. Anything and everything finds its way into the gullies and then into Kingston Harbor, from fridges and car parts to dead animals and diapers. In the second to last week of May, I don't know if you can remember, we witnessed what we call a rain bomb, which is a burst of heavy rain with the potential to cause immense damage. The gullies were inundated with trash, and our barriers struggled under the sheer force of the water and the volume of the waste. So these videos, let's see if they'll play on screen. This one is from Sandy Gully, after the rain event that I'm speaking about. So this is after the rain at our most recently installed barrier. And this one is during the rainfall event. And the one that played first, the one on the right-hand side, is Sandy Gully. And this one that's playing now is Mountain View Gully. So you can see it's basically like a wave of plastic coming down. So from the month of May alone, we collected over 500,000 kilograms of debris from our 9 barriers. And I'm sharing this because we know that our barriers alone aren't the final solution. One critical issue that must be addressed is what happens upstream. We are actively engaging communities, fostering behavioral change, and making real strides in outreach, but the reality is that garbage collection upstream remains inadequate. Although we're doing what we can, our project's main focus is downstream. We just don't have the funding to tackle the upstream issue in its totality. However, we recognize that long-term success depends on addressing the root causes, and we hope that continued conversations and collective action will drive the necessary improvements. Additionally, while we've built strong partnerships, there are still some critical pieces missing. For example, since the start of the project, we have relied entirely on private truckers for waste collection, costing millions of dollars to sustain. This has enabled us to maintain operations, but to be a truly effective but we need a truly effective sustainable solution. And this requires the involvement of our local authorities. We would love for the National Solid Waste Management Authority to come on board, as their participation would significantly strengthen the impact of our cleanup efforts. If we don't tackle the root of this issue together, we'll be fighting an endless battle downstream. So I leave you with words of truth. Partnerships can be complex. They take effort, patience, and persistence. But when they work, they don't just multiply resources, they also deepen impact. And so the final lesson, therefore, is that partnerships are the blueprint for change. We cannot stop now. Conversations like the one that we're having today are vital because they inspire action. We must all recognize that protecting Kingston Harbor is not just a glamorous environmental goal, it is a collective responsibility, our collective responsibility. The Grace Kennedy Foundation remains committed to this mission, but sustainable change depends on all of us. We believe that the Kingston Harbor Cleanup Project is more than a cleanup initiative. It's a national model for environmental management, showcasing how Jamaica can address environmental challenges through partnerships that are diverse, dynamic, and determined. So let's keep talking, keep learning, and keep working together. With shared determination and growing participation, we can turn the tide. To NEPA and to all of our partners and supporters, thank you for walking this journey with us. We look forward to continuing to strengthen our collaborations as we work towards a cleaner, more resilient harbor and a more sustainable Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Carberry. And of course, you basically, we can now segue into the segment on collaboration and partnerships for enhanced environmental management. And at this time, I will invite Miss Danelia Aitchison, manager of the National Conservation Trust Fund of Jamaica, to deliver her presentation. Could you welcome her, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to make it short because I could talk all day about the trust fund, so I am the manager at the National Conservation Trust Fund of Jamaica. And actually today is our anniversary. We were launched in 2019 on World Environment Day, so we're happy to be here. So it will be quick. I'll just walk you through the introduction of the trust fund, the importance of protected areas in Jamaica's biodiversity, climate resilience, and sustainable development, challenges and opportunities in environmental management, why collaboration and partnerships matter, and examples of how the trust fund has been leveraging resources and the way forward. So quick facts about the trust fund. The National Conservation Trust Fund is a non-governmental organization with charity status. It was designed to source and provide sustainable funding for effective protected areas management. Now, a lot of persons wonder if we're government, but no, we are not. We have government representation because of the composition of best practices for conservation trust funds. And for us in particular, protected areas are our focus and mandate. And so these are responsibility of the government. And so that partnership is essential. And so we do have our government representation on the board of directors. So as far back as 2010, there was a financial feasibility assessment that was done through a project that was funded through Jeff, UNDP, implemented by NEPA. And it showed that there was a $2 million US annual funding gap for protected areas management in Jamaica at the time. And this was basic management. And coming out of that project, there was a recommendation for a conservation trust fund to be established. And this trust fund was actually established in 2014, but it was not yet operational until 2019. This was a recommendation because Conservation Trust Fund would support continuity of projects and programs within protected areas, complementing existing efforts. The trust fund is unique because it has a legal mandate to work with and provide funding to the full cross-section of stakeholders in protected areas management and use. This includes NGOs, CBOs, private sector, government-designated protected areas managers. As you know, the protected areas managers would have what we call a co-management agreement with the government with responsibility for that protected area. However, there are other organizations, maybe private sector, CBOs, that are operating within the space that the trust fund would also support. So we don't need a we don't need a co-management agreement. So just to ensure that we can support other actors within the space of protected areas management. The NCTFJ is actually the only organization that can support Jamaica's complex protected areas system to provide greater efficiency through synergies, avoidance of duplication, and centralized coordination of funding. So far, we started grant making in 2020, and I must say I'm very proud of the organization in such a short time span has had some good projects and impacts on the ground, which includes 19 protected areas management trained in communications and marketing, 144,579,508 has been allocated to protected areas management so far in over the 5 years we have been providing grants. 18,900 corals outplanted, 650 mangroves, a funding footprint of 336,000 hectares. We have trained 467 farmers, fishermen, vulnerable community youths in sustainable practice and income generation via the blue and green economy. Also, improve management, infrastructure, and equipment to 15 protected areas so far. So the importance of protected area, we spoke about it earlier. I will just quickly go through, of course, biodiversity conservation. Jamaica is a biodiversity hotspot, and protected areas help to safeguard endemic plants, animals, and ecosystems like coral reefs, wetlands, and forests. Climate resilience. Forests and mangroves in protected areas act as carbon sinks, absorbing CO2 and helping regulate the climate. Also regulate rising temperatures in urban areas to minimize adverse effects on health. We're looking at disaster risk reduction. Protected areas buffer communities from natural disasters such as hurricanes, landslides, and flooding. And coastal protected areas reduce the impacts of storm surges and sea level rises on critical infrastructures, lives, and livelihoods. Economic benefits. Up to 90% of tourists that visit Jamaica actually visit a protected area, therefore generating jobs and income for local communities. They protect the rivers, aquifers, reservoir, crucial for agriculture and food security. Of course, talk about water security. Watersheds within protected areas ensure clean and consistent water supply by regulating stream flow and reducing soil erosion. And don't forget cultural and heritage value. A lot of people just associate protected areas to these ecological benefits, but protected areas include our cultural and heritage assets. Many protected areas preserve Jamaican culture, historical, and spiritual sites, including the maroon sites and sacred lands. Now, there are many challenges and there are also opportunities for enhanced management. Big challenge, limited national budget allocations. If there is any budget that gets cut, it is the environment's budget. Competition among NGOs and government entities for scarce donor funds. Fragmented efforts, and this morning we touch on data collection, bureaucracy and policy alignment hurdles, climate vulnerability and its effect on the projects and programs continuity, change of priorities with government and donor agencies, both national and international. So, you know, if we change government, sometimes the priorities do change. And also we're seeing this now in the international space where a lot of where we depended on the USAID or the Inter-American Foundation, which the NCTFJ has been impacted by, which we have termination notice for those grants. And it's just showing that, you know, governments and changing governments, they can also change their priorities. And that's what was communicated to us. Lack of sustainable financing mechanisms for protected areas management. Now, this is important because protected area management itself means that there needs to be recurring activities happening, and recurring activities require long-term recurring funding for it to happen. Capacity gaps in accessing regional and global partnerships. We talk about the great Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, but the requirements to access these resources, we haven't been able to tap into, especially the Green Climate Fund. And also we'll talk about the capacity of our local NGOs and CBOs to actually mobilize resources too. So the opportunities, we do have opportunities. A National Conservation Trust Fund already exists for the protected areas management, the NCTFJ, that can consolidate efforts for greater efficiency. Actually, at the trust fund, because there's not currently a sustainable finance mechanism in place, and with the limited resources that we do have, we actually took the decision to have 20% of all our resources in what we call a strategic investment. Now, 80% of our resources go onto the ground through our traditional calls for proposal, but that 20% for strategic investment is allocated so that the national protected areas system can benefit from common needs, that the trust fund can work with them on a proposal or a project, and then we will respond. And we did such for when there was the ban on conch, and the marine managed areas had reached out to us, and so we had allocated 20% of our resources to support the MPAs in communication and marketing and awareness. So that has been the strategy that we have taken to not just benefit 5 organizations at a time, but the system can actually benefit from the trust fund's resources. Support the value chain of major sectors, tourism, manufacturing, and agriculture through investments in blue and green economy pathways. This is becoming trending, and I believe with especially the implications of tariffs, etc., this will become increasingly important if we can actually support the tourism and agriculture sector, where we are less dependent on imports with enhanced management of protected areas. So you should have increased volume in fish and other assets. Enhanced management to access the carbon credit and biodiversity offsets markets. Community-based eco-enterprises. NCTFJ is very much in support of these initiatives. Diaspora engagement. I think we need to explore looking at it, because a lot of would say the US, they have a lot of contributions because of the taxes incentives that are there. Once you make a donation to a 501c3 organization, you automatically get a tax exemption. And I think we need to look at our diaspora and how we can mobilize some of the resources here, because it's something that they can have a tax write-off for. Regional and global partnerships. So we're looking at the Green Climate Fund. I know there has been a lot of focus there. Strengthening capacities through access to readiness grants and technical assistance. The GCF, I know that there is some resources for countries and organizations on the ground. I have participated in some, but the requirements are very much a lot for small organizations to actually access, but we can support the process, the NCTFJ. So we do strengthen the capacity of our grantees, and also for every call for proposal we have, it is a requirement that you participate in a proposal writing workshop. We do an orientation with persons when they are awarded for them to know more about or learn more about monitoring and evaluation. These things are important. And we see it important because we have limited resources, but we can strengthen the capacities of organizations on the ground to access and mobilize additional resources, not just NCTFJ. And I know the Jeff Small Grants Program also does provide some support. Why collaboration and partnerships are important. In Jamaica, we say one hand can't clap. So it is for greater impact. You can scale and amplify funds, efforts, and impact leading to improved biodiversity monitoring, effective protected areas management, and build climate resilience. And what does strategic collaborations look like for the NCTFJ currently? We have a diverse board. This leads to better governance, financial performance, and organizational effectiveness. Our board composition of trustees has very diverse expertise. So I think that has been important for us. Collaboration with key stakeholders to ensure buy-in and system-level impact. So at the Trust Fund, we currently have an MOA with the Protected Areas Committee, and that is actually our technical advisory committee. So we want to ensure that when we develop or call for proposals, they are in line with national and international priorities. We're not just, it's limited resources. We're not just designing things that we think we should design. We actually reach out to the PAC that provides a response to us on what the priorities are, and we design a call for a proposal to respond to those priorities. Reporting to agencies with responsibility for protected areas to assist in planning, budgeting, and needs assessment. So we report to NEPA, the PIOJ, the protected areas managers. Reports include information and support to CBOs and other organizations operating within protected areas who are not mandated to report funds mobilized, etc., to the agencies with responsibility. So if you don't have a co-management agreement and you're just doing your project, could be private sector, we don't have any way of actually knowing what is happening in that area. So we do provide those information to, for example, PIOJ asks us for this every year, and we will report to them. Partnership agreement with the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund and the the Consortium of Conservation Trust Funds. We benefit from knowledge exchanges, sharing for institutional strengthening. The Caribbean Biodiversity Fund we have a partnership with them since 2019. They are an endowment for 12 other conservation trust funds in the Caribbean. So I will speak more about how we have been leveraging resources and through this. So I think I'll quickly go. Conservation Trust Fund. What's the importance of the Conservation Trust Fund? It is a finance tool and designed as an instrument to leverage resources on behalf of countries to ensure continuity, long-term funding for conservation. Support the government to facilitate debt for nature swaps. That's another example. So if there is an opportunity, for example, a debt for nature swap, you will need a conservation trust fund to actually facilitate this. And that is how many conservation trust fund has been established before. We mobilize resources on behalf of the government and site-level NGOs, and how we have been doing this. So the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund has an endowment with a sub-account for Jamaica. This resources is for Jamaica, but it can only be channeled through a conservation trust fund. And so we are actually channeling these resources on behalf of the government because it's not something that they can access directly. We are also able to mobilize for site-level NGOs. So there are partners that would not be able to allocate resources to site level NGOs individually and do require to have national scale impact. And so the Conservation Trust Fund is positioned to actually provide sub-grants as the manager of those funds on the ground, which we have done through the IAF. Another important role of the trust fund is that we can leverage those resources because a lot of these donors ask us to co-finance. Site level NGO may not be able to match one-to-one $500,000, which the NCTFJ has managed to do with a recent project, the core project through the Global Affairs Canada. So we would leverage the resources because this would not be accessible to another, maybe a NGO, a site level NGO on the ground. Also through the Inter-American Foundation, we used our endowment to leverage those resources from the federal government because a site level NGO, again, may not have those resources to be able to match because they're asking for co-finances to move these funds. So that is why working with the Conservation Trust Fund is also important because the more resources that we have, we can also match at a higher level to mobilize larger sums of funds for Jamaica. Co-financing of projects, we strongly believe that these projects that we have and funding that we have secured in 2024, we secured $1 million, a little over $1 million. I am particularly not impressed because this is not sustainable financing. These are 2-year, 3-year project funds, and we will go back to where we started. So these resources should be used as catalytic funds to set us up to become sustainable. So I'm not impressed. We partnered with the CCTF. This is a consortium of other conservation trust funds in the region to actually recently we mobilized resources through Built Initiative to come up with a mechanism that we can pilot in the region for sustainable financing. So that's ongoing. We also align with entities that have similar goals and objectives. So recently, over the past 2 years, we have had a partnership with Branson Center for Entrepreneurs. They have an accelerator for business, but there's also a growing interest in their blue-green enterprises. So we leverage their technical support to strengthen capacity for organizations to think and operate like a business. So through that partnership with Branson, we would identify some of our grantees that would be classified or categorized as blue-green enterprises, and we would have done what we call a capacity gap assessment with all our grantees. It's a tool that we have been using over the last 2 years to see what their gaps are, whether they need marketing, communication, other institutional strengthening. And so Branson has been one of the organizations that we have partnered with where we basically provide a database to them and potential clients, and they in turn provide technical support. We have also partnered with the Pixel Perfect. This organization actually was contracted under the Nature Conservancy when we were first established in 2019, and I have since established a agreement with them. It's in-kind support where they provide website maintenance and management that is written off because we're a charity. So it's how we have leveraged in-kind support for specific expertise that we need without paying for it. So it's itemized what's the value of it, what is in the agreement, and then that is written off for them as a company and as a business. We have also launched a Changemaker initiative. It's a membership. Through this initiative, businesses can become members through small membership fee. We have 3 tiers. And if you saw our booth out there, you can scan and you can see the different tiers. The membership fee or any contribution up to 5% of the company's contribution is tax deductible, resulting in companies paying less taxes. The way forward. Build local capacity to access resources and manage resources. This is a big issue because we have also mobilized resources, and because of the lack of capacity on the ground and the requirements, we have not been able to provide the resources to who we really want to get the resources. So because of that, we have doing proposal writing training, grant management, monitoring evaluation, knowledge sharing and exchanges has started with the trust fund since last year. Scale up successful models of sustainable financing mechanism. So increase NCTFJ's endowment through sustained government contributions, international grants, and private donation. Also looking at building capacity in biodiversity and climate finance to pilot or implement innovative financing. This is a specific skill set that is lacking in the financial sector in Jamaica. Jamaicans with investment background to have knowledge of types of mechanisms to assist in unlocking resources. So investors know how to structure deals. And if they're not aware that there's a world of climate financing out there, we're talking about how to do blended finance, how to do impact investing, how to look at the carbon market. This is not a person with environmental or scientific background. This is actually a finance requirement. So it's quite difficult for us to know how to structure and how it would work if we don't understand how investments or how to structure deals and that kind of thing. So they have the capacity to actually raise funds. Communicate success, share data from existing projects in policy briefings and media to demonstrate returns on investment, impact, and dollars. Use storytelling, healthy ecosystems reduced, the burial impacts, to keep public and donor interest. And lastly, to foster stronger cross-coordination platforms. I think we spoke about it earlier. So I think that is it from me. And all these pictures are from our grantees. I'm very proud to be displaying them. And you can visit our website and you can check our booth outside. So I think I am open for question at the end of this section.
Thank you so much. And we're moving right along. Next, we have Mr. Ainilek Wilmot, board member of the Rockabessa Marine Trust, and he will be representing the Fish Sanctuary Network. Could you welcome him, please?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Happy to be speaking on behalf of our network of fish sanctuaries. In the network, we kind of transitioning to say the Jamaica Marine Protected Areas Network because we have some marine parks in there as well. And so, we're making it more inclusive. All right, so I am associated with the Rockabessa Marine Trust. We manage the Rockabessa Bay Fish Sanctuary, but there are over 20 marine protected areas in Jamaica. And so I'm speaking a bit broader today on behalf of them all. All right, so we're looking at collaborative marine conservation. And so my understanding of this for this presentation is that this is when the government of Jamaica partners with civil society and private sector to manage protected areas, specifically marine protected areas. This approach in Jamaica, it's not new. It started back in the day, but in around 2010, it rapidly started expanding, this approach of the collaboration with civil society and private sector. And this kind of exists in a couple of forms through the National Environment and Planning Agency of the marine parks and other marine protected areas that are, collaboratively managed, and through the National Fisheries Authority, that's where we have the fish sanctuaries being co-managed. All right, so this map shows quite a few of our marine protected areas, and some of them are land and sea, some are exclusively sea. So we have quite a wide geographical reach. All right, so what does it look like? We have, as I said, a number of different arrangements. We have some of these protected areas are NGO-led. So you have an NGO that manages the protected area. So an example of this is the CCAM in the Portland Bight area. as well as the Montego Bay Marine Park in Montego Bay. You have some that are fisher folk managed, or very few. But a good example of this is the Bluefields Bay Fishermen Friendly Society in Westmoreland, that they manage the Bluefields Fish Sanctuary. Some are private sector led. So the Sandals Foundation manages 2 marine protected areas. And then so you have philanthropic collaborators. And this example of this is the Alligator Head Foundation, which funds and manages the East Portland Fish Sanctuary. And then you have a category of multiple partnerships working together. So you have the private sector partnering with fisherfolk organizations and managing fish sanctuaries. So examples of this, we have the Iberostar and the Grange Pen Fishers Association in Lilliput that manage a new fish sanctuary there. Golden Eye Foundation and Aracabessa manage the fish sanctuary in Aracabessa. Lucy Fishers Association and Grand Palladium manage the Lucy Fish Sanctuary, which is brand new. And my colleagues in the room, we have the White River Fish Sanctuary, which is also managed as a partnership between fishers and hoteliers. All right, so quite a few forms that it takes. This collaborative approach has been quite successful, and which is why it has been growing rapidly since 2010. It's because the fisherfolk in particular have realized that a number of fish sanctuaries that were set up started to produce a lot of fish. And so there was growing interest that we need something like this in our community. And so that approach where fisherfolk are partnering with the government, with civil society, and also, of course, the tourism sector also sees benefits because a healthy marine environment is enhancing the tourism product. And so this joined up approach has been growing steadily since 2010. So it works when the managing stakeholders have direct economic ties to the ecosystem services of their local marine environment. And so the fishers, they benefit because a functioning fish sanctuary means more sustainable fishing for them. The hoteliers in the area, of course, they have fish to go and show their guests, as well as they have coral restoration projects, different activities going on, which enhances the tourism project. And it works particularly well when there is a strong civil society organization or a private company with a strong sense of corporate environmental and social responsibility, and they act on that. All right, so some results. This is a graph showing fish biomass in Aracabessa since we started in 2010 up until present. All right, so it was extremely overfished, and you can see that this is grams per 100 meters square of fish, of living fish. So you can see that there's been a steady increase in the fish biomass. And this is one of the selling points. This is why, for us, it's a line on a graph, but for fishers, it's actually fish in their fish pots. And so because of this result is why the collaborative model has been expanding in the marine space. Another benefit, ecological monitoring. We have, as I said, over 20 protected area, marine protected areas across Jamaica. And I looked at the 2019 and 2023 coral reef health status reports, and 25 out of 31 sites that are monitored across the country are actually within these collaboratively managed MPAs. So the partners are adding value there. Reporting on sustainable development goals. So recently, the Fish Sanctuary Network, we've kind of entered into a partnership with the Caribbean Protected Areas Gateway. This gateway acts as a direct link to the World Database on Protected Areas, and that is a resource that's used for reporting on sustainable development goals. And so we recognize that, and it's been said in this room several times today, that data is often limited, and that affects management. Data is needed at the policy level, but us at the ground level, we also need data, right? And we need tools to be able to manage and analyze, visualize our data in order to make decisions. And so we entered into this this partnership. And our stipulation going in was we love to provide data up, but we need a functioning tool that can serve us as a network. And so it has resulted in the website, the CPAC website, developing an MPA dashboard. All right. And on this dashboard, there's a marine protected areas in Jamaica page. And as you see, this is a work in progress, but now we have 12 MPAs, 29 monitoring sites, 9 reports uploaded. And this is a tool that we're developing that we can use. So something brand new that they did not have on their platform is protected areas managers can log in, upload their data, you know, manage their data, visualize their data. And so this was an example of a graph from Morocco so that we can pull up a monitoring site, select the year, and we can see what's happening at that site in that year. We can also go back and look through historical data and track changes over time. And this is publicly available. So anyone can just go to thiscpac.org and you'll see the information from all 12. As I said, we have 20 MPAs across the country. So we're moving towards having all of them with the protected area managers able to go up, manage their data on this site. Other benefits of the collaboration, the protected areas, the marine protected areas are among the leaders in coral reef restoration. Several of the MPAs have active coral restoration programs where we grow and plant thousands of corals each year in order to increase the live coral cover on our reefs. We focus on capacity building. So this is a training with, this is actually a trainer from NEPA with some members of a fisherfolk organization in the marine protected airspace. They're learning how to monitor water quality, how to collect samples and get them to the NEPA lab. You know, so we support that type of capacity building. Public education, this is a group of fisherfolk from an area where there's no protected area inside a sanctuary, and this is at a fishing beach, and they're looking at you know, some very large fish right at the fishing beach. So it's a public education tool. We facilitate school tours. There's several students who will go to fish sanctuaries and marine protected areas and do their SBAs, you know, and come and they can go out on the boat, they can collect water samples, they can get, you know, information for their SBAs. We roll out conservation campaigns, beach cleanups, you know, so very important public education tools as well. So to wrap up, this collaborative approach is something that we hope to expand, not just geographically, but in terms of the types and the numbers of partnerships that are involved. We work closely with several of the stakeholders in the room, and I think we're really just seeing the tip of the iceberg. I think there's way more scope for us to add a lot more value to Jamaica through collaborating. And so there are challenges, didn't really dive into them. I wanted to focus on the opportunities. So I think, you know, as long as we constantly focus on increasing our positive impact, we're always heading in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wilmot. We'll now move to Mr. Gary Taylor, General Manager at the Recycle Partners of Jamaica. Welcome him, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gary Taylor, the General Manager of Recycling Partners of Jamaica. I don't know why my team nominated me to be here today. My crew, my squad is down there. Those are the guys who really run the organization. I'm the one who get the credit for it, you know. But our success over the last 6 years would not have been possible without them. When Cheddar Cummins, when Cheddar Cummins has been the foundation of Recycling Partners of Jamaica from inception. I came on board about 3 years ago, so I can't take all the credit. And then I have a team down there who fields all the calls, sets up the operation, run the data, analyze the data, ensure that we are transparent, ensure that we are accountable to what we do. So that's the engine of the bus. I'm just the tire. So that being said, I will get into my presentation, which I'm hoping will be short. Or I should skip, right? Right. So let me start by saying who we are.
Recycling partners of Jamaica. Yeah, we got to make a change, and we have to do it now, can't wait for later. We put plastic in its place, and we all can agree that will be safer than in the gullies and in the drains. Recycling partners of Jamaica. We put plastic in its place, yeah, the place have to clean. PET, the top of the ethylene. HDPE, buckle up, it get screen. Baby to granny, everybody roping. Yeah, we got to go green, you know what I mean. See the sign from the bin, if you drop it in through car window, you flick, that another thing. And we don't want no garbage in this game. No, we handle it and bug them are not the same. So listen up, Jamaica, I'm saying it's time to make a change. Recycling partners of Jamaica. We put plastic in its place, and we all can agree that will be safer than in the gullies in the every rains. Recycling partners of Jamaica. We put plastic in its place.
So that's who we are. And here is my presentation. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Right. Right. Oh, this looks small, but I will still talk through it. Okay, so Recycling Partners of Jamaica, right? We have a very ambitious goal. We would like to collect 85% of the plastic that is sold into the environment. Very ambitious. And we hope to do this within another couple of years. So we are steadfast to getting there. Right, so a background about who we are. We were formed in 2015, and then we started this whole DRS thing where if you brought a bottle into us, we would give you $1 for it. We started that in 2019. And that is funded through our partners, which is Lasco. So I don't leave anybody going to read it. Lifespan, Lasco with Cinco, Pepsi, SM Jaleel, Grace, Tradewind, which is Coalfield, Seprod, and did I go to anybody? I think that's it. What did I go? Lifespan, right, and the others, right. Okay, so and then we also work in conjunction with JMEA, who is our partner. So we report to JMEA on a monthly basis, as well as our partners and to the GOJ. So our business model really is about using that funding that we get from our partners. We build out infrastructure. We pay through the DRS. We improve our processes. We have a lot of public education, marketing. We also we set up community-based collection system. So we use the DRS to fund our entire operation of recovering the plastic bottles that is sold into the environment. So a summary of our operations. It's basically collection, baling, export, DRS administration, and reporting. Where are we now? So that's all of what we are. Where are we now? So as at the end of last financial year that runs from April 2024 to 2025, we are at 40% recovery rate, meaning that we have recovered 40% of the bottles that has been sold into the environment. That's number one in the Caribbean. Who can guess how many bottles were sold into the environment? Anybody? 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 And I soon tell you. I soon tell you. I soon tell you. I soon tell you. The next slide will tell you. Okay. All right. No, it's what I did wrong. Oh. Right. So this slide will tell you. This is our year in review numbers, right? So what is called, I'm going to start from the middle, then go to the left, and go to the right, right? So 24-25, we collected 405 million plastic bottles out of the environment. That's approximately 80 million pounds or 8.1 million kilograms. So lots of plastic bottles. It's a lot. And this represents a 43% of what we collected the year before. So in the 2 years, we did almost 700 million plastic bottles. That's what now? 30 million pounds of plastic that we have removed from their environment. We have a recovery rate of 40%, which is 11% greater than what we did the year before. We also have 10 depots and redemption centers. So these are the places that where you can go and you can deposit your bottles, get a lot of money for it. And these are also the places where we also process the bottles for further exports. We onboarded 2 new partners, Lifespan and Lasco Manufacturing, Lasco Distributors. So these are new persons who are on board now that are interested in what we do and are interested in helping to fund our operations. We have 508 schools as at the end of March. We registered 508 schools into the program. So we have 508 schools who are actively recycling and are benefiting from the program. That's a huge deal. We have processed and exported almost 350 million bottles. That is 58% more than what we did the previous year. And I'm giving you these statistics because I want to show you how we are moving, and we are moving rapidly, and we are very serious about what we do. And there's a movement in Jamaica that is very serious about recycling. And then we have almost 5,000 collectors. So these are the persons who you will see on the road picking the gullies, picking the markets. They come to your house, they set up cages on the football field, and they're actually collecting the bottles on our behalf and earning from it. So who can guess how many bottles were sold into the environment last year? 1 billion, close to 1 billion. Close to 1 billion bottles were sold into the environment. So we're just at 40% of that. So there's another 60% that we are actively trying to get. So it's a lot, right? But you know, we will get there. So if you look at our year to date, from 2019 when we really started, we have collected 1 billion plastic bottles. We have removed 1 billion plastic bottles from the environment. 1 billion plastic bottles from the environment. That's what we have removed, right? And over the last 2 years, we have ramped up. So over the last 2 years, we did 30 million as opposed to 16 million the previous 2 years. That's 46 million bottles that we collected over the last 6 years. We exported approximately 39 million plastic bottles for further recycling. So those 39 million plastic bottles are now other bottles, other plastic items, your shoes, your shirts, other polyester stuff. That 39 million went towards that. Our recovery rate grew by almost it grew by 23% from 11% to 34%. So we are moving. But interestingly is that what we have paid out to our collectors. So over the last 6 years, we have paid out over $600 million to collectors. So these are the little men in the community who walk around and collect the bottles. You know, these are the guys who you say with the big super sack that says RPG on it. Over the last 6 years, we have paid out close to $700 million to those persons. The persons are actually making a living from this, right? Schools are making a living from it. You know, over the last 2 years, we paid out $462 million. So people are logging on. That shows that people are actually logging on. If you see this curve, that steep curve, people are actually logging on to this initiative. So guys, log on. Put plastic in its place. Recycling Partners of Jamaica. RecyclingJA.com. Please visit our website, recyclingja.com. I just saw marketing, so I had to say that. Right. So look at this map. This is where all our cages are. So once again, go to, oh, sorry. You want me to start over the presentation? Just asking. Right, so this map shows where all our cages are, all our locations are. So if you are interested in recycling, visit our website. You will find out where our cages are, bag those bottles, carry them to the cages or carry them to the redemption center, and then we'll pay you for it. Way forward. So we went based on 3 principles. I really wish I had made this a little bit bigger, right? Where do we want to go? We want to be able to participate in as few of the steps as possible. We want to empower more communities. We want to empower more persons to go out there and become entrepreneurs, collect the bottles and bring it to us. And then we will handle it from there. We will process it, we'll export it, So we will pay people to collect it, bring it to us, or we collect it from you, and then we will now do the rest of it. We'll do the rest of it. And that's where we're looking to go. And in order for us to get there, when we do get there, we'll spend less capex and we'll be spending more opex. Right, so that's where we're looking to go. We also want to enable basic redemption infrastructure, right? So that is our redemption centers. We want to build our redemption centers so you can bring them as an entrepreneur to us, and then, as I said, we will process it. So that are the 3 steps that we're looking to define our scope. So, what are our next steps? We would like for 2024, 2025, 2026, we are aiming at collecting 46% of what is sold out in the market. And we're anticipating that there may be an increase in what is sold into the market. So we're saying that we should collect 46% of that. How do we plan to do that? Right. So we're going to drive recovery by expanding our community-based entrepreneur program. We are piloting it now. We are reaching out to persons in communities to say, yo, come on board. We will pay a little extra if you go around to your district, your school, your church, your community bar, your community persons, collect on our behalf. We go and pick it up from you. So we want to spend some time empowering these persons. We want to drive recovery by focusing on our people on the inside. We want to train, we want to develop our staff so that we have great succession planning in all areas of the business. Because this is new for a lot of us. We are learning as we go along. So we want to also pass on that learning to the entire team. We want to drive recovery by making recycling more convenient and more accessible, right? So we want to hear from you. Where do you live? Where do you think that we can put a cage? Where do you think you can become a community based collector? Reach out to us on our website, recyclingja.com. We want to drive recovery through expanding our schools program. So we have a very ambitious task. We want to reach 700 schools by the end of this year. Very ambitious, but we think we can get there. Right, we want to improve our efficiencies at our plants. We want to be able to increase our capacity so we can increase our exports so we don't have crowded spaces at our depots. So we're going to be working on that as well. We want to drive recovery through I said that before, community-based marketing. So this is very critical. Our marketing team has taken a different approach. So we're building it. We're building awareness. Now we need to go into the little nooks and crannies. We need to do boots on the ground. And we want to be able to convince persons to become community-based entrepreneurs. We want to convince persons to come, bring the plastic bottles, deposit them at our cages or locations. So we're working on that in order to get to our 46% or 23 million bottles that we would like to collect, 23 million pounds that we'd like to collect. So that being said, 1 billion bottles later, get started today. Visit our website, recyclingja.com, get logging. Here ends my presentation. The rest of the team will take questions. I'll go back to my seat.
Thank you so much. So we have 2 left. Okay, at this time, I'm going to, we're going to do the questions still? Okay, we're going to move to the next team. And just a minute, can you take the baskets over here quickly? And just a photo up. In the meantime, I'll ask, we'll move to let me ask, do you have any questions? Anyone here have any questions? I see a hand went halfway up. Any questions? Okay. So while the baskets are being handed out by Janelle and Andrea, the last segment will be on water resources, watershed management. And let me apologize. The NEPA team We also have presentations, but our team members have gracefully decided that they will allow their presentations to be shared when we're having the group of presentations being shared post symposium, and we'll allow our 2 external presenters to go ahead. Thank you, team, for your presentation. Very interesting. Thank you so much. So in this last segment, we have Mr. Peter Clark, Managing Director, Water Resources Authority, and from RADA, do we have the gentleman from RADA? Janelle, can you get him for me? I think he was timing us. Yes, so from RADA, we have a presenter. I know, though, that we have given you a lot of information today, a lot of food for thought. While at lunch, we had some reviews, and persons were saying it has been quite interesting today. They're hearing information that they weren't aware of. Some they know it's out there, but it has never been, presented to them in this manner. So we know that a lot of information would have been. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Clark. So just. Okay, so we now have our RADA presenter, and he's Mr. Earl Watkis, Zonal Plant Health and Food Safety Officer. Yes, officer. Plant Health Unit, okay. So our first presenter for this segment is Mr. Peter Clark, our Managing Director from the Water Resources Authority. Welcome him, please. And just bear with us a little bit longer. Yes.
Good afternoon. Water resources, the management, it's a big, big challenge. We're going to look at it. Sometimes we have too much, sometimes we have too little. In either case, it presents a challenge for all of us, and so it is something that affects everyone, and water resources management at the end of the day is everybody's business. So I'll go through quickly what the Water Resources Authority is about. Based on an act of parliament, we are mandated to regulate, allocate, conserve, and otherwise manage water resources. And one of the most important things out of all of it that we are interface so much with the public with is the thing at the top of the slide there, which is licensing and regulation. You cannot abstract water legally without a license unless it's for domestic purposes on a small scale. You certainly cannot withdraw water from underground through wells in any circumstance without a license. And one of the big outputs for us is at the top again, our National Water Resources Master Plan. Of course, there are other outputs, but I think that's our most important one. Now, our challenge, of course, is what's going to happen with water, what's happening with it, and what can happen with it. With regards to our groundwater, the biggest challenge we have is that it gets contaminated, usually by seawater coming in into our groundwater. And this happens if you pump a well too hard or if you pump a well too deep or something like that. You can then interface with seawater and contaminate your groundwater. Even at the very center of the island, if you have a well there, it can happen because all our groundwater is connected to our seawater. And of course, the other thing is the actual depletion of the of the water reserve. And with regard to surface water, the big thing, of course, is depletion again, economy loss, and environmental loss, ecological losses if you take too much water from a river, stream, or spring. So speaking about our pollution, we have noted pollution centers. Okay, for the corporate area, for instance, we're sitting on a very large aquifer, even right here where we are. If you drill a well right here, you will get a little fresh water, then you will interface with seawater because we're so close to the coast. All right. And as you go further inland, you're going to interface with a lot more fresh water, but it's going to be contaminated because 200 years of absorption pits created a problem for Kingston. On the other hand, in other areas where you see the yellow now, that is where pumping used to go on before the Water Resources Authority was formed, when you could just pump at will, basically. And as a result, a lot of seawater has been pulled into those aquifers and it's contaminated with salt water. So it's somewhat saline. So that's why you see the yellow. Then back in the day when we were all into bauxite, and bauxite was a thing when bauxite was in the heyday in the 50s and so on, the big concern was about how to sell the bauxite and make money. The concern was not about how to dispose of that waste product. It just went into lakes, and those lakes eventually seeped into the groundwater and contaminated the groundwater to this day. And so we have those contamination centers. And then of course you have the situation with the sugar estates and so on, and the dunder, and that also was disposed of, and that has also contaminated groundwater. But we do monitor it. We do try to keep a fix on what is happening. So we do monitor our groundwater, and we produce groundwater maps with different parameters, whether it's the sodium, which would indicate, of course, the salt water, because sodium, salt is sodium and chloride, and other pollutions and so on. So we do look at them, and we do have an atlas essentially, which gives a good spot measurement, as a good indicator of where the aquifers especially are contaminated. We work very closely with the NEPA, because when you apply to NEPA for a development, for instance, they are going to pass it to the Water Resources Authority for the Water Resources Authority to speak on any impacts on groundwater or on any hydrological impacts. So we are a part of the process for development decisions. We're a part of the process for mining decisions, the whole matter of the cockpit country, to mine or not to mine. We were all in that discussion, very heavy in that discussion, and we're proud to say that we're a part of what has come out of those discussions with the delineation of the cockpit country protected area. There's a matter of aquifer protection zones, and we would lead that because we would know which aquifer needs to be protected, which aquifer is vulnerable. We do have an aquifer protection zone that is outlined, and you'll see it in just a little bit. But the fact is that an aquifer protection zone does not mean that you can't build in the zone, but it means that you must build carefully. Because as a matter of fact, the Greater Bernard Lodge Development Plan, which we work so very closely with NEPA for quite a few years, and with CTD Guthrie as well, we're all a part of some serious discussions there. It was recognized that we had to establish requirements. We had to have strict monitoring. We had to have a multi-sectorial approach, because at the end of the day, it's not about the water resources and water resource management. It's not about NEPA and environmental management. It's about the municipal corporations. It's about the PIOJ, the PSOJ, the JMEA, so you can know, for instance, that certain manufacturing can't take place in an area. We wanted the goal to be a win-win for all, and I think we've pretty much got that. So this map shows you the aquifer protection zone. If you're familiar with maps, you would recognize that this is a part of Portmore. And so you can see where Bernard Lodge is, right in the center of all of that, the sugar factory, and you can see houses and so on. And the idea is that we're protecting what we call an alluvium aquifer. And that gray area means that it's basically a sandy aquifer, which is very highly vulnerable. All right. And we've identified the wells in the area. The red dots are the wells in the area. So we've identified all the working wells in that area. So you have to set boundaries in that area so that you don't do too much development very close to them. You have to establish buffer zones and so on. Because our hydrological concerns are what's going to happen with the infiltration in this area, especially if don't use so much agriculture and you put more houses, then you're going to increase runoff, you're going to reduce recharge, you're going to probably have to increase abstraction, You're going to have demands on supply, and of course, you're going to have impacts on water quality. So we've identified the risks there. Clearly, the risks are the runoff, the infiltration. But more importantly now, after you do all of that, is how do you mitigate it? All right, and so when we look at it, in concert with NEPA and others, we realize that we have to manage runoff, we have to put in detention ponds. So NEPA has insisted in the Greater Berners Law Development Plan that the developers that come inside that area will have to put in detention ponds, and so that more recharge can take place. Now we see these ponds, those of us who have the privilege to travel to South Florida, see these ponds and lakes and everything, and we think that they're there, they look good in a community, but they are there largely to encourage groundwater and runoff water, surface water to infiltrate into the ground. So you go to all of these communities, residential communities, and you see that we've insisted that we have to also have that in our situation because we have to protect this aquifer. So the mitigation is, gray water capture, treated effluent reuse, and we're working with NEPA again with regards to that because Lisa over there, we've had spent a lot of time on discussion with how we can develop treated effluent guidelines so that at the end of the day, our industrial effluent and our commercial effluent can be reused, even within the same compounds where they're being generated. And that is a big thing for us. Clearly, you have to monitor abstraction, you have to enforce restrictions, and we have to use whatever technology available. The fact is that we can make development and the environment coexist if we take care. That is the fact. So let's look at some of our other challenges now, water-related impacts. You have the issue, as I said, of floods and droughts, changing patterns of precipitation, and that is a big thing for all of us in this room because we're all concerned about climate change and climate change impacts, increased water loss due to higher temperatures, sea level rise. A lot of people talk about sea level rise and sea level rise and sea level rise, and I don't think we all understand why sea level rises. Sea level doesn't just rise because ice melts and more water flows out. But sea level rise is even more importantly because of the very chemical nature of water, which is as you heat and boil and heat water, it expands. So when the temperature naturally gets hotter in the environment, the water that's exposed to the temperature is going to expand. Now the water that's in the sea can't expand down into the seabed because the seabed is a stopper. It can only expand up. That is your major sea level rise. So that's the thing that we have to look for as well. I mean, yes, this year is, the theme for World Water Day is, melting glaciers and how they impact us. But think about hotter temperatures and how they impact us, all right? So yeah, we have a situation where our stations out there where we monitor streams, for instance, and we have different kinds of monitoring setups that are out there. A number of them. I think over 100 monitoring stations across the island. You'll see that shortly. We've divided Jamaica into 10 planning zones, hydrologic basins. And then, coming out of that, we have the monitoring stations. So you can see monitoring stations for where we monitor surface water. And these monitoring stations all bring us data. We're data miners, essentially. Yes, we also analyze data and make decisions about data through the data. And we make recommendations through the data. But it's the data that makes helps us to make our decisions. And then we coordinate with our colleagues at the Met Service and we look at precipitation data so that we can do a runoff estimation, so we can do a groundwater recharge analysis from the rain that falls, we can do a water balance studies, and all of these other things. But for us, we, just like everybody else, we're concerned about what's happening with temperature and temperature rising. So we're a part of the whole CARICOF, the Caribbean Outlook Forum, which is every month looking at what's happening in the Caribbean and forecasting what's happening in the Caribbean with regards to rainfall and with regards to temperature rises. And yeah, last year was the hottest year on record ever for almost the entire world, not just Jamaica. We heard it for Jamaica, but it was the entire world. Mexico was, a couple of people were falling over from heat stroke and everything. You may recall that, Somerset Falls went dry last year. Yeah? No, year before last, sorry, not last year. Somerset Falls went dry. It was big news when the waterfalls came back. But it wasn't the first time. It went dry again. It went dry in 2012, and it went dry in 2016, I think it was, when we had that bad drought. So it happens all the time. Now, what happens there is peculiar to the river. It's a short river, so it's going to react very quickly to whether, rain is falling or not. It's not a big, long river like Rio Minnow or something like that. It's a river that's probably only 4 miles long in an area with not a lot of infiltration. So it depends largely on runoff. So that will happen. But it's a good indicator for all of us of what's happening, with our temperatures. As I can't say anything more about sea level rise. I've spoken about that, and we're struck for time. Yeah, our water resources master plan is a big output for us, and it's something that we are mandated to update frequently. So that is something we're constantly working on. But coming out of this most recent master plan, what we've done is, among other things, we've incorporated the impact of climate change on our water resources. And we've used an event horizon to 2080. And when you look at what's happening forecasted between 2019 and 2080, you can see that the water balance for the island, that profile changes drastically, radically, significantly, any kind of color you want. It's just telling you that things are serious and we have to pay attention to what's happening. And we have to start already. And we have begun, the water resources, we have begun, but the rest of us have to do it as well. So when people are talking about conserve water, it's not one of them things that is just a slogan. It's not a jingle. It is supposed to be a way of life for all of us. All right? I did a little calculation. I looked at Mona Reservoir. All right? Sun comes in, water evaporates. We know that. Mona Reservoir is about 70 acres surface area. Take the average wind speed on any given day, 15 kilometers per hour. Take the average daytime, midday temperature, roughly 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Take the average humidity, 50%. And the average evaporation rate gives you 85,000 gallons per hour that evaporates from Mona Reservoir today, using today's numbers. And of course, if temperature rises with this whole climate change and you have the temperature rise that is predicted, that is going to exacerbate everything, and that evaporation of 85,000 is going to get a little bit bigger, maybe a whole lot bigger, but certainly bigger. Now, the sun isn't hot for 80 degrees for all the day, all through the day. I did 6 hours. So 6 hours means that 17% of your reservoir, just one reservoir, 17% evaporates daily. All right? Now, you still have incoming water for the other 6 from 24. My math used to be good, but it's now telling me that there's only 18 hours left. So for the overall 24 hours, because you have incoming water that's not evaporating at that rate for 18 hours, it means that your overall daily evaporation rate is 4%, which is still a lot of water to evaporate out of your reservoir. Yeah, your peak evaporation is 17, and that put that there to kind of blow your mind, but then I kind of put it back to say it's not as bad as 17% over the entire day, because it's 4%, but it's still something. So the short-term response when we have these water challenges and water situation, of course, has been trucking. The problem with trucking, of course, is it's the most expensive way to move water. There's no more expensive way to move water than trucking it. But for us, especially the terrain, with where water resources are and related to where people live, all these factors, it means that sometimes it's the only answer that we have. And so we have to do it. So yes, it's a short-term response. And then you have the medium-term response is rainwater harvested. So when we get an application from NEPA, or not from NEPA, through NEPA, when a developer sends in an application to NEPA and they send it to us for comments, we will always recommend, the matter of rainwater harvesting. All right, and we encourage the continued build out of even community rainwater harvesting systems. We encourage the build out of capturing surface water and surface water runoff and so on. And of course, as we move ahead, the whole matter of building out detention ponds and retention ponds and so on. Reforestation, and somebody's here that's going to speak something about watershed shortly. sir. And we support that because at the end of the day, we all recognize the link, that synergy, that nexus between your forest, your tree cover, and what's happening with your water on the ground, on the surface, and under the ground. Our wetlands are also important. We had a big project back in the 70s, I think it was, to drain Negril Swamp, the whole of that area down there. Was it then? I don't remember. Somebody from NEPA can tell me when that was. And now we're looking at another project to re-wet that area that physical structures have been put in to drain. Okay? Because we now recognize the importance. So that's important. And other things are happening, you know, there's water supply projects that are happening, and those are part of the medium-term response. A big one that's coming for Kingston and parts of St. Catherine is the Rio Cobre water plant to bring an additional 15 million gallons of water into Kingston. So that is coming along. We have the program where we're putting water into the aquifer physically, which is the artificial groundwater recharge system out in Innswood. And basically, it's being done to push back seawater, to create a bank of fresh water that those wells out there are pumping from, and to create just basically storage. Because when you store the water underground, it can't evaporate so fast. Now, the old people know what evaporate mean. Young people only know evaporate. Us older ones know about mama, the milk evaporate out. You laugh. CTD, you make them know your age. You make them know your age, CTD. But the fact is that construction can be done to help to resuscitate your aquifers and so on. So, and that's happening. This is just a diagram of the overall construction. 69 acres out in Innswood, no energy input other than gravity. So there's no pumps, no anything, and the water goes through sedimentation beds and wetland beds and everything, and it gets injected back into the aquifer through sinkholes and abandoned wells that had gone saline. So they weren't useful anymore. So, you know, that's what was happening there. And then the long-term response. There's a matter of Soapberry, and Soapberry, we were discussing, that is Soapberry is looking to expand to basically double its capacity. The fact is that wastewater is water. Kingston uses 40 million gallons of water per day, which means that Kingston produces 40 million gallons of wastewater per day. Right? So we have to recognize that the back end of that word is water. So forget about the waste and look at the back end and then make use of it. Surface water, the same thing. Look at the back end of the word, water. And we have to look to be tapping into that in our future. So we do have the challenges, but we do have measures that we can bring about. There's a matter of interbasin transfer to move water from where it is to where it's needed. We're doing that already, for instance, with the Yalas pipeline, bringing water into Kingston. We're doing it with the Bogwalk pipeline, bringing water from Tullow Springs into Kingston. We're moving water from Martha Brae. Right now, we're looking to move water from Martha Brae to Lucy. It was just going to Montego Bay. So we're moving water out of one area into a complete other area where it's needed. And it's major capital expense to make these things happen. The outlays, sometimes when you look at the numbers, it's ridiculous. Nowadays, all we talk about is billions and billions and billions, but that's where we are. And that's what we have to spend. One of the things that we can look forward to getting out of water, for instance, is an improvement, is a ramp up of some amount of hydropower, hydroelectrical energy. We already have 8 plants operating across the island. We've had discussions with JPS and with the Ministry of Energy and everybody, and we've seen where there are 3 or 4 more are readily possible. So those are there. This is the Magoti plant out in St. Elizabeth. Then there's this other thing called pumped hydro storage, where you use your renewable energy to pump your fresh water to a higher point, and then in releasing that fresh water to the community, you now let it operate small turbines to create power while it's coming back from that. So you're using your renewable to pump it, so you're not wasting any JPS to do it, and then afterwards, now you're creating some energy. So that is another win-win, and this is the kind we have to jump out of the box and be thinking like that. No, this is not just jumping out of the box. This is jumping into the deep end. Because here, what we're looking at now is a method of desalinizing water using water pressure itself. We've all carried water at some time in our life, and we all know that 1 bucket, 1 gallon of water weighs 10 pounds. So water is heavy. And when you're under, some of us who, well, Kyle and all of the other people from that do all the swimming and diving are gone, it would seem. But when you swim or you dive, you can feel that water pressure. And you're just at the bottom of a pool, and you can feel the water pressure on your body. So you can imagine the pressure at 100 meters. So if you put a plant at 100 meters, you can use the very hydrostatic pressure of the water itself to push water through filters to create fresh water. Because that's what desalination is. You're pumping water through such fine filters that is removing sodium and chloride ions without removing the water molecule. But it takes a lot of energy to do it, a lot of force to do it under normal circumstances on land. But we're looking at, not we necessarily, it is being looked at, how you can use the water pressure itself to do it, all right? And so that's one side of it. Then the other side, the gloom and doom about the climate change is one thing. But then, of course, there's the other side. When you're getting too much water, the flooding, yeah? So we have basically 5 types of flooding, and you're going to see them right now. You have riverine flooding, where the river, this is the Hope River back up Papine. The Hope River comes down, and it washes away houses and all kinds of things. So that's riverine flooding. That's kind of, we know about this one, all right? When I went back to check, this house is not there anymore. The river is now wider. We have groundwater-induced depression flooding. We have a depression in the ground, a kind of pond or lake kind of situation, and as more rain falls, the groundwater itself rises. So this is what happens in Monique. So a lot of people have lost property there with that happening. Then you have surface water-induced depression flooding, where again you have that low area. But instead of groundwater rising, what you're having is surface water running off and getting into that area. And that's a problem that we have. Newmarket, Chigwell, Pond side out in Olab. No, if you go and buy a piece of land and the old people tell that the place named Pond side, think about it. Just sit back and reset, press the reset button and think about it. So the people on the Pond side have a major problem. All right, and then of course the urban flooding. Storm surge is the other one. That's not so much a freshwater issue. That's our storms pushing the stuff. So we at the WRA, we've developed floodplain maps of certain areas, selected areas, so that people can know what's happening. We work with ODPEM in terms of delineating floodwater control zones. For the groundwater, again, we look at, you use groundwater elevation data to determine the flow direction of our groundwater. We have the rainfall intensity gauges, not just the Met Service that have rainfall gauges. We have two also, and we use those. And especially for us, Sunday was the 1st of June, the beginning of the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season, all right? And one of the big issues is the matter of flood warning. We do have one major flood early warning system that is on the Bogwell Gorge, so that the gorge can be closed to protect life, limb, and property. All right. And when they close that gate, they're not closing the gate because somebody's sitting on somewhere and looking at the river and say it's rising. You can't do that, because some of you may have seen some videos that were going around 2-3 weeks ago with real minnow when it just came down, and some people that were cooking some soup and thing by the river. Anybody saw that video? I raise a quick hand if you've seen that video. If that was the real cobra, they would have stood no chance. You realize that? So you can't depend on being there to see the river to close the gate. That can be too late. So we have to use the science to do it. So we're collecting the rainfall data from out in the further parts of the watershed, putting it all together. We've created an index, and when the water reaches a certain level, the alarms go off. The alarms go off on my phone. My phone starts blowing up, and my team's phone starts blowing up, and everybody knows that jump around now. And we're the trigger. But at the end of the day, we contact the ODPEM who are responsible for disaster response. And the ODPEM now will contact the National Works Agency who own the road and the bridge, but have no power, no badman power. So they will contact the police, and then the police should go and close the road. All right? So it's a chain of events, but it's a chain of events that happens remarkably well. And from that thing has been put into place, we've had 0 loss of life, 0 incidents. The only incident we have is a man go down there and lick off the padlock off of the thing one time because he said him have to go through. I don't know if you remember that one. Right? That's the only incident. But thankfully, none of the usual stuff has happened. So the way forward, at the end of the day, one of the big things is more investment, CTD. Even though you're not my CTD, you're the climate change CTD, but you talk to my own. Investment in hydrological and water quality, monitoring and so on. That's big for us. That's needed. And that also can help to finance how we get modeling tools and so on. So outside there's a thing and it says reduce, reuse, and recycle, but we have a whole lot more R's than that because we have reclaim. So your stormwater is good, reclaim it. Reuse your wastewater. Restrict your freshwater use. Reduce your freshwater demand. Stop the wasteful practices. Reserve water for future use and redirect. Just like I said, we're moving water. Basically, I don't have the time, let me not say it. So going forward, it's more than water. Climate change is there, staring us all in the face. So we're looking at the possibility of, more water scarcity and so on. And also changing land use means that there will be different demands and different needs for supply and so on, all right? So then now we'll come to the bigger picture, reclaim our watersheds. We've been talking about that. Recycling partners just left here. Reuse our packaging on our throwaways, restrict our throwaways, restrict our watershed degradation, reduce the consumption, reserve your underground storage, and redirect. All right? Thank you so much.
Thank you too, Mr. Clark. That's a lot of information to process, a lot of critical data as well. Okay, in moving on, we'll now have Mr. Earl Watkins from RADA to do his presentation. Come on. Welcome him, please.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Earl Watkins from the Rural Agricultural Development Authority. Position being Zonal Plant Health and Food Safety Officer. Today, we're going to look at the Integrated Pest Management, IPM, and how we use that as a sustainable approach. Use it as a plan, being a sustainable plan with our farmers to achieve their goals, maintain the healthy environment, and so they can increase their yield and so forth. So for the objectives, these are some of the things that we'll share with the farmers out there, to build a knowledge base, skills, attitudes about sustainable farm practice, promote integrated pest management approaches, and we expect that they will understand the key concept of ICM and IPM. ICM being integrated crop management, IPM integrated pest management, and the reduction of pests through better crop management, and also in terms of the use of pests to ensure that it have minimal impact on our environment and also on the human. Also, Yeah, so it's hard to take this approach in terms of giving knowledge, sometimes sharing knowledge by way of what we call FSC, Farmer Field School. Knowledge meaning to know how, but then again, that information is expected to expect a change in attitude. I mean, practice what you learn, and after you do that over a period of time, that becomes your skill. That will be the thing that you do on a regular basis. All right, so we speak of IPM. And the reason why the IPM comes about is that farmers planting their crops, they encounter a number of challenges, right? You might have disaster, pests, and other activity that can impact their production. But when it comes to like pests, one of the major thing affecting production, right? So we define a pest as an injurious, noxious, or troublesome living organism. And we say that can include insect, weeds, plant pathogens that include like fungi, bacteria, viruses. Extend that to birds, non-human mammals, and other organisms. So all of these would pose a threat and lead to economic loss to the farmer. All right, so 4 things are required. Well, we use the word loosely, meaning pests, but usually it's not, well, what will affect our crop? Starting out, it depends on where, that insect pest is, or mites. Because we have insect and we have mites. We know that insect have 3 pairs of legs. Things like other pests like mites would have 4 pairs of legs, right? But as I said, the pest can be an insect, so it can be a regular insect out there, not troubling anyone or anything, any plant. But it depending on that activity that you do, then that can determine that that insect become a pest, right? Because it might not be affecting your crop, but your plant, your crop more monocropping, meaning like one pure standard crop, then you might have them being causing damage there, where they say, yeah, that is a pest, compared to when you will say, yeah, this is an insect that is not really causing any problem. So the pest species must be present at the right stage of the crop, because you know that at certain stage of the crop, it's more soft, succulent. So different insect pests, for example, whitefly, aphids might prefer to feed at that time. The environment very important. So if the environment is conducive for the development of that pest, usually when the time is dry or warm, you tend to have a proliferation of insect pests, mites, and they will look things to feed on. So if your crop is there, for example, your sweet pepper, onions, and other crop, then they will feed on those crops. Because usually most of the water that we use, the nutrients, is going right towards that crop. So that crop is really preferred by them, right? And the crop must be susceptible to variety and the growth stage. So depending on the phenology, again. And all of the above must occur at the same time. So this is very important, as I said, the time, the pests, and the environment. And this is what we encourage our farmers to do, is to know the pests, manage the environment as best as possible, so they can better control the pests. As I say, how do organisms become a pest? Well, it can be that you introduce a new crop into the area, and our sister organization and the ministry, the plant quarantine and inspector well, the plant quarantine authority, right? They will tell you that if you are planning to bring any plant into the country, then they should do that inspection, right? So you can't just carry a plant into the country like that. You can bring along new pests with that crop or plants, right? New organism introductions. So if you're carrying any other organism, whether it be bacteria, fungi, then again that should go through the inspection. Production system practices, very important. How you manage the production era. If you have a farm, then you should have some sanitization system or program in place so you can reduce the spread of disease, pests, and fungi. Remove of limiting factors again, and low tolerance. So all of those will help to determine if that insect that you have on your farm remain just being an insect or becomes a pest. Well, the general impact of the pest is that it causes injury to the plants, right? Because it consumes the plant parts, can spread chemical toxin from the insect to the plants. For example, your aphids and whitefly, they can transmit virus to your plants. For example, in tomato, they have what they call the jerry curl. That's a disease that is really spread from usually the aphids to the tomato plant. So it will affect the growth significantly and then affect the quality of the produce. Can also cause physical damage. I know that you might all heard of the impact of beet armyworm and onion production, scallion production in St. Elizabeth and Yallas. Right, and also the pink mealybug, which is have a, we call a sucking mouth part. So it's basically suck the sap from the plant, so it reduce how vigorous that plant may grow and produce. As I said, that result in loss of harvest quality, cosmetic damages, because if you go to the market and see the produce that you want to purchase being damaged or certain marks on it, then you will not be happy to buy that produce, right? Vectoring of pathogens. Again, as I said, the vectors again can be like your aphids and those insects that can pass around pathogens. So you have to keep those under control. And also direct contamination, right? So you have a virus injury that the pest can cause to your plant. All right. With pests, as the name suggests, pesticide and anything that ends with side usually signifies that it kill. I guess except the only one you can think of a coincide, nothing else. All right, so pesticide trail me. Well, this is like explaining that pesticide alone cannot do it. You will end up in a situation where you continue to use pesticide but not really generating much from your crop. So it means that you really have to take on other activities or cultural practices, methods to really complement your application of pesticide, right? So what this here is saying that you can spray, kill the pesticide on a natural control around. Because the thing, other insect like the ladybird, beetle, those are helpful organisms or helpful insect that can help to control other bad insect that can damage or pests that can damage your crop. So if you're applying pesticide, you have to take that into consideration. Resistant to primary pests, increase application rate. So that are some of the things you might undertake. When I see the pest not being killed, natural tendency is to increase the dosage over a period of time. not good because you should follow what is on the manufacturer as or the pesticide label, right? What they recommend. And sometimes I might use a broader range insecticide because they have different type of insecticide, right? You have the selective and broad spectrum. So the broad spectrum basically would kill everything. Induce secondary pests. Well, what this mean? Yeah, you might be applying a pesticide, but then it kill, as I said, it kill most of the organism, but it's not gonna kill all. So some will remain, build up resistance over a period of time, mutation there. If you look on the diagram there, you can see we started with the insect. You have predominantly the white colored bugs and one red bugs. But over a period of time, when you continue to apply the pesticide, then they build up resistance till over a period of time, you see the red bug becoming more dominant bugs there, right? So what this is saying, chemical alone won't do it. It's not as effective as you might think. All right, so management versus control. Usually say pest control means that you try to eradicate the pest totally, right? Humans have been trying to control pests for many years, so it's not just the other day that this has started. The IPM replaced the term control. So you're thinking more of management, right? As a pest management, I say a process by which information is collected and used to make good management decision to reduce pest population in a planned and coordinated way. So you take a more systematic approach. As I say, you try to study what how your pests behave, possibly what time of year, the season, but they might be more prolific or dominant out there. And as I said, this requires tolerance, information, and of course, strategy. Main focus really, because the farmer, the main focus is really to protect the value of his crop, right? Killing the pests remains an option, right? As I said, if it's not affecting your crop badly, then you might be considering, that specific management practice that you will use, right? The alternative in terms of management, you can use repellency, behavior suppression or deterrence, disruption in terms of mating, and biological control. So these are some of the other methods other than say chemical that you'll undertake. And as you go along, you'll see some more of these. To successfully manage the pests, as I say, you have to know your pests, or if it's not a pest, you just have to know the insect or the mice that is affecting your crop. And here we have the life cycle. If you see there, well, you have it as a butterfly. The butterfly will lay the eggs, then it turn into the caterpillar. The caterpillar feeds, and then after the feed, you go into another stage they call the pupa stage, like resting stage, and then they turn back into that butterfly, or what they call it, adult. Usually, the most dangerous stage here is the caterpillar, or the larva stage. That is usually devastating. But even though it's the most devastating also, it can be the stage that is most vulnerable in terms of when you want to, control, well, not control, but as I said, manage, manage the pests. I can go back to the example of the beet armyworm again. Similar cycle where the larvae or the worm being the more the devastating stage. IPM again defined, as I say, is a systematic approach. It's more sustainable. As I say, we draw on different management practices. We ensure that they are complementary of biological, cultural, physical, chemical tools in a way that minimize economic, health, and environmental risks. So it both protect the farmer health and also the health of the environment, right? So, because all of this activity take place in the environment, so we have to ensure that we protect the environment where that is concerned. Looking closer at the IPM approaches, as a cultural control, crop rotation, intercropping. Crop rotation mean like, for example, plant scallion onion in a location. We recommend that you plant another crop from a different family. Say, for example, corn, peas. That will help to reduce the build-up of the pests in that area. Biological control, as I said, this is where things like the ladybird beetle comes in that help to control some of the larvae of the other insect pests. We also have what we call pheromones. Pheromones is like it mimic what take place in the natural environment. What happens is, well, you use it in the beets, in the onion or scallion field to, monitor the population of the beet armyworm. What is does it give off that scent or aroma, where the male species of the beet armyworm come by. We set up that trap with the pheromone and the water in a trap. So when the male species come by thinking it's a female to mate, then you get trapped in that trap there. So that really reduces the population of the beet armyworm in that sense. And it is said that when that mat can mate many times, can produce it 150. The female produces 150 eggs per day, but the male mat, it can mate with many females for the day. So if you can control the male species there, then you will help put a big dent in the population. Regulatory, again, there's a plan current will come in where that is concerned. Physical and mechanical control. Can use mulch in the different areas run by burn and lodge. You can see it there where the farmer understand well that certain pests, they complete their life cycle. Well, part of the life cycle in the soil. So when they have the plastic mulch in the field, then it prevent that life cycle from taking place. So in a sense here, you reduce the population. And also, if it's a small area, backyard garden, then we encourage a person to can pick and crush those larvae or worms. And person who have greenhouses, then that is good because it helps to screen or keep out some of the pests. As I mentioned, biological control, as I said, we have what we call parasitoids. Sometimes we call some of them parasitic wasps. We have our wasps out here also. So we encourage farmers again, if you in the field see that that wasp nest, as we call it, nearby, don't harm it. Protect it and as much as possible keep out the way. But what it does, it helps to control some of these larvae, or the larvae of some of these pests, as you can see there. Well, as you can see in the middle there with the caterpillar, what happened is that the parasitoid wasp, laid the eggs on the back of the larvae there. So when they hatch from that egg, then they directly feed on the larvae or the worm. So that's the biological control there. As I said, the pheromones can be utilized to catch or deter pests. Pheromones are chemical emitted by an animal that signals another animal of the same species. Could you go into that earlier? Some applications we currently use include the beet armyworm pheromone, the sweet potato weevil pheromone, and also for the corn earworm pheromone. And I think we also have some other ones for the aphids also. And also, in some cases, like for what we call trips, that's another pest. You can use like, blue sticky trap to help to control them, because they are attracted to that color. And for the aphids, you can use that yellow sticky trap also. But again, so this again kind of summarizes integrated pest management. It's comprehensive. As I said, take a systematic approach, cultural, chemical, with, as I said, chemical being the last resort. It's sustainable. So you don't just kill out all of the pests or the insects. Reduce the pest status to tolerable levels, maintain pest damage below the economic injury threshold. Right? So meaning that if it's below the economic threshold, that you're still able to get enough produce, quality produce, make enough income from that crop that you have planted without it significantly affecting your income. As I say, combine biological, cultural, physical, chemical techniques that are compatible and minimize economic, health, and environmental risks. Again, these are some other steps, like if you are first starting out your production, then you want to ensure to take these integrated crop management approach / IPM. You want good quality seeds. The seeds shouldn't be infected with fungi, virus, or any other insect eggs that might be there, right? Proper field location and preparation. So you should ensure that the land that you select to plant that specific crop is a good distance, at least 100 meters away from water source, rivers, and things like those. So you don't contaminate those natural features, right? A strict nursery management. If you're growing seedlings, you should ensure that the area that you want to purchase them from or will be purchasing them from is certified, right? Proper transplanting, that go into, again, good land preparation. That can come back to what we mentioned earlier in terms of the cultural practice. We talk about crop rotation and those practices. Proper plant nutrition and water management. Plant not getting proper nutrition and water, they need to grow much slower, hence exposing the time that the pests can affect the crop. Proper pest and disease management, critical. And then again, proper harvest and post-harvest management. Again, critical, because you don't want to harvest and then left the crop debris in the field, and then the eggs from the insect that infect the crop might be just hatching out, and that can create a problem when you plan to plant the next crop. And again, you don't want any pests built up in the area there. All right. Again, you can encourage the development of IPM program, right? Working, as I say, you have to have knowledge about the pests, working knowledge of the pests, the ecology, the environment where it's thriving best, the crop feed knowledge, meaning the different stage of the crop that it is susceptible to the pests and and it can cause the most economic damage. Information, data levels of pest infestation, especially for the beets, armyworm again. We had rather collect visit the field on a monthly basis, one time for the month in the different areas, St. Thomas, St. Catherine, St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, those areas that plant scallion and onions, monitor those fields and determine if, well, do a forecast, assess what is there now. If we realize that the condition is ideal for the pest development, then we make that advisory to the farmers for them to change their management practice a bit. For example, if it's too dry, if you can get more water in the field, as I said, so the crop can grow much faster. Or if it's a case where the pest is at a level that it can easily control by pesticide, we said, well, it's ideal time for you to apply your pesticide program to control the pest. So all of that information that we collect, we use it to assess and also to forecast what action can be taken. Selection of preventive and therapeutic tactics that are effective, practical, and environmentally sound, and also those that are compatible and complementary. Again, this is all a part of the IPM package, the monitoring, the pest injury, damage, assess pest control, constraint of the different strategies. So from time to time, you will review these, and the farmer also review these practices. So that means they have to keep the records of the different activities that they're doing. All right. So just to wrap it up, the importance of IPM is that you want to increase the quality and the yield of crop, reduce field and storage loss, reduce pesticide use, very critical, can save money there, reduce health risk as a result of lesser exposure to toxic pesticide. And even though, as I say, under the IPM program, we encourage the use of more, what we call it, softer pesticide. Softer meaning they're easier on the environment and also on the human health, but they still have is active against the pests. Improve environmental quality and food safety. That is what the IPM also ensure. Improve farmer livelihood, higher income and empowerment. Because they get additional knowledge, skills to produce better crops, and also can venture into different markets. This again just an example of IPM for diamondback moth. So diamondback moth is a pest that affects cabbage a lot. So again, if you were to do an IPM program for this, we're thinking about, as I say, remove and destroy crop residue from the previous crop, right? Conserve endemic natural enemies, as I say, like a ladybird, beetle, a wasp. Use insecticide carefully, and that will be approved and recommended one. As I said, the softer one, usually in the different pesticide carry what we call a color code or band. The one with the green band means it's more, softer, while the one with the red means it's very toxic. All right, and we have this one this is the chemical name, the Bacillus thuringiensis. That one is more softer, biological, and it also have less devastating impact on the environment. All right, so again, that's just assessing the whole IPM measures and things that you can do. Here, scouting is recommended. Scouting is one of the more important things that a farmer can do with his field. When you go through and check his different crops, whether it's, for example, say if his field is in a square, then you can scout 5 different areas whether it be a X pattern Z or M. So the scouting will help him to understand what is going on and better manage his crop. So use scouting as one of the first thing, the farmer should carry out as part of an IPM approach. And basically that's end the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Watkins. Again, critical information, very good data. And I've learned quite a bit, just listening into Mr. Watkins. And in closing this segment on water resources and watershed management, it again highlights to us the work that we need to do and our call to action to ensure that we are protecting the different pathways towards sustainability. Today has been a good day. It has been a great day. The room may look a little empty, but it has been a good day. And I want to thank all those persons who had come out to join us, join the NEPA team in realizing this function. And I'm not closing right away because I'll have Mr. Reed, Andre Reed, who will just be doing something to wrap up. But I have to say thank you to our CEO who has sat in with us for the entire day. And that is something that I find, quite commendable. Thank you, Mr. Francis, and thank you all. But I'm just going to have Andre do a quick wrap up, and we're going to give our baskets to the two gentlemen here. So Andre, over to you. Just a couple minutes, and then we will close.
Yes, I promise I'll be quick. In fact, I only have 2 quotes and a quick screen grab. So earlier today, we heard from Prof. Taylor, and one of the things that stood out to me was when he said, we are always waiting on other people's innovation. Now, remember in 2022, we all got pushed into this whole thing about AI, ChatGPT came out, and a majority of us would have abandoned Google as a result. Because what ChatGPT did really well was that it understood natural language. They call it natural language processing. So it's very good at that. It knows how to learn based on what's on the internet. It knows how to communicate with the average man, and it knows how to automate. Now, another quote that stood out, and this is the second one, but this is from another workshop, is that the Caribbean is not truly benefiting from ChatGPT. Can anyone guess why? We don't share data. So the internet has no idea what's happening in Jamaica. So imagine a world in which that could change. I don't think it's going to happen overnight. But imagine if we could say to our stakeholders that we can secure your data and we can do the same amount of analysis, well, hopefully in the future as a ChatGPT. Enter NEPA AI. So throughout this presentation, throughout the function, we had been leveraging Zoom and their AI companion just to do transcriptions. So they'll be going through and recording everything that was being said. And then what we can do now is to use NEPA AI, which is basically leveraging natural language processing, which is the first stage of the whole AI concept. So it basically would have been able to look at the transcript and immediately pull out information such as the sentiments. What's the general sentiment towards the environment? You'll see that it pushed out a score of 0.131. The range goes from -1 all the way up to +1, saying no, that we're right in the middle, neutral. Interestingly, when I compared this to the second session, where the first session would have been all of the remarks and support, everybody's neutral. The second section, you start to see a little bit more in terms of the positivity coming out. So that was interesting. But also, remember there was a tool, and we told it to just input what your thoughts are on the environment. Now we got 27 responses. They're also neutral. So everyone that came and they actually used the tool, 22 out of the 23 persons or 27 persons that responded had a neutral view as to the state of the environment. Now imagine this tool at a wider level. Imagine combing through all the tweets, combing through all the social media comments. That can give you an overview as to the state of the environment from the population standpoint, but then also imagine just being able to talk into a tool. And that automatically gives you like an overall sentiment, an overall state of the environment. Like if Monique was to scroll a little bit, what it's doing now is giving you like the first part, you saw a lot of us coming out. That's good. So that means that we're all looking into the situation as something that we all need to tackle. But we also saw a lot of things coming out about we're going to do. So what we need to do now for NEPA AI is two things. One, we need to teach it how to understand our language. Some of us, our accents are very rich. So if you were to look at the raw transcript coming out of Zoom AI, you realize that some of the words that were being said were not really understood. So you need to have a localized transcription service, but you also need to teach it what the environment, or what does it mean from an environmental standpoint. So there's been an article I found over the last 2 weeks that was really interesting, where they basically built out a natural language and processing model that spoke about climate change. Now, there was another article that I saw that they said they can do one for the environment. And that's something I think that NEPA can do. Mr. Francis is here and he's always been talking about AI. And Mr. Mackenzie is here and he was pushing this initiative as well. But it's something that we can do and we can very much achieve by the next State of the Environment report, where we have a model that understands our language and understands what the environment means to us and is able to automate all of that and give us an overview as to the state of the Jamaican environment. Thank you.
I was just saying I'm tired, but it was worth it. So there you have it. We have completed today, and we're looking forward to next year, bigger and better. But before we close, not everyone here might have been registered for our National Environmental Awareness Week 3K Run Walk. This is our inaugural activity and a main activity for this year. It's on Sunday, and we hope to meet up at Hope Gardens to start at 7. So we kick off some exercise at about 6:30. We hope to see you there. Even if you're not registered and you want to come and fellowship with us, you're all welcome to be there. And some of our partners that are here today will be there. So thank you very much. It was a good day, and it was my pleasure moderating today. And have a good evening. Safe journey home.
Yep. Before you leave, let us thank the moderator who did a very great job. We'd like to thank the moderator, very great job. She stuck it all out. Her smile has remained in place, and she's looking healthy. And just to let you know, quickly, next year will be the 25th anniversary of NEPA, right? And we are going to be starting off next year, Silver. Yes, we're going to start off next year, the 1st of April. We're having an entire year of celebration. So we're going to do things bigger, better. We're going to have a band. We're going to have a lot of things, flag raising. We're going to make sure we have the run walk. We're having a massive service, everything. So put your money together, your budget and your funds, because you'll be invited and it's going to be bigger and better. Yes. Have a wonderful time, and guess what? Stay safe, keep on working hard, and when you think about the environment and sustainability. And CTD, you're looking lovely as usual.
And thanks, Sustain, as well. Good evening, everyone. It has been a wonderful day. Yes.